space for everyone, but it's beautiful to see so many people here today in the morning. So I can see the last people are entering the hall, so I can think we can slowly close the doors and get started.
Chief of Staff.
My mother's death and the manner in which she was killed are an unmitigated disaster for press freedom in Europe. And they're a symptom of deep institutional failure in Malta and institutional powerlessness in Europe.
Somebody to hear us. We wanted somebody to listen to us. We wanted somebody to talk to us. We wanted someone in authority to just acknowledge what had happened and to reassure us that our worst fears were on.
Leave them sit down in the
The morning before my mother was killed, she went to her favorite cafe, Palazzo Parisio, to scour magazines over her coffee. As she walked around, looking at the trees, I remember it was beautiful that morning. We had these terrapins in the pond at home, and they were eating everything in their sight. So my mom had this funny idea of evicting them from the family home and dumping them in the pond at Palazzo Parisio. And I just remember us both finding it hysterical about, you know, how it would be portrayed in the Labour Party media. You know, scandal as Daphne Caruana Galizia dumps poisonous turtles into public pond. Anyway, on October 16th, I had woken up at around 8 a.m. and my mum had just made us a coffee. We both worked through the morning, skipping lunch, and, well, when it was looking like I was going to miss lunch, my mother made me a plate of mozzarella and tomatoes as she uploaded her last blog post. Yeah, then she had to go to the bank. She insisted on going to the bank because she didn't like discussing her banking details over the phone. Yeah, she was afraid it was being tapped. So she left the house, and then she came back to the house because she forgot the checkbook. You see, my father used to have to give my mother his checkbook with like the first 20 checks all blank signed by her because she couldn't pay for anything since her credit cards were frozen. So I waved her goodbye, and she closed the front door to our house, which is really heavy. It's one of those old oak doors with lots of keys hanging on it. So whenever you close it, it makes this really loud. And that was the last time I saw her. Yeah, within a minute or so, I heard this massive blast. And the glass to our house, it rattled like thunder or fireworks hitting the house. I knew it was a bomb. What else could it be? The dog kept barking and barking and barking. And then it looked at me as though it was forewarning me about the horror I was about to witness. I opened the door, and I remember the sun shining brightly on my face. And for a second I felt all the blood just draining from my body. Anyway, I bolted it down the road. I saw smoke rising, at which point I said, yeah, it's a bomb. I tried to call my mother on her phone, but the line was dead. And as I continued down the lane, I remember seeing fire on the side of the road, and that there were patches of fire on the actual roads, and there were bits of car parts everywhere, just fragments of metal, bits of plastic, glass. And human flesh. I remember the tree on the side of the road was on fire. Where's the car? I kept thinking, where's the car? And then my eyes followed this tower of smoke to this fireball in a field. I knew that was my mum's car. As I got to the car, I saw that the driver's door, it was blown open. And I tried to reach into the car, but the flames, they burnt my face. And I just kept thinking, where's my mother? I expected to see something, you know, like a silhouette, a corpse, anything. But there was nothing. No, just flames. So at that point, I tried to look for like a stick or something on the floor, something to try and pry the door open. And instead of a stick, I saw my mother's leg up to the knee. It was blown off at the knee, sort of just above the knee. So then I just said, forget it. You know, there's no way anyone could have survived that. She's dead. And beyond the dusty smoke inhaling my mum's car, I saw this woman standing on the far side of the road. I remember she was holding this little girl's hand. And this girl, she was crying. I mean, she was bawling. And the woman shouted at me. She shouted, "What do we do?" And I just said, call the police. And then they disappeared. I never saw them again. And then these two policemen show up, and I mean, these guys, they were fucking kids, you know, they had no idea what to do. They came out of the car with this fire extinguisher, which they just dropped to the ground. And I remember shouting at them. I shouted, "What are you doing?" And then I tried to pick up the fire extinguisher, but the policeman just said, "Look, it's pointless." I remember the other policeman was crying. And I think the worst part of all of it was this ear-piercing sound of the horn. It was like non-stop, and it didn't stop until the fire went out, and it became this assault on all your senses, you know, the smell, the sight, the sound. It was horrible. I tried to call my father, who didn't pick up. My two brothers didn't pick up, and then I got through to my auntie, who eventually answered the phone, and I told her, "Come home now. They put a bomb in Mummy's car."
After what we just heard, we might need a moment to digest. What we just heard was a scene of horror. It was the description of the son talking about the assassination of his mother. Listening to it, we could almost sense the pain, the horror, the devastation. But it was even more than that. It was also a scene that described the assassination of a journalist. Her name was Daphne Caruana Galizia. She was a Maltese journalist who got killed in 2017 because of her work, her writing, her voice. And with this, she stands for a bigger problem. Journalists being attacked, threatened, and killed because they're trying to stand up for our right of freedom of information. And this concerns all of us. So please join me in thanking the actor Joe Asupadi and the playwright Herman Gregg for showing us a piece of the play They Blew Her Up, and for starting us off with an introduction to this topic that is not only addressing our brains, but is also touching our bodies and our hearts. And with this, it is my pleasure to welcome you here in Vienna and online to the conference on the safety of journalists, protecting media to protect democracy, an event that is organized by the Federal Ministry of the Republic of Austria of European and International Affairs. Your Excellency, Minister Raab, I welcome the representatives of UNESCO, the representatives of the Office of the High Commissioner of Human Rights, honorable ministers and excellencies, dear ladies and gentlemen. My name is Katrina Moser. It's my great honor to guide you through this very special event today that marks the 10th anniversary of the UN Plan of Action on the Safety of Journalists and the Issue of Impunity that was drafted here in Vienna in November 2012. 10 years later, we're coming together here to look at the current situation and to renew our commitment to prevent attacks against journalists, to protect them, and to prosecute the perpetrators of crimes against journalists. During the entire event, you will have translation available if you need it with the headsets that are on your seats, and you can choose between English, French, Spanish, and Russian. And for the registered participants who are joining in the Zoom online, they can switch to simultaneous translation as well. If you want to share anything about today, please feel free on social media to also use the hashtag SOJ2022, standing for Safety of Journalists. And with this, it is my great pleasure to welcome for her opening remarks Federal Minister for Women, Families, Media and Integration of the Republic of Austria, Her Excellency Susanne Raab.
Madam Director General, High Commissioner, who is joining us from Geneva today online, Under Secretary General Fleming, distinguished laureate of the 2021 Nobel Peace Prize, Dmitry Muratov, Excellencies and dear colleagues, dear guests. As a Minister for Media, it is my honor to open this event, this conference today. Unfortunately, my colleague, Foreign Minister Alexander Schallenberg, could not join us today. He sends us his best wishes, and we wish him a speedy recovery. Ladies and gentlemen, as we just heard, the free press is under attack. The figures are grim. In 2022 alone, more than 60 journalists lost their lives, especially with the Russian war of aggression in Ukraine. The death toll amongst journalists and reporters has risen sharply. Media is used as a weapon in the Russia war. Around the world, journalists are subject of physical attacks, of kidnapping, of torture, of harassment, online and offline. And let me make one point clear as a minister responsible also for women, that particularly female journalists are exposed to off and online harassment. And the perpetrators of these crimes rarely face justice. Only 9 out of 10 cases remain unresolved. This is a shame and nothing but unacceptable. As political leaders, it is our duty to join forces and put an end to the impunity of attacks on journalists. Ladies and gentlemen, strong democracies are not afraid of strong opinions. Quite the contrary, democracies grow stronger when opinions and ideas can be shared freely and factual information is accessible to all. Open and free societies based on human rights and the rule of law are unthinkable without free, independent, and pluralistic media. Therefore, I'm deeply concerned that the vast majority of people on our planet have experienced a decline in press freedom in their country in the past 5 years. We must not and we will not let this trend continue. We must step up our efforts in assuring the safety of journalists and thereby the functioning of our democracies. Today, increased violence against journalists requires fresh momentum and renewed commitment to protect and defend media freedom, freedom of expression, and the safety of journalists. You have all come to Vienna to follow this call. Thank you so much for that. Important steps have already been taken. In 2012, when the United Nations Chief Executive Board endorsed the UN Plan of Action on the Safety of Journalists and the issue of impunity. This was the first concerted effort to create a free and safe environment for media workers. Now, 10 years later, it is time to reunite once again to discuss the challenges for the work of the media and to provide new momentum for the implementation of the UN Plan of Action. This is why the Austrian government, together with UNESCO and the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, have launched this conference. And I would like to thank both organizations for the excellent cooperation. Today we have the opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to the protection of media and the safety of journalists. Together we can advance the objectives of the UN Action Plan. As free, independent, and pluralistic media are the backbone of our democracies, Austria pledges the following. First, I can announce a contribution by Austria of 150,000 euros to the UN Women Project Invest in Afghan Women Journalists. As a Minister for Women, I'm very satisfied with this focus. First, with this project, we will, on the one hand, invest in women-led media initiatives across the country, and on the other hand, we will develop and support digital media and platforms on women's rights in Afghanistan. Secondly, the Austrian Foreign Ministry will support a training course provided by the Austrian Armed Forces that aims at educating participants to deal effectively with risk-associated and critical situations while being deployed in hostile environments. The training will also include a gender-sensitive approach, and we will strongly encourage the participation of female journalists. Third, Austrian development cooperation will increasingly seek to include media development as part of efforts strengthening democratic governance. But, ladies and gentlemen, we also have to do our homework. Austria is a country where the freedom of speech and the freedom of press are core values of our democracy. But we can never take this for granted. As politicians and as a society as a whole, we have to work hard every day to keep and strengthen these values. Therefore, the government of Austria has just recently signaled its commitment to the whole media landscape in Austria, private and public, ensuring independence and pluralism by putting forward new legislation for public support systems, on the one hand, and a transparency initiative concerning public information campaigns in the media. We offer support in the form of adequate framework conditions and providing the right structures. For example, we have developed support models on how we can help traditional media in the so important digital transformation process. In addition, we will provide a newly designed support for journalists' jobs with grants in order to strengthen and support professional journalism. By this, we aim to enable the free and pluralistic media landscape in our country, thus further strengthen the foundation of our democracy. Ladies and gentlemen, action for safety of journalists is more needed than ever. The safety of journalists concerns us all. We have therefore shared a short political declaration with you, which shall reflect our renewed commitment to strengthen the implementation of the UN Plan of Action over the next decade. We are confident that this declaration will be supported by many delegations from all regions. Free, independent and pluralistic media constitute, as already said, the backbone of our democratic societies, and journalists play a crucial role in allowing the rule of law to function and democracy to thrive. Together we will continue to fight for media freedom and for free, independent and pluralistic societies. I wish you and all of us a successful conference. Thank you again for joining us in Vienna.
Thank you so much, Minister, also for your encouraging start to the pledges that we're going to hear more about today. And now it's my great pleasure to go live to Paris, where we welcome Her Excellency Director General of UNESCO, OHCHR.
De l'UNESCO.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I think it was very moving for us to see Joe Azzopardi recite on the murder of Daphne Caruana Galizia. It was difficult to listen to this, but it's important to listen to these statements. It's also important to listen to the stories of other murders. The killing of Romelson Wilson of Haiti, Mohammed Issa Hassan of Somalia, Arshad Sharif of Pakistan. They were killed as well. They were killed because they were journalists. I would like to pay tribute to them as well as to the other 960 killed journalists who were killed since 2012, according to UNESCO's observatory. Almost one of them every 4 days. Since this January, we have already been condemning the assassinations of 76 journalists. 2022 has thus been the most deadly year since 2018. In addition to this, there's the impunity for the killers. There are also threats, intimidations that journalists have to face. And we cannot stay indifferent. Indifference is also killing. And it's also public statements who weaken the work of journalists here and there, and they also put them into danger. And through journalists, it's also democratic life, the life of our democracies of our societies, freedom of expression, freedom of information that are attacked. And this is why today we are celebrating the 10 years of the plan of action. It's time after 10 years to take stock. And it's mixed results that we're seeing. On the one hand, figures are showing that there are still too many journalists that are being killed, too much impunity. On the other hand, we have been able collectively to bring up this question at an international agenda. The rate of impunity, scandalously high, has at least decreased from 95% in 2012 to 86%. So 9 percentage points less. Since 10 years now, new laws, new resolutions have been passed everywhere in the world in order to fight to combat these crimes. UNESCO has held consultations in preparation of this conference together with the states, and this has shown what we can do. In these last 10 years, UNESCO has worked with all the stakeholders in this area to improve safety and security for journalists. The first part of our work in UNESCO is a support for countries. We have been able to support almost 50 states since 2012 to develop a framework of protection for journalists, sometimes also with operational measures. The second area of action is for us training for security forces and the judiciary. So we have been training more than 24,000 judiciary staff and more than 11,500 police and security staff in 150 countries to better protect journalists and the freedom of expression. And the third framework for action is support for journalists in situations in which they find themselves. Since the beginning of the war in Ukraine, we have given bulletproof vests and helmets to journalists. We have also conducted security and first aid trainings, and we're also stepping up our efforts in another context in Afghanistan, and I would like to commend the action taken in this area. But danger isn't just present in situations of conflict. In these last years, most journalists have been killed in their own countries, in countries which are at peace. And very often this has happened in a private framework. The Guillermo Cano Prize for Freedom of the Press, which is given every year by UNESCO, we are supporting those who fight for this fundamental freedom. In the era of algorithms and artificial intelligence, we also have to take care of this area.
We've been active on so many fronts. It is thanks to the support of our member states and United Nations partners, with 14 agencies working hand in hand, and in particular for UNESCO with the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, whom I thank. This is how multilateralism can be both effective and tangible when we give it the necessary means. Today, we must reinforce these means, both political and financial, to continue our actions and to take them further and to adapt them as well to our digital world. Because indeed, with digital technologies have come new threats seeking to achieve the same old goals: to intimidate, to block investigations, to reduce journalists to silence. These threats include online harassment, violence online, and according to one of our recent reports that I know has been much noticed, and for a good reason, 3/4 of all women journalists have experienced online violence, and the measures taken by digital actors still leave a lot to be desired. On these issues, we have a shared duty to act, to fight online hate speech and disinformation while preserving freedom of expression, which is always a fine line. This will be the goal of an important conference being organized by UNESCO in 2023. As the world faces unprecedented challenges, we need journalists more than ever to establish the facts we face. This is what Maria Ressa, the 2021 laureate of the UNESCO Guillermo Cano Prize, reminded us when she received the Nobel Peace Prize later the same year. She said, and I quote, "Without facts, you can't have truth. Without truth, you can't have trust. Without trust, we have no shared reality, no democracy, and it becomes impossible to deal with our world's existential problems, climate, coronavirus, the battle for truth." It is this breach at the heart of societies that is added to the personal tragedies when journalists are murdered. We need them, we need journalists, and the journalists need us. So today, let us all recommit to keeping journalists safe and to leaving no crime unpunished. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Director General, for your invitation to reconnect. And with this, we're now going to Geneva, also live, where we welcome with us His Excellency High Commissioner for Human Rights, Volker Türk.
Minister Susanne Raab, dear colleagues, dear friends, cher ami, Audrey Azoulay, a big, big thanks to the government of Austria for bringing us together for this high-level conference and for starting it with such an incredibly moving and emotional moment in the memory of Daphne Galizia. I mean, we all remember when it happened, and it's good that we pay tribute to her as well as to all the other journalists that were killed doing their job. Since the plan of action was adopted 10 years ago, we have faced a series of challenges that have brought us all to a tipping point. We have seen the exponential growth in the use of the internet and social media, even as, let's not forget, 2.9 billion people still remain offline. We have seen widening economic and social gaps between and within countries, which is, of course, very much aggravated by the COVID pandemic. We have seen global growing political disenchantment, social unrest. Just in the last couple of days when I started my new position, one of the things that has marked it is a lot of social unrest in many countries around the world, but also a loss of trust in institutions, especially by young people. Now we are facing a global economic crisis with scarcity of basic commodities such as food and energy. As a result, misinformation and disinformation are flourishing, both online and offline. They permeate every crack, every crevasse, every cavity. And so people are looking for evidence, they are looking for solutions and hope to help them navigate this murky environment. We know how important it is to have independent and ethical journalism to make sure that the world knows about information, has access to information, has access to facts. And the role of journalists, of this type of journalism, is more vital than ever, so that we can make up our minds, we can change our minds, we can debate, we can participate, we can uncover issues that some would rather keep hidden. Journalists dig in the deepest and darkest holes. They look for and untangle information. They are an antidote to the death of facts. But this important work leaves them exposed. Every day, as we know, journalists are beaten. They are taken to court. They are put behind bars, or they see harm come to their families, simply for doing their jobs. The numbers are unacceptable. If we go into look at the last 10 years, 958 journalists killed, over 1,000 imprisoned, 64 still missing. And history has shown us that threats to journalists are often the canary in the coal mine, a grim prelude of greater human rights threats to come. On today's anniversary, there is some progress to be mindful of. Thanks to the United Nations Plan of Action on the Safety of Journalists, we have seen national protection systems to prevent and punish attacks on journalists have been created in about 50 countries or strengthened. We have seen the multiplying and strengthening of these systems, and this must be at the forefront of all our efforts. And I see 3 areas where much more needs to be done. In line, of course, with the plan of action. And you know there are these 3 pillars: protection, prosecution, and prevention. First, we need much stronger and more comprehensive national legislation to safeguard media freedom. We need to counter strategic lawsuits against public participation and online harassment, especially, and many of you have mentioned it before me, women journalists. We need to rein in digital surveillance technologies, which, when they're misused, undermine the rights of journalists and their sources. In the absence of appropriate legal safeguards, I reiterate my office's call for a moratorium on the export, the sale, the transfer, the use, and the servicing of digital surveillance tools. And we need medical, psychological, and legal support much more available and accessible when harms to journalists do occur. These are crucial steps to protect journalists. Second, if we are serious about accountability for crimes against journalists, we need to see an uptick in effective prosecutions and in the administration of justice overall. While there has been, on average, a decrease in the killings of journalists in recent years, impunity for crimes against them remains widespread. Only 13% of cases of killed journalists since 2006 have been successfully prosecuted. That's unacceptable. We must bolster national criminal justice systems. We need to equip them with special investigative units or independent investigative structures. And we need to ensure that they have the requisite expertise and resources to address these crimes, even when committed by those in power, and in particular in that case. My office, together with UNESCO, has helped governments to establish units, this type of units, in several countries around the world. We need better data collection and analysis, which is really crucial for effective prosecutions. The reporting to the human rights system on the status of such cases can also help track and address these crimes. And finally, in terms of prevention, we need to be much better at anticipating violations and reacting more promptly by seeing the warning signs, the seemingly innocuous laws, the expansion of surveillance tools that restrict the space for journalists to operate. We will continue monitoring and reporting on these developments, very much mindful of the protective and preventive power of precisely that work. Together, we must redouble our efforts to support journalists, professional associations, the civil society organizations, to strengthen their knowledge of their own rights and of the protection and safety measures that are available to them. And we must work together with governments, with law enforcement, with the military, the prosecutors, the judiciary, to really support them to meet their obligations under international human rights law. Dear friends, independent and ethical journalists are absolutely critical elements of the democratic ecosystem and, frankly, to the functioning of a social contract that is anchored in human rights. Today's anniversary is a time to make the safety of journalists worldwide a real priority. And each and every threat to a journalist is a threat to your rights, to my rights, and everyone's rights to freedom of information, opinion, and expression. We need to act in solidarity with them so that they can get on with their vital job. Thank you very much, and looking forward to the discussions. And sorry that I can't be with you in Vienna.
Thank you so much for those remarks from Geneva. I thank the Minister, the Director General, and the High Commissioner for those opening remarks as the coordinating organizations of this event. And now let's have a look at a clip that has been produced for the International Day to End Impunity. And it serves as a reminder of what we are facing.
Love lasts till Valentine's. Who knows, it might just last forever.
Once more, we might need a moment to digest what we just saw. And with this, I'm also pleased to welcome for her opening remarks, this time live in Cairo, the Director General of the United Nations Organization in Vienna, as well as Executive Director of the United Nations Organization on Drugs and Crime, Her Excellency Ghada Wali.
Thank you very much. Dear Minister Rob, dear friends, colleagues, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to join you for this conference on the safety of journalists, protecting media to protect democracy. Less than 3 weeks ago, journalist Rafael Emiro Moreno was shot dead in the Colombian city of Monte Líbano. He was murdered by 2 unknown assailants on a motorcycle. Mr. Moreno had been under police surveillance, protection since 2019, following death threats relating to his reporting on corruption and illegal armed groups. He is one of more than 70 journalists killed this year. We are here today to address how we can better protect journalists and commit to ensure their safety. We are here to address cases that we have seen in this conference, and we are here so that we can curtail the staggering rates of impunity for crimes against media workers. I thank Minister Schallenberg and our host country, Austria, for convening this important conference in cooperation with UNESCO and OHCHR to mark the 10th anniversary of UN Plan of Action on the Safety of Journalists and the issue of impunity. At the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, we know too well that journalists investigating corruption and organized crime, like Rafael Emiro Moreno, often risk their lives and are subjected to threats and violence. The UNODC is the guardian of the legally binding UN Conventions Against Corruption and the UN Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime. Those conventions can be valuable tools in developing the right measures to protect those reporting on crime and corruption. Some countries have included provisions that specifically protect journalists who uncover stories about criminal organizations. A free and independent media is paramount to investigate and expose corruption, and UNODC is committed to promote the reporting on corruption and crime. As part of our Sahel strategy to counter corruption, we helped to establish the cell Norbert Zongo for investigative journalism in West Africa, known as CENOZO, and its online platform, which was launched in May 2018. CENOZO facilitates data collection and cross-border investigations in the region. It was inspired by one of West Africa's most notable journalists, Norbert Zongo, who was killed after exposing extortion and impunity within government. CENOZO brings together over 50 journalists from across West Africa to strengthen the capacities of investigative journalists in the region through training, access to grants and networking, legal advice, and technical support for investigations. UNODC support includes training the cell's journalists on cybersecurity and safety matters. This has enhanced journalists' capacity to protect themselves and their sources by using secure communication tools. So far, the collaborative work has exposed corruption cases, illicit financial flows, organized crime, and trafficking. Many of their investigations have successfully triggered action from state institutions that have led to official investigations. Promoting the rule of law and access to justice is at the heart of UNODC's work. It is clear we must enhance the capacity of legislation, law enforcement, and the judiciary to hold those responsible for attack on journalists to account. UNODC currently operates in almost 100 countries around the world through a network of 130 field offices. We support countries on the ground to develop national action plans, strategies, and legislation to combat organized crime and corruption based on prevention, prosecution, and protection. This includes training people working in the criminal justice sector, from police officers to judges. Female journalists are particularly exposed to online harassment. Online attacks, including sexual and gender-based violence, seek to silence women and girls and decrease their engagement and presence in public life. Our global program on cybercrime has strengthened the abilities of almost 50 member countries to investigate, prosecute, and adjudicate cybercrime cases. UNODC also works to bolster female participation in the judicial process, from crime scene investigation to the courtroom, because we know that women's representation in the criminal justice sector is linked to a more effective victim-centered response to crime. More women in justice is good for justice both on and offline. Journalists should not have to face victimization and threats for criminal groups and corrupt authorities, simply for doing their job. As an international community, we must work harder to strengthen the implementation of the UN Plan of Action and create a safe environment for media workers. This will take the renewed commitment of all stakeholders, including member states, civil society, academia, and the private sector. Because silencing a journalist violates their rights, it has a chilling effect on free expression. It allows corruption and impunity to flourish and jeopardizes the right of society to be informed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director General. Our regards go to Cairo. And now it is my pleasure to welcome on stage for the final opening remarks, Under Secretary General of the United Nations for Global Communication, Melissa Fleming, who will also be representing the Executive Office of the United Nations Secretary General. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And Your Excellency, Minister for, among other things, the media, Minister Raab, and distinguished delegates, distinguished friends, good morning. Such an honor to be here in Vienna. What an amazing gathering at such an important anniversary event for the UN Plan of Action on the Safety of Journalists, born here. We need to strengthen it, obviously. Thank you so much to the Federal Ministry of European and International Affairs of the Republic of Austria for bringing us here together. The Secretary General also wishes to commend the government of Austria for this important event in cooperation, as we know, as we've heard, with UNESCO and OHCHR. In any case, for all of everyone who is gathered here's commitment to this cause. You know, as someone myself with a background in journalism, also a career devoted to communications of the facts, the cause and the safety of journalists is so close to my heart. Right now, our world is facing a multitude of crises, from the COVID-19 pandemic that unfortunately continues to rage across the world, the climate emergency, the Ukraine war, as well as the multitude of conflicts that are percolating across the globe. They have all demonstrated that high-quality, trustworthy journalism illuminates our knowledge, humanizes the statistics, and brings truth to power. But the institution of journalism, as we have heard by our previous speakers, but in particular public interest media, is at the same time under increasing pressure, just when we need it most. Killings and other forms of physical attacks, kidnappings, tortures are repugnant. They're egregious actions, and they're taken with the aim to silence the press. We can see such crimes taking place all too often in the fog of war. But as many journalists risk their lives to uncover the truth, we also witness them during times of peace, when journalists are investigating corruption in Southern Europe, as we heard so poignantly in the example this morning of the son speaking about his mother's death, poaching in the Amazon, or extremism in Asia, to name some recent examples. Wearing the press vest, as we see as the logo for this conference, is no longer a sign of protection. It's not a protection from harm, but it's also not a protection from ignorance and apathy, and the impunity that gives only freer rein to these crimes. However, beyond the physical, there are other ways of threatening journalist safety without spilling a single drop of blood. Legal action against media practitioners is increasingly used to harass and drain their resources. Arrests and imprisonment serve to intimidate and also to subdue. Removal of accreditation, denial of access to sources, stifle media scrutiny, and broader public debate. But in parallel, we witness journalists being spied upon, their web pages being hacked, and laws on defamation created, journalists charged with fake news or even terrorism, all designed to suppress media freedom. And all of this is taking place in the digital age, which forced the business model and the formats of journalism to change drastically. And funding, we have seen, is decreasing. Many, in fact, media organizations have gone under. And news, unfortunately, at the same time, I think very much linked to the digital age, news consumption has declined considerably in many parts of the world. This makes newsrooms much more vulnerable to internal and external pressure, and places journalists under even more strain as they suffer from insecurity, layoffs, pay cuts, and worsening working conditions. Moreover, while the world is moving towards a more digital, mobile, and platform-dominated media environment, practicing journalism is made all the more harder by our increasingly polluted, and I would say toxic, information environment. Whether it is COVID-19, the climate emergency, or the war in Ukraine, bad actors are exploiting the demand for information and reaching millions of people, mostly via social media, with false, misleading, or distorted content. Some of these disinformation actors aim to create confusion and a state of information paralysis. Others are just exploiting public sympathies for financial gain. The barrage of lies that we are faced with when we go online is warping public understanding, and it makes it so much harder for journalists to unearth and unveil the truth. I just want to quote a recent study just to put this in focus that was conducted by PEN America among media professionals. Virtually all the responders, journalists, said that disinformation has a deep impact on their work. And about half of the journalists surveyed felt frustrated or overwhelmed in this digital environment. And really disturbingly, over 40% felt that a portion of their audience had lost trust in them. Crucially, 3 out of 5 journalists said that amid the proliferation of disinformation and distrust, they had received threatening messaging. They had been harassed, trolled, or they feared for their personal safety in a scale that forced them to add security precautions to their daily routines. In this framework of insecurity, as Minister Raab said, women media workers are particularly vulnerable as they are targeted online significantly more than their male colleagues. We see their voices being silenced and their work interrupted. A UNESCO survey showed that 3 out of 4 women journalists have been threatened, intimidated, and insulted online in connection with their work. Dear friends, when journalists are under attack, society also suffers. Democracy is placed under threat as citizens are unable to make informed choices, and polarization is growing. From our perspective at the UN, we also see that our Sustainable Development Goals are under threat, which is a blueprint to achieve a better world, more sustainable future for all. Just one example, climate change. We're finding a huge amount of disinformation still circulating online, some of it very deliberately placed by fossil fuel companies, which is putting into the digital ecosystem distortion and even denial that climate change even exists. We obviously need a well-informed society for which a robust press is essential. We must also act quickly to protect journalists. As everyone has said, please let's end impunity, safeguard the independence of the media from vested interests, but also to sustain their functioning by channeling, funding, and investing in their development. By protecting journalists, we assure the ability of our societies to stay informed, educated, and engaged. And by ensuring the safety of journalists, we can make certain that the truth can win over lies, and that the powerful are held to account. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Under-Secretary General. And with this, it is now time to also dive a bit deeper into the topic with our keynote speaker. He has since 1995 been editor-in-chief of the Novaya Gazeta that he also co-created, and in 2021 he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for his efforts to safeguard freedom of expression as a precondition for democracy and lasting peace. He will be addressing us in Russian, so you might need your headsets again. Please welcome with me on stage Dmitry Muratov. Please give it up for him.
Once again, good morning. Actually, I do agree. The word press on the West is a targeting factor which enhances chances of being killed. Many of my colleagues have removed this writing from their vests. I think that the main enemy of journalism and the journalists today is propaganda. The world is slowly but surely moving towards autocracy, and propaganda is creating space, usurping it from the journalists. And I will be saying the same things as I do say in Russia. I live and work in Russia, in Moscow. I don't have an expert model of my presentation just for you. You will have to sit here and listen about incitement to genocide. This is a presenter of one of the most popular Russian TV channels just 8 days ago. I will mention his name, I will mention his rank, his position. This is what he says about bombing of Ukrainian cities after a Crimean bridge was exploded. Every day is filled with delightful joy. It is with joy and tender adoration that I observe how our rockets are overflying the territory of so-called Ukraine and how they're hitting targets after targets. This is maybe the most joyful, the most happy moment of my life. Carries on. In another contribution, a best surprise would be a tactical nuclear strike on Ukrainian cities, such as Vinnytsia or Khmelnytsky. People who have a heart condition may remove their headsets now. This is what he says about Ukrainian children. Let's just drown such children in the river, right there and then. Throw them into a torrential flow. Drown them. This is our method. If a child said, Ruski occupiers, then a child has to be thrown into the flow. Or to fill a wooden hut, a Ukrainian hut, with such children and burn them. Who is saying this? It is a director of the state-owned Russian channel RT, in charge of the all-Russian broadcasting, Mr. Anton Krasovsky. He was suspended after he uttered the phrase about burning children and drowning them in the river. However, there are no genocide charges he was faced with. He apologized for his presentation. He said, well, it was outright tasteless. He admitted lack of taste, mind you. And I got carried away while on air, he said. Such propaganda works against journalism. The budget of this channel is of 469 million euros. Independent Russian medias, I need to report, are as good as over with. There is a completion of media genocide. 269 mass media are blocked. Over 140 journalists were stamped as enemies of people, as foreign agents, as they are called. This is a genocide on the independent media. It is a monopoly the propaganda owns over the people, over the people's brains. It is a disease, it is a toxin, it is a virus, it is contamination of heads. I may remind you of what was happening in Rwanda during the genocide there. Wherever the radio signal of the radio station of 1,000 Hills was good, the killing mobs gathered and went on rampaging on their neighbors of another ethnicity. When the signal was weaker, there were less killings. I would like you to hear two names. Two journalists from small regions, republics in Central Siberia, in the region called Khakassia, Mr. Afanasyev, and another journalist, Sergei Mikhailov, in Altai. They were faced with charges based on Article 207, dissemination of knowingly fake information about armed forces of the Russian Federation. They were arrested on the same day, the 13th of April, and they have been in jail. They are like twins. Both are 46 years old. They don't know each other, but they have small children. They were editors of the only independent media in their respective regions. They're faced with 10 years behind bars with confiscation of the website. How can we help the journalists and the political prisoners behind bars? How can we help those who are infested with propaganda viruses? And the most burning issue for myself, many journalists were ousted from their countries. They are in exile. They are involuntary migrants. they have to keep working from different countries. And I am very, very grateful to Riga, Prague, Berlin, Tallinn, Amsterdam, Vilnius, where they have provided shelter for many journalists who have been deprived of their country and who continue their work. By the way, it is sometimes unpleasant to hear that too many have come here and they should be sent back. When are you going back? To deport the deportees, to expel the expellees, to make immigrants immigrate anew. This is ethically untenable. A few weeks ago, and I will show you a picture, maybe you will be able to see it from your seats. Somebody set ablaze the country house of Anna Politkovskaya. Anna was killed in 2006. People behind this crime were not found, and now somebody had the idea of erasing, of canceling the last traces of her presence, even her house, which is burning. Her children were forced to leave the country, and they haven't found a place to stay so far. I'm making an appeal to the UNESCO and to the other UN bodies, to the ministers present here. Let us set up a foundation under the name of Anna Politkovskaya for journalists in exile in order to finance their projects, their documentaries, their investigations. Let us try and do what we're good at. Let's collect facts and thoughts and ideas. Sometimes we cannot change much. Rainer Werner Fassbinder once said, and I like this thought, even if you can't change something, it doesn't relieve you of the duty to write down the facts. Propaganda is violence upon humans. Propaganda can only exist as a monopoly. And this is why they're so keen on closing free media. By the way, I'm certain there is no special information war. There is an ordinary conventional war with network troops, as we call them, and they are guilty in the same way, even if they don't have a gun in their hands, but rather a computer mouse. Joe Rowling, one of the interesting figures of Rowling, those are the mentors in Harry Potter. They suck out of humans the brains, the soul, and the joyfulness. As in the case of the mentors, we should be treating them in the same way. I mean, the propagandists, we should study them. We should understand their algorithms, and we should know how to curtail it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Muratov, for this certainly disturbing insight, but also for this passionate call for action. With this, I would like to move on to a session that we call Set the Scene Talks. And here we would like to invite 5 speakers on stage who are actually going to give testimonies, as they are people who work on the very front. You're going to need your headsets again, and I would love to welcome all 5 speakers directly on stage with me. Please welcome Chineth Bidoya. and specifically with stories. You just really need to take your time. This conference is a two-day conference, so there has already been something going on yesterday, and we now welcome him on stage the rapporteurs of yesterday who are going to give us a bit of an insight of what has been said, discussed, and what kind of conclusions came out in the conference already yesterday. So please welcome on stage with me Silvia Cioccaro. She's the head of the Global Protection Article 19, which is an organization promoting freedom of expression worldwide, together with Jesper Højberg. He's the Executive Director of International Media Support and an international Denmark-based organization that works with media in countries that are specifically affected by armed conflict. They have both been involved in the creation and the implementation of the UN Plan of Action on the Safety of Journalists and the issue of impunity. So maybe the ones who feel like you really have to get up and take a coffee, just find your way towards the door and then close the door so that everyone who wants to hear about yesterday, focus your attention again. And the stage goes to Silvia and Jesper.
Thank you very much. So it's not easy to speak after the powerful stories we have just heard, right? I mean, what else can we say? So we are here, Oveis, Jesper, and I, to present a summary of the set key preliminary recommendations that were proposed yesterday by all the participants in this conference. I want just to say that these recommendations that were discussed and that are going to be proposed today are based on many regional and thematic consultations that have been taking place in the last few months. So Jesper, Oveis, and I are not new to the UN Plan of Action. We were here 10 years ago. What has happened during all this time? The need to protect journalists is definitely higher on the political agenda. Many initiatives have been put in place, but the diversity and the complexity of the issues are growing. We have heard that many times, yesterday and today. For this, we need to find new solutions. At the same time, however, we see ourselves, civil society, repeating some recommendations again and again. And this cannot go on. Jesper?
Yeah, thank you very much, Silvia. Yes, as we've heard this morning, we know that the safety challenges facing journalists are highly complex, and we also know that they are seriously systemic. And this calls for serious systemic solutions. We now have to plan for long-term strategic and concerted efforts at scale. And the issue of scale is extremely important. And we need to involve a broad range of local and global actors. We want to see this all that facilitated by UN and strongly supported by UN member states, and in particular those of you who have committed yourself to the safety of journalists. We have, however, to stop thinking and acting through stand-alone and disconnected actions. If we fail to meet this challenge in a comprehensive, and I cannot underline this enough, in a comprehensive and robust manner, it will have, and it already has, devastating consequences. Over to you.
Thank you, Jesper. UN bodies and mechanisms and support from states played a vital part in developing and supporting the United Nations Plan of Action. However, the rock stars over the last decades have been local civil society organizations. The priority over the next decades should be to develop their long-term sustainability of civil society organizations rather than merely supporting the development of the capacity to perform such vital roles and tasks as monitoring and highlighting attacks on journalists. Local civil society organizations are on the front lines of defending and promoting press freedom and safety of journalists, often under very difficult circumstances, and their contributions must be recognized.
Thank you, Wes. I forgot to say at the beginning that actually this draft call for action, these preliminary recommendations are printed outside, and after this presentation you can look at them, and there will be finalized in the coming weeks and publish a final version of them. You will see that in those recommendations we have divided them in 6 themes. So each of us is going to very briefly, in the very few minutes we have, to summarize or give an overview of what those thematic recommendations. So let me start with gender. I think we can all agree here in this room that a gender approach to the safety of journalists seems to be a priority for everyone, or that's what has been said. But is it really happening? We are not sure about that. So actually we want to provide some recommendations about how we can actually strengthen that approach. We think that first of all, the participation, the voices, the needs, the human rights of women journalists should be at the center of the implementation of the UN Plan of Action. The responses cannot be one size fits all. We are not all the same. So we need to be tailored these actions to the various forms of discriminations that journalists are facing, either based on their sex, gender, religious beliefs, class, age, you name it, right? This is what we call an intersectional approach. It is also absolutely critical that all actors involved in the UN Plan of Action have to have knowledge about non-discrimination, women's rights, LGBTQI rights, gender-based violence. This knowledge has to be there. We need to ensure that that is happening. And we have to make sure that it's not only about what we do, it's about how we do it. And the how has to contribute to end structural discrimination and unequal power relations. Doing this, I have to say, as you can all imagine, requires by far more resources, by far more time, by far more efforts. But if you don't do it, gender will be just an empty word. I'm going to finish here the gender section, but there are many recommendations, concrete ones, that I really invite you to read in the document. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I unfortunately have been asked that we need to interrupt in like a minute, since the panels are going to have to start in 5 minutes. I'm so sorry for that. Do you want to kind of wrap it up?
Well, we need to go through the 6.
Yes, I am totally understand. I've just been told for you to just please wrap it up if possible. I know.
But the contributions of civil society must be recognized. And this is not a good way to recognize the contributions of civil society.
I understand.
It's not going to happen.
I understand that. I understand that, and then I would suggest that you finish your presentations. I understand that it's an important part, and I'm just also trying to do my job here, which is to announce that we will have to start the panels at 12:15. So there's one panel happening in Rittersaal. So everyone who wants to join the panel in Rittersaal, which is on digitalization, please make your way there at 12:15. The other panel is going to start here as soon as you are done. My sincere apologies. I know it's the fault of the previous program that took too long and not yours. So please go ahead.
So we go to the next theme. That is always is your turn.
We're just going to go do.
Was soll ich machen?
So these are the recommendations, and it sets a very, if we cannot talk in front of here, how will countries what message is this sending to the countries where we work under tremendous pressure in very difficult circumstances? We must show by our actions what our words are saying. And this is the basic problem that is being faced by civil society as we tackle human rights issues and as we tackle threats to journalists and attacks on journalists and murders of journalists. It's time to move beyond words and talk about actions. Otherwise, all these things are words, and I don't want to be a part of just words, having spent a lifetime trying to get through to you that press freedom is important, that safety of journalists, attacks on journalists, impunity is decimating our media, is decimating our countries.
Yeah, I feel really disturbed by this message. And the point here is equal to what Wise is saying, that we actually do know what works. And we need to convey this message to all of you. What actually works, and we heard from panelists yesterday, is the robust setting up support to robust national protection and safety mechanisms that are comprehensive and equally address prevention, protection, and prosecution. And it's a message to you that are effectively coordinated. This is one of the biggest challenges that we have seen in the past 10 years, that these things are not properly coordinated among the UN agencies, about member states, and those of you who actually support media freedom. These national safety mechanisms, where they actually work, it's when local actors take charge. And often it's ignored by many of the agencies who are supposed to support local ownership. So we cannot emphasize enough that these efforts, when you support them, those of you who believe in this, and I assume you are here because you believe in this agenda, all of you have to be involved in this. And we have to be more systematically acknowledging that good efforts and good results have already been shown in the past 10 years, and we need to share that. We have to do it. And you have to... We see this, that a lot of good-intended, well-intended efforts are being supported, but they are not well-resourced. We cannot address this issue of protecting journalists unless we put the money where our mouth is. So there are these bad news, and we need to act on it. We need the UN and those of you who are committed to media freedom to provide those resources and to actively, from now on, support locally led initiatives that also connect, as we heard this morning, to those who are pushed into exile. Over to you.
So I'm going to present what Owais was going to present. As we said at the beginning, the recommendations are divided in 6 themes, and the other themes are monitoring attacks. I think the key message there is that there are so many local organizations that are monitoring attacks against journalists, and however their data is not necessarily being used at the regional and international level. And so it's really important that that information is being used by UN, but also by the states. That sometimes they do refuse to use that data that is actually collected by civil society. I think that's one of the key messages for monitoring. And then we have a whole section on impunity. I have to say, the impunity one is really that, it really follows the comment that I made at the beginning. They're the same recommendations that 10 years ago. So I'm just going to leave it there. You just go to the document. So we really need to put addressing impunity at the forefront of what we are doing. And I think, Jesper, you are going to end with...
Yeah, I'm just going to repeat what I think is so important. That we all need all of this now, more than ever. We know that the safety of journalists can be improved. It must be improved, and we have to start now.
Yes.
So what are you willing to do? That's our final words. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I understand. Thank you so much, and once more, apologies that we had to shorten this a bit. We're now starting our 2 panels. In this room, it's going to be about strengthening the implementation of the UN Plan of Action, Prevent, Protect, to prosecute, so hopefully do exactly what we've just been told. Everyone who wants to stay here, please keep seated in the Rittersaal. You just leave and you go to the right. We will talk about the implementation of the UN Plan of Action in the digital age, tackling new challenges. And with this, it is my great pleasure to hand it over to the moderator of the session here, Sejal Parma, Senior Lecturer of School of Law and Politics at the Cardiff University. Sejal, the floor is yours.
Namelijk ook echt maar, ja, nou ja. How are you? Good to see you.
1, 2, 3.
No, I'm going to invite them up. Yes. So you sit first. So and save me a spot in the middle. Save me a spot in the middle. Okay. Yeah. Excellent.
Maar gaan we het net dat niet. Een beetje over UNESCO met de nee, dus ja, het wordt straks gewoon weer tijd. De hele dag is op de site.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? So this panel is going to comprise of a number of speakers. But first, we will have statements from ministers to precede the panel. So first, can I call up Minister of Foreign Affairs for the Slovak Republic, Rastislav Kačer, please to the floor.
Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to save some time because we are in some slide of the time. And I feel, after hearing a lot of those comments in the morning and testimonies we were able to hear, I feel moved, and I feel that whatever I'm going to say may be a little bit banal and it may sound as a cliche. But I really wanted to come from Slovakia, because as we heard from our Maltese editor-in-chief, we are the EU country, and I come from an EU country when not long ago a murder of a journalist happened. And we thought, precisely as it was said, well, we are a normal, democratic EU country in the middle of Europe. Things like this doesn't happen to us. It happens in some other places, in some other times. We are immune. And I think we took very lightly some of the threats, and it's now very popular in digital space, getting hidden and taking it impersonal and threatening people. And I think even our police underestimated these kind of threats, and suddenly, boom, we saw murder happening, a journalist and his fiancée being shot, and being shot for the good journalist investigative work done. And I want to thank also the organizers, because we see not only on those testimonies, not only the case I'm speaking of, that the action plan and the initiative, the UN initiative, is absolutely timely and acute. What I want to say that in Slovakia, the murder of journalists created an avalanche of public response. Government took it lightly, but public pressure resulted in the demonstrations and public events where tens of thousands of people were coming. It resulted in the resignation of the Prime Minister and whole government. It resulted on a completely different pressure on the police work and very thorough investigation. Perpetrators, the killers, were found. They were found guilty. They were sentenced to a high jail terms. And it completely changed the mood in the society. Unfortunately, the cost for this kind of thing happening, which was a positive thing at the end, the cost was too dire and too young lives. I want to say three things very fast. First thing here is that we need to guarantee safety, physical safety and protection of journalism, and this should remain our priority. We should not underestimate, even in the democratic societies, and I'm not speaking of the war countries and the countries with authoritarian regime, how this is important and how we need to make sure that the police, law enforcement, and everybody takes care of physical safety. Second, we should realize that in a number of countries, journalism, free journalism or investigative journalism fills in for the opposition and for pro-democratic activities. We need to protect this investigative journalism and pro-democratic activities in these countries in particular, and here as an EU member country, I want to say that I see great room for involvement, for more involvement of EU and its institution in a number of tracks as it can be done through the EU foreign policy instrument and also within the focus on the rule of law within the EU borders. And the third thing which I want to say, killing a journalist who is covering the war, it's a war crime. And we see, and now in Ukraine, Russian aggression, it's at least 12 journalists who were killed in action. And we need to make sure that this is not only stopping, but people are brought to justice and made accountable, because without accountability, there is not going to be justice at the end. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me thank you for your attention. I wish you a good debate during the day, and I really want to thank those testimonies. In the morning, I was deeply moved. This was very inspirational, and it will call only for more action within my government. Thank you very much, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister OHCHR. Next up, I warmly welcome Lord Tariq Ahmed of Wimbledon, Minister of State for the Middle East, South Asia and the United Nations at the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office of the United Kingdom. Welcome, Minister.
Well, firstly, good morning to you all, and it's my great thanks to the organisers. If I may, first and foremost, as I was sitting here, and I think it was Aves Shah, I don't know if he's still in the room, I think he may have left, there he is. You're right. You know, for all what politicians, governments, etc. do, one thing which we must do is those who know best that their voice is heard. I'm glad, sir, you said exactly what you did, because that's what journalists do. It's about truth to power. You know, we've been through a few turbulent times in the United Kingdom recently. Journalists hold politicians, governments to account, and it is right they do so. To borrow a slogan from the Washington Post, democracy dies in darkness. And here we are as we celebrate in the United Kingdom our first Prime Minister of the Hindu faith. It's poignant of a Diwali celebration, that Diwali is celebrated when we see light, victory over darkness, hope over hate. And that is again what journalists do. You know, I've spent a good time as a minister in the UK government, 10 years and over 5.5 years amongst my responsibilities looking after human rights. And it's a job done internationally, yes, but it's a job both home and abroad. And you never, ever forget your backyard. And when it comes to protecting journalists, when it comes to media freedom, it is a job that is never, ever done. And we need to remain vigilant. We heard from the brave journalists themselves just a few moments ago, from Belarus, with the situation which continues in Ukraine. I was proud that together with the Canadian government, we were able to award a prize, a recognition to the Belarus Association of Journalists 2 years ago, as part of our recognition of the incredible work journalists do. And there's a simple thing for every government, for the United Nations and every international body. We shouldn't just champion and defend, and as we've heard today, just talk about it. As was also said very clearly, put your resources, frankly speaking and bluntly put your money where your mouth is. And that's exactly what needs to happen. Now, journalists aren't always kind to politicians. I fully accept that. There were a few friends of mine in the journalist fraternity who were quite amazed that the United Kingdom started the Media Freedom Coalition. You know, sometimes they can write nice things. You bank those ones and share it with your grandchildren when I have them. But other times, as I've said already, ladies and gentlemen, they hold powerful people, powerful governments, those in power, accountable. And as we've seen, often on the front line, they are the front line of information. They report the truth from the front lines, as we've seen in the war on Ukraine. Today, of course, is also an important opportunity to reflect on the UN plan of action and consider what more we can do, and I will look forward to the panel's comment. But let me assure you of this, that the United Kingdom is a staunch supporter of this. We believe in this, and we will stand by it. We led on the Media Freedom Coalition back in 2019, and I'm delighted there's now more than 50 countries who have joined this. Many partners are here today. But speaking out in defense of journalists, helping independent outlets outline, often posing a question to any government, why? Well, there's a simple answer. It's the right thing to do. I mean, there's no two ways about it. So as co-chairs of the Media Development Working Group, we want to help not just defend journalists, but also build media resilience. We've provided £3 million to UNESCO's Media Defence Fund, and we need to continue to ensure that those journalists often reporting in the most dangerous situations, be it personal, be it for their particular profession, or indeed from a country, we need to ensure we stand by them. In response to Russia's invasion and continued invasion on Ukraine, we are committing a further £7 million of new funding for independent media in Ukraine, because funding matters. And as I was listening again to the previous panel, often media headlines change. They have in my country, they have globally. But what journalists do is they keep reporting. And it is our job collectively to ensure that we do not get sanitized to the latest conflict or war, that we keep it on the front pages. And we help journalists, the media, do that. That means from debates to statements to conversations and engagements and events such as these. And we also need people who understand it, the journalist fraternity, and I'm delighted Can is here as well, that we need legal experts to ensure that journalists are getting the support they need. And we really do need to ensure that we stand firm. The UK, along with Estonia and Access Now, is also leading a cohort on technology for democracy as part of the US Summit for Democracy. And again, our priority there is simple: to combat internet shutdowns and restrictions. Look around the world. As soon as there's a challenge, as soon as there's a conflict, as soon as there's a protest, you know what? The internet is shut down. Someone said to me, I work in the Foreign Office. Those who know Westminster, the Palace of Westminster, is about 5-7 minutes walk from the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office. Now that poses a challenge to me when a division bell goes. You see the sight of a person fully suited and booted in leather-soled shoes trying to skirt traffic, etc., to make sure the division bell is met. But actually, amongst all that, we also see placards. We see protests. We see people still shouting at us about Brexit. But you know what you do? You walk through it, because that is what democracy is ultimately about. The right to protest, the right to report, the right for journalists to report on what is going on in a country, and ultimately to hold those, I say it again, in power to account. So therefore, I've said earlier about your own backyard. I'm delighted we've launched a national action plan to protect journalists at home and hold those who threaten them to account. Issues arise about child protection in certain challenging communities across the UK. Journalists report on them and then they get hounded. That is not acceptable in any thriving democracy. And if a democracy is to progress, as I said, you need to make sure your own house is in order as well. And our approach brings together journalists, it brings together social media platforms, government, but also police. And our online safety bill, I hope, will boost these efforts. Finally, and I know we want to hear from the experts and the panels, I just want to say this to all the journalists out in this room and way beyond. We don't just stand by you, we respect your profession. Over 10 or 12 journalists so far, and it's rising. These are just reports we get. Just taking the Ukraine conflict alone, have this year, since February, paid the ultimate price for doing their job. And that price has been their life. Ladies and gentlemen, I started by saying that we celebrated in the United Kingdom our thriving cultural, religious, community diversity with the new Prime Minister at a time of Diwali. And I end my contribution by quoting one of my personal heroes, Mohandas Mahatma Gandhi, who said this about media freedom: freedom of the press is a precious privilege. Ponder that. Freedom of the press is a precious privilege that no country can ever forego. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Lord Ahmed. I'm very glad and privileged to now welcome the Commissioner for Human Rights for Europe, Dunja Mijatovic, a long-time champion of media freedom and the protection of journalists. Welcome, Dunja.
Thank you, Sasha. Dear Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear journalists, colleagues, friends, it's wonderful to be back to Vienna, particularly to make sure that more attention is given to the safety of journalists, the importance of the work they do in order to make our societies better. I think we can all agree at the very beginning that safety of journalists is one of the most pressing issues for our society. Without a safe and free press, it is in fact hardly possible to have a healthy democracy. But attacks against journalists, whether prominent investigative reporters or precarious freelancers, always go beyond the individual case and concerns us all. If journalists cannot work freely and safely, it becomes more difficult to unearth human rights violations, corruption, crime, or misuse of power. The public receives less information than they need to actively take part in the decision-making process, and then undemocratic forces thrive. There are many examples in the recent history where we can refer to when we talk about these issues and lack of free flow of information and pluralism. For many of you, it is not a new thing that in my work I've been advocating for safety of journalists and for media freedom for the past 12 years internationally, but then also before that in my home country, Bosnia and Herzegovina, but also in the Western Balkan region. So both in my previous work as the OSCE representative on freedom of the media and currently as a Council of Europe Commissioner for Human Rights, I met journalists in battlefields, in prisons, I attended trials, I listened to their testimonies, their stories, and I tried to do my best in order really to make it visible and to make sure that the governments do understand why it is important that this is taken seriously. I'm glad that distinguished Minister of Slovak Republic mentioned the fact that, unfortunately, in Europe, we had an illusion, I would say, for a very long period of time that this is a safe place for journalists to do their job. But after the years of denial, European countries have become aware that safety of journalists is a problem in our continent too, and that we cannot continue living in a bubble, ignoring what is happening in the rest of the world. I think we took it for granted that this cannot happen. The long list of journalists killed in connection with their reporting in Europe gave in fact the lie to the grand illusion that I already mentioned, that our continent was a safe place for journalists. And I'm sure you heard already many of those names that we should continue repeating, as long as we see the justice being served. In some of the cases, you know that there are perpetrators found, but who are the masterminds? We still do not know. Murders of journalists are the most visible part of an iceberg of risks that journalists face in Europe. They are imprisoned, legally and financially harassed, suffer violence and threats, including based on gender. This is further compounded by the fact that investigations into murders and crimes against journalists often drag on for years and produce mixed or no results at all. This reality is in stark contrast with national and international standards on media freedom and safety of journalists. And on paper, like the UN Plan of Action on the safety of journalists, countries look excellent. They should be proud about wonderful words on paper. But what happens when they go back home, the governments, What do they do with their policies? What do they do with making sure that this is translated into action? Unfortunately, not much. All the standards and legal obligations remain a scrap of paper unless the climate of impunity which surrounds the countless assaults on journalists is not tackled in a proper way, with a genuine, honest approach. This is a vicious circle from which we can come out by joining forces to close the gap between standards and reality. 4 fields of action seem crucial to me, and I will just briefly mention them today. First, we must continue demanding that states end impunity for crimes against journalists. Second, we must demand more action to implement existing standards concerning safety of journalists adopted at the Council of Europe, at the OSCE, UN, and EU levels. We all work in a very good way. We do cooperate, we share information. There is a great coordination and cooperation among international mandates and international organizations and different people dealing with human rights, including freedom of expression and access to information. But then, if the states are ignoring and there is lack of political will to really change something, then we are just tracking back in our attempts to do something which will, in a way, improve the situation with safety of journalists and media freedom in the countries. A third field on which we should focus is pushing for a change in the political discourse regarding the press. Political leaders, opinion makers, and influencers must avoid hostile speech and actions against journalists and must condemn all attacks, physical and verbal, against them. They must protect but not hamper the work of journalists. The fourth area concerns the support states and intergovernmental organizations provide to initiatives aimed at protecting journalists, including journalists in exile. I refer here in particular to police protection systems, initiatives providing psychological support to journalists and their families, victims of attacks, as well as help to continue carry out journalistic work safely from abroad. This is something based also on the facts and what journalists told me recently when I was in Ukraine, and I listened to the international ones, but also to the national ones, telling me that they do not have enough support and protection in order to do their work in the war zone. All these measures are within reach if there is a political will. While it is hardly possible to prevent all dangers that journalists may face in their work, states have their legal, financial, and political means to reinforce the safety of journalists. And this is also something that I think political leaders, the ones who truly believe and have wisdom and courage to talk about these issues without thinking about their electoral successes, they need also to talk to the ones that are just ticking the box on paper and not actually translating the policies in practice. International organizations should help them make better use of these means and foster stronger cooperation with civil society and non-governmental organizations working to protect media freedom, not only at the conferences, but actually when they go back home. Together, we can help journalists and their family to be safer, because it's not just about them, it's about the society as a whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Mijatovic. This morning we have largely heard powerful accounts, compelling testimonies, and a passionate case for why protecting journalists is so important. What is needed is really the focus of this panel. How do we protect journalists, and how is the UN Plan of Action on the safety of journalists and the issue of impunity significant to this goal? How do we stand by journalists? So this panel is aimed to take stock of the implementation of the UN Plan of Action by reflecting on how the plan serves to create a free and safe environment for journalists and media workers. It aims to address the fundamental, holistic approach that underpins the plan namely the Prevent, Protect, Prosecute framework, which calls for the prevention of attacks against journalists, the protection of journalists where attacks against them are anticipated, and the prosecution of perpetrators when attacks occur. The plan of action has been a significant source of inspiration for the development of increasingly specific and progressive international standards on the safety of journalists. There are now 5 General Assembly resolutions and 6 Human Rights Council resolutions on the safety of journalists, which refer to the UN Plan of Action, the last of which incorporates new language on strategic lawsuits against public participation, on investigations and extraterritorial attacks. I'm joined in this panel by 5 eminent speakers who will speak in the order as they appear on the stage, from my left and your right. So the first speaker is Jan Yaginsu, Deputy Chair of the High-Level Panel of Legal Experts on Media Freedom, who is now going to give us a statement. Thank you, Jan.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I appear before you in my capacity as the Deputy Chair of the High-Level Panel of Legal Experts on Media Freedom. Most of you will know, of course, that the High-Level Panel serves as the independent advisory body to the Media Freedom Coalition of States. And I'd like to open by thanking Austria, our hosts, for organising this timely conference, together with UNESCO and the Office of the High Commissioner. We are 2 days past the International Day to End Impunity for Crimes Against Journalists. We are a decade on from the UN Plan of Action. And on the agenda for this session is implementation. It's, in other words, doing things, strengthening the implementation of the UN Plan of Action. But it does give rise to the question, it being a decade aside, why are we discussing this? And I want to answer that question by reference to this conference's main theme, protecting the media to protect democracy. And I want to start answering the question by pointing to the issue of disinformation. The rise and spread of disinformation over the past 3 years alone has been such that we've emerged from the COVID-19 health crisis only to find ourselves in a fully blown information crisis. Truth is decaying, and it's decaying at an alarming rate. All the while, disinformation, hate speech, the online abuse of journalists, human rights defenders, and others are being allowed to spread, virus-like, amplified by the social media platforms. Social media platforms controlled and owned by those whose understanding of the interrelationship between freedom of expression, democracy, and the rule of law is now open to real question. And this information crisis arises at a time when just 13% of the world's population can access a free and independent press. These two developments, when you take them together, come to form an existential threat to the global rules-based democratic order. And echoing Lord Ahmed, there is no single democracy that is immune from that threat anywhere around the world. So the position ought, in one sense at least, to be straightforward. Democracies have to respond, and they have to respond urgently and robustly, if only to guarantee their own self-preservation. How? Well, with action. Now, in September of this year, the 2021 Nobel Peace Laureates, the journalists Maria Ressa and Dmitry Muratov, from whom you heard earlier, of course, this morning, presented a 10-point action plan to combat disinformation. They called on states to require technology companies by law to carry out independent human rights impact assessments, states to strengthen data protection rules, states to legislate to ban surveillance advertising, the basis on which practice and looking at it as the base on which that practice may be incompatible with fundamental human rights protections. Now, on analysis, this is a viable plan to action, and it has wide support. The underlying logic of the proposals is absolutely unassailable. Algorithms that feed off our information to amplify misogyny, racism, hate, disinformation can no longer be left unchecked if democracy is to survive. Now, the high-level panel will continue to work with states to consider their own legislative responses to these urgent challenges. And I think it's only right, while in Vienna, to note with cautious optimism that the European Union has made a start at a legislative response with its Digital Services and Digital Markets Act. But, ladies and gentlemen, that is not, at least in our view, going to be enough to stem the tide. Just as urgent and just as critical to the preservation of the democratic order is further state action to protect journalists and the independent media. Why? Because you can't protect the truth and fight truth decay without protecting the truth tellers themselves, the journalists, the human rights defenders, and they are under attack like never before. We live in a world in which even the bestowal of a Nobel Peace Prize cannot shield a journalist from further attack or slow the attempts to silence them. Let me start with my client and friend, Maria Ressa. Maria's independent news platform, Rappler, is the subject of a shutdown order in the Philippines. Maria herself still faces the prospect of imprisonment for the publication of a public interest news article that she did not write, pursuant to a cyber libel law that was not even in force when the article was published. Dmitry Muratov, from whom you heard earlier. Russia added 9 journalists to its list of so-called foreign agents within hours of the announcement that Dmitry Muratov was to be awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. The newspaper that he edits, Novaya Gazeta, the newspaper that used to be read by millions of those living in Russia, was stripped of its media license in September. It has effectively been shut down. Now, all of this is lawfare. It is the weaponization and the perversion of the law to silence the truth through silencing the truth tellers. As the Media Freedom Coalition's independent advisory body of legal experts, we've drawn up a clear and detailed roadmap to states for some principled responses to this. One that involves strengthening existing protections for journalists, but also punishing those who persecute them. This can, we say, be done in 4 ways, as reflected in our 4 advisory reports. First, we say that protecting journalists means getting them out of harm's way when they face imminent danger. Last year, my predecessor, Amal Clooney, and I called for states to commit to a minimum of 50 emergency visas for journalists at risk per year. It's not a big ask, but we know that if states make such a commitment, it's going to have an enormous impact for good. Now, the high-level panel commends the steps undertaken by Canada, the Czech Republic, Latvia, Lithuania, and Germany to give effect to the panel's recommendations on safe refuge. And we eagerly await developments in the Netherlands, where a bill has passed Parliament for the creation of an emergency visa for journalists at risk. But secondly, states ought, at least in our view, to commit to protecting their own journalists abroad through strengthening the diplomatic support if those journalists are arbitrarily arrested or face similar abuse in a foreign country. These are existing mechanisms of international law that simply need to be strengthened in their application by states to protect their own. Thirdly, those who kill and falsely imprison journalists must be identified, they must be prosecuted. And currently, the UN and the regional organizations lack a firm standing body to independently investigate such abuses. There should be, in our view, an international task force that can investigate violence and other abuses against journalists when authorities on the ground are too slow or too ill-equipped or too politicized to act. And finally, punishment needs to include not only prosecutions, but also targeted financial and travel sanctions against those who will prosecute the press. Now, each of those recommendations in our advisory reports have been widely endorsed by civil society, by the international media community, and by the UN Special Rapporteur on freedom of opinion and expression. All of our recommendations are grounded in international legal obligations and respect for the international rule of law. As you've just heard, some of the coalition states have started to take steps to give effect to these recommendations, and we, as the high-level panel, are intensifying our bilateral engagement with the coalition states. But I do want to say, we as a panel, our door is always open to any state that wishes to strengthen its commitments under the UN Charter, the Declaration, or the International Covenant. Now, no panel, no single international body, no single civil society organization can provide complete answers or perfect solutions. We absolutely have to work together. And of course, we must recognize that the challenges to securing journalists' safety are evolving, and they're evolving very, very quickly. The high-level panel will be turning its attention to the targeting and silencing of journalists by digital means, including through the use of spyware technology. Cyber targeting has, I think, on any view, reached crisis levels. And of course, as I speak before you, there is another panel discussing the UN Plan of Action in the digital age. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Media Freedom Coalition is in many respects a creature born out of the UN Plan of Action. And our work as the high-level panel has been anchored to the three pillars of prevention, protection, and prosecution that informs the UN Plan of Action. We commend UNESCO on its regional and thematic consultations to mark the 10th anniversary of the UN Plan, and we commend UNESCO in particular for its Annex A, which sets out the selected options for state pledges. Concrete pledges, commitments, action. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the legacy of the UN Plan of Action, and indeed the legacy of the Media Freedom Coalition, is going to be judged not on the beauty of our words, but on the quality of states' deeds. And we look forward to working together with UNESCO, Austria, as well as all of the states represented in this room, as well as civil society, to forge a legacy of real action that the coalition in this room can all be proud of in years to come. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Jan, for that statement on behalf of the high-level panel. I'm now going to move on to my other panelists on the stage here, who I'm going to introduce first and then engage in a dialogue with them. So first will be Guilherme Canella de Souza Godoy, who is the Chief of Section for Freedom of Expression and the Safety of Journalists at UNESCO. After that, there will be Bahir Tahzib Lei, who is the Human Rights Ambassador at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Netherlands. Then there will be Leon Willems, who is Senior Advisor and the former Executive Director of Free Press Unlimited. And last but not least, we'll hear from Han Moral, who is Secretary General of the International Association of Prosecutors. So first, Guilherme, you oversee the work of the section at UNESCO that works on the safety and protection of journalists. And UNESCO recently published its 2022 Director General's report on the safety of journalists in the issue of impunity. What were the main findings of that report? And in particular, could you talk about the key trends in that report and how those trends may be addressed through the implementation of the UN Plan of Action?
Sure. Thank you. Good afternoon already, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I will try to be very short in this panel because you already heard a lot from UNESCO, so I don't need to repeat what my other colleagues already said. But I think that the report, whose highlights are in this document, is showing how dangerous the situation still is. But I think the report also, I would try to talk a little bit about the good news. Show some beacons of hope in this very complex situation. One of them is related to impunity. It's obviously outrageous that we still have 86% of impunity in crimes against journalists. But 10 years ago, when we first started the plan, this rate was 95%. And I guess Han will tell you, and he mentioned this yesterday, reducing impunity is a very, very difficult thing in crimes overall, including against journalists. So a reduction of 9 percentage points in 10 years is something that obviously we can celebrate as such because still there is 86% to go, but is something that happened not because of UNESCO, not because of the high-level legal panel or the Netherlands OFPU or the International Association of Prosecutors. It's because all of us, because we are insisting a lot on this issue. Can I ask from the people in this room who were here in Vienna 10 years ago when we first drafted the plan? So, as you see, very few people. These people can tell you that 10 years ago, we have no prosecutors in this panel, in these discussions. And now we have the Secretary General of the International Association of Prosecutors sit here with us. We have a high-level legal panel that didn't exist 10 years ago. And I will finish by saying this trend, if you look into the report saying that UNESCO have facilitated the training of 24,000 judges and prosecutors in 150 countries and 11,000 police forces in 150 countries. This is obviously just the tip of the iceberg. We have many, many more judges and prosecutors and police, but this tells something very interesting. These people that are crucial for fighting impunity, judges, prosecutors, police, they are open to talk to us. And this is what we need to keep doing, because if we are only on the page that nothing happens, everything is terrible, then we don't move forward. And there is good news happening there. It's not, we just did a meeting a few weeks ago with high-level judges on a particular country. All the Supreme Court judges of that country were in the meeting. We wouldn't imagine that 10 years ago, all the Supreme Court judges of a particular country in a room discussing safety of journalists. So the trends are very bad, but there are some hope here, and I hope we can understand these little lights we have here and there and how we move forward with that. Last thing I want to say in this first thing is about the Jeanette Bedoya case. She is here in the front row. And the decision of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights in her case underlined very, very interesting elements that normally were used in transitional justice. Non-repetition, reparation of the crime, and the importance of guaranteeing memory and truth for these kind of cases. So we need to take this jurisprudence of the Inter-American Court, of the European Court, of the African Court, and make sure that judges, prosecutors all over the world, they are aware of these things. Thanks.
Thank you, Guilherme. Ambassador, if I might next turn to you. The Netherlands has taken a prominent role in enhancing the safety of journalists at the global level. It oversees the Hague Commitment to the Safety of Journalists, which was adopted in 2020, and currently acts as a co-chair of the Media Freedom Coalition alongside Canada. And domestically, the Netherlands has established a complex national protection mechanism. What do you see as the most pressing challenges to the national implementation of the UN Plan of Action?
What is it? Afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. It's wonderful to be here and also to listen to you and to learn from you. And just wanted to say I very strongly believe what you said. We have to keep hope even when there's darkness, because hope keeps us moving. I wanted to first start by saying that I'm very happy that we are here in person and also can listen to each other, because the 10th anniversary of the UN Plan of Action on the Safety of Journalists really deserves our full attention. It's a fitting opportunity to shine light on the indispensable role of journalists around the world, to assess what has been achieved in terms of safety of journalists, what has changed and how to proceed. If we go back to the main goal of the UN Plan of Action, it was really to create safe and free environments for journalists and media workers to work in. Unfortunately, during this 10th anniversary, we are really forced to conclude that we still have a long way to go, despite some positive steps. We see around the world, also in my country, the safety of journalists is sadly deteriorating. Journalists all over the world face increased and new threats. And it's really hard to digest. Even 86% is really a terribly high number. It's really hard to digest that most of the perpetrators and masterminds go unpunished. The climate of impunity perpetuates the cycle of violence against journalists, both physically and online. And also importantly, it erodes, and we are seeing this around the world, it erodes public trust in democratic institutions and processes. So about my country, as a firm supporter of freedom of expression, both online and offline, I would like to highlight some of the actions the Netherlands has been taken in line with the UN Plan of Action. Let me first start with the domestic level. You mentioned the Persveilig project. Persveilig means safe press. This is a very unique partnership, I must say, between journalist associations, the National Police and the Public Prosecution Service. This project, which not only the Netherlands but also others consider a best practice, is geared towards protecting journalists against aggression and violence, both preemptively and punitive. It helps journalists report and respond to threats through awareness raising and resilience training, both online and on-site. And we're very proud to see that this rapid response mechanism is effective and being used. And it's also, I must say, much needed, as aggression aimed at journalists is also increasing in the Netherlands. And this is also something we have to also be honest about. Human rights is always work in progress. And as Lord Ahmed was saying, we also need to take care of our backyard. So despite the relatively good conditions for press freedom, there's also work in progress in the Netherlands. And I think an example is, I don't know if you saw it on social media, 2 weeks ago, a member of our parliament publicly harassed and discredited a political reporter in an online video, calling her a sewer rat. Moving on to our efforts abroad, we support an emergency fund for journalists in need. Journalists received emergency aid, legal support, and security training. Leon can say more about that fund, as Free Press Unlimited and their partners are in charge of this incredible work. Another example is the Dutch Shelter City program. Through this program, we provide temporary relocation opportunities for threatened journalists from all parts of the world. This empowering program is an initiative of the Dutch Foreign Ministry and the organization Justice and Peace. And what we see is that a short stay in a shelter city gives journalists at risk renewed energy, new skills, and increased determination to continue their work when they go back home. Let me now very quickly share a few trends negatively impacting the media landscape around the world and the effective implementation of the UN Plan of Action. 1. A rise in anti-media rhetoric from politicians and world leaders. This makes journalists less safe and encourages the polarization of society. 2. Increased repression of press freedom through the legal system, such as the prosecution of journalists and the introduction of all kinds of measures to curb the independent media's freedom. We're also seeing a sharp increase in the number of slaps. 3, more threats and violence against women journalists, particularly online. This poses a threat to the inclusivity and plurality of the media and the public debate. And 4, continued impunity for perpetrators of violence against journalists. This leads to fear and shrinking space for dissent. And we don't know if this 86% is going to continue going down or may go up again. These challenges are immense, and we know that we cannot address these challenges on our own. We are stronger and more effective when we work together. And therefore also I'm very happy that 10 years ago in the UN Plan of Action, partnering was a very important, essential component. And really, if we want to do something about the safety of journalists, we need to work together. It requires a multi-stakeholder collaboration. So this is why the Netherlands is trying and consciously investing in working with like-minded countries, partners, experts, and civil society. We work together and take action at multilateral fora such as the UN, the OSCE, and the UN and the EU. We take initiatives as the proud donor of the Global Drive for Media Freedom and the Safety of Journalists program. We partner with UNESCO and OHCHR to safeguard the safety of journalists in more than 22 countries. And we are co-chair together with Canada of the Media Freedom Coalition and co-founder of the Freedom Online Coalition. It sounds maybe like a lot of partnerships and coalitions, but these partnerships and coalitions and getting together like at this meeting is extremely important. It is crucial to coordinate action, set standards, inspire each other, pool resources, and collaborate with experts and civil society, and then turn it into action. In closing, I would like to say that I really believe that with really dedicated, increased collective commitment and multi-stakeholder approach, we can make great strides to really make the UN Plan of Action a truly living document. Journalists supply the oxygen of free, informed societies, and they must, at all times, be safe to carry out their work. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ambassador, for those remarks, which highlight the value of coordination and solidarity amongst states and stakeholders. Thanks very much. Next we have Leon Willems. You represent the Free Press Unlimited civil society organisation, which has been important in the process towards this conference, as well as the facilitation of the pre-conference session yesterday, where you played a role. FPU has emphasized the issue of impunity through such projects as A Safer World for the Truth and the People's Tribunal on the Murder of Journalists. From your perspective, how can civil society organizations continue to support the translation of the UN Plan of Action into concrete actions?
Thank you for the question, and thank you for asking me for a contribution on that. The safety of journalists and the UN Plan of Action for the safety of journalists is a little bit like developing a climate-friendly new car. So there are different elements that are needed there. And I have to come back to something that happened earlier today, which is that I think is very important to understand in order to get progress on prevent, protect, prosecute. In fact, civil society organizations globally are the electrical motor block of progress on the safety of journalists. So I very much am appreciative for the higher priority of journalist safety globally in recommendations and plans. And we can say actually from a certain perspective that the issue of protection is a growing concern and priority for a number of stakeholders. We know what to do. There's a lot of points that have been mentioned by the pre-conference. There's action on it. There's funding for it. My problem here, and this is, I think, the role of civil society and why it's the electrical motor block we are impatient. And it's our job to be impatient because we don't see enough of prevention and we don't see enough of prosecution. This is why I think we need to understand that we need to build vital connections in these other two areas, vital connections. The idea of Save a World for the Truth is basically the fact that more than 1,000 journalists have been killed without the masterminds and those who perpetrated these acts have been, have not been in jail. And this is a problem because it silences societies. There's an extremely deep and profounding silencing effect on the access to information for citizens. And so and this was an ambitious project, we said, why don't we see if we can open these cold cases and find out what works? So on the basis of that, we just issued, I also have to do my kind of promotion tour here. We also issued a report on impunity. I really encourage you to read it because we're trying to stress what works and what we're missing. In the safety of journalists, we see a lot of project-initiated thinking. Projectitis, we call it. It's almost like a disease. And we want to get to a more systemic approach that would help progress globally on a systemic level. So in the findings of our research and investigations into particular cases of cold cases of journalist murder, we found a number of things that I think when the pledges come to table later today and for the state actors and the multilateral actors to take into account. We need a witness protection program. In almost all of the cases that we investigated, we encountered witnesses that were never heard because they were afraid they would be killed as a consequence. So the issue of source protection is under-highlighted and we need a global system for it. Secondly, we found tremendous wealth of evidence in cases in Pakistan from 2010. Witnesses that were not heard, documentation of forensic investigations, where was the bullet, for example, that were not taken into account, which led to the possibility of reopening cases. So we need an evidence repository where we can actually safely create a repository of evidence around journalist killing. And that is a global resource that we could do. Sometimes it happens, there was a little bit of that in the Syria case, there was a little bit of that now in the Ukraine case, but we need this as a more systemic thing. Chain of custody, very important. So, Chan already spoke about the quick deployment, but yesterday Joga Flora from Brazil said, we need speed, expedition, investigations have a higher chance of leading to a result if it's done immediately, if all actors work together. And I would like to point out that in spite of the fact that the government of Malta until today refuses to implement all the recommendations that were done in the public inquiry, the public pressure, the collective action, the states saying we cannot accept this, has kept the case of Daphne Caruana Galizia on the forefront. I am critical of the fact that EU member states are lacking peer mechanisms to punish Malta for their irresponsible behavior. I think we really have to get progress on that. And what Joga Flora said from Brazil is that he said, he has been involved in 12 cases of journalist murder, which have happened in Brazil. And that's far away, and it's not, it's not forefront, it's not happening in the middle of Europe. He said, organizing public outcry expedites, fast tracks, and ensures quicker response. So the public outcry element here is very important. And then The last thing that we find in our investigations is that in many cases, police investigations or prosecution investigations are not thoroughly enough because they're not taking into account the work that journalists were working on when they were killed, or the people who were blamed by articles that journalists were saying. And we think that this is a priority action for which we also call on Hans institution. We think there could be an annex, for example, to the Minnesota Protocol that says in every killing of a journalist, there should be a priority look for motives in the work that a journalist was doing. So these are things that are actionable. These are things that would fast track. But let me come back to my initial statement about the car. So the car has a certain color. And the color is good because the UN General Secretary has made statements. So we have a nice color. We have protection in many cases. So we have windshield wipers, right? We have the legal interest and assistance now. When we build coalitions to work together, one of the things, and I'm saying this not out of my own interest, I'm saying this in the interest of what we found works when it comes to impunity, is that local civil society actors are the best placed organizations to highlight where traction and progress is possible, but they are the least when it comes to resourcing them properly, sufficiently in terms of technology, methodology, financial support, and that is a real problem. Because in most of the cases that we see, in effect, justice happens eventually locally. And so I think that is my main plea. Look at this prosecution angle, but also when it comes to prevention, is the local civil society independent organizations that are at the forefront and are the ignition, the motor block for journalist safety. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now turning to Han Moral, you lead the International Association of Prosecutors, one of the key constituencies for bringing down the level of impunity following attacks on journalists and media workers. So in your view, how can this glaring impunity, which still exists at 86%, be addressed? What should and can, in practice, lawyers do, especially prosecutors, to win their cases, to get that rate of convictions of perpetrators of attacks on journalists up?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The short answer is we have to convince and learn prosecutors how to prioritize the cases of violence against journalists. But there's, of course, more to say, because indeed impunity is a general problem as such, as all over the world, also in my country, at least 90% of the criminal cases is not prosecuted, also in violent cases. And the point is that the violation, the crimes of violence against journalists should not have a lesser priority, but rather a higher priority due to the role of prosecutors. In fighting crime, prosecutors face several problems. That's a capacity problem, that's a knowledge problem, and sometimes also governments are working against them. So what to do? What should we do? And we, in this regard, is the International Association of Prosecutors. Allow me a few seconds to say and explain who we are. We are a non-governmental organization funded by its members from all over the world, the only worldwide association for and of prosecutors. And we have developed the leading standards for professional prosecutions. Next to that, we are networked to share knowledge. But last but not least, we also are safeguarding the role of prosecutors and safeguarding the prosecutors themselves by a special Prosecutors in Difficulty program, which regards their safety, actual safety, as well as their independence. So what to do, and luckily in this regard we found a partnership with UNESCO, and which gave us a possibility to convince prosecutors more in the role they should play and the importance of the role of journalists in keeping up a fair society. And that project is to promote the safety of journalists and to end the impunity. We have a program that consists of 4 parts. We developed, together with UNESCO, guidelines for the prosecution of crimes against journalists, and these contain elements to consider for prosecutors. It can be about the analysis of cases, it can be about a deeper understanding the framework of freedom of expression and the role of journalists, underlining why it is so important to prioritize those cases. In the meantime, translated in 20 languages and spread all over the world. We also had an in-training person earlier this year at the International Syracuse Institute in February. During our annual conference in Tbilisi last September, had a special session on this topic for 300 prosecutors from 65 countries, telling them about the importance, telling them what to do, telling them about this UNESCO IEP product. And last but not least, we will launch early next year an online training for prosecutors, a course that contains of several webinars in we will explain them, their role, the role of prosecutors who have parallel interest, I can assure you. Because the background of this cooperation is, of course, the special role of prosecutors and the intimidation and even worse, the violence. It is society that pays the price as the fundamental principle of a modern and just society erodes away if we do not do anything about it. But that's the same for prosecutors, because also prosecutors who should be independent and free of any pressure of violence are contributing in a large way to a fair society in their way of prosecution. And prosecutors should realize that they have a parallel interest like the role of journalists. Like journalists, by the way, also should have an idea about that important role of prosecutors. Unluckily, both prosecutors and journalists should realize that while often they are pretty much annoyed by each other, but they share, Mrs. Chair, the same interest. Keeping up fairness in society is a role of prosecutors and also of journalists. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Han. We are running significantly over time, and I believe lunch is already outside, but it would be remiss of me if I didn't go to the floor to get your feedback on these critical perspectives of the implementation of the UN Plan of Action, as well as the reflection on the work of the high-level panel on media freedom. So the floor is now open for comments and questions. I kindly ask you to keep your comments and questions short, and if you can, please identify yourself, and also the speaker or speakers that you'd like to address your comments to. First, William Horsley from the University of Sheffield. Thank you. There should be a mic coming to you.
Thank you very much. I want to focus on, I think, the core message of this panel. We heard from the Dutch minister about the importance of individual states setting an example, acting by example. And from Janja Ginso, I've got a question for you arising from the evasion of states, effectively. That's what we've heard, with the impunity rate still close to 90%. And there are two particular aspects I'd like to ask you about. One is the UN review of the Plan of Action 5 years ago spoke about filling the gaps in the world. So half the world, that is Asia, the Middle East, are without any form of regional structures of the kind that exist in Europe, while in Europe, Africa, and the inter-American system, where they do have those systems and a human rights court, we have landmark judgments on impunity with states found in violation over protecting life and investigating and prosecuting, and yet we see that rate. So that's one gap I ask you how to fill. The other is organizations, multilateral organizations, such as the Commonwealth, and it is interesting to note that the law ministers of 56 member states of the Commonwealth will be meeting in about 10 days, and for the first time they're going to address this issue. I think this is something that the UN should take an active interest in, particularly if the Commonwealth, which has a 96% impunity rate of killed journalists inside its territories, they are so far not accepted the idea of monitoring and also the follow-up mechanisms that may accompany a set of principles which they're considering. Could you comment on those two things?
I'll be brief. William, thank you so much for both of those questions. I'll take them in reverse order. I think the meeting on I think it's the 25th, the Commonwealth, is absolutely critical in looking at this issue. I mean, the reality is there are two prisms through which to look at the impunity issue when you look at sort of legal mechanisms. William, as you said, there are places where there are existing mechanisms, they're not as effective as they should be, then there are places with no mechanisms at all. We are regrettably going through a period where even the mechanisms that have an enforcement capability, such as under the European Convention, etc., we are seeing more states not give effect to judgments of the court, and we are now seeing the Committee of Ministers having to step up and encourage states to actually enforce. So this is not a great moment. What we've been trying to do as the high-level panel is to look at sort of existing frameworks and work out how those existing frameworks can be more effective, and you know our report on the issue, but also to work together to build something that actually responds to the needs that we've been talking about yesterday and we've been talking about today. I think what's critical, I mean, our piece as the high-level panel is to try to get the states to come together and try to get some states to lead on this issue. So far as the Commonwealth is concerned, it's a fantastic opportunity because 96% is absolutely unacceptable in terms of impunity for that bloc. They've got to take steps, whether it's by reference to existing mechanisms within the Commonwealth or whether it's actually giving teeth to the Commonwealth principles that was set out, I think 2018, although it feels longer ago with the onset of COVID. So thank you for highlighting the Commonwealth Ministers meeting and this increasing problem of impunity in that bloc.
Thanks very much. Guilherme, would you like to respond to that as a UNESCO representative in any way?
I just think that William made reference on monitoring mechanisms. We did a research 2 years ago with Science Po on all the 80,000 recommendations that countries accepted in the first 3 cycles of the Universal Periodical Review process. And out of those 80,000 recommendations, 4% are about freedom of expression issues, which seems a small number, but it's not, because the UPR is about every single human rights treaties and so on. And out of those 4%, the majority are about safety of journalists. Recommendations that member states have already accepted. But guess what? What happened after that? Member states who have peer-reviewed and done the recommendation, don't follow up with the other member states that have accepted recommendation, The member states that have accepted forgets to tell the Ministry of Interior, look, I accepted the recommendation that you need to train police, so please do it. And ourselves, the UN, we are not paying so much attention on what's happening after that. And the civil society that presents shadow reports, etc., it's not also following the detailed, obviously there are exceptions everywhere. But what I'm saying here is that there is already a lot happening. And these 3 cycles of the UPR process that have assessed every single UN member states have a lot of things that we can follow up. So we need here also to take stock not only of the good practices, etc., the actual policies that governments are saying publicly we are going to implement. So I finish by saying some of those recommendations are very vague. We are going to increase the protection of safety of journalists, but some of them are very precise. We are going to implement a monitoring mechanism or a protection mechanism, or we are going to train police, or we are going to train prosecutors. I don't know if Pepe Costa is around, but Paraguay, here is Pepe, he will not allow me to lie alone. Paraguay, a few years ago, accepted the recommendation to create a national mechanism, and they did. They created a safety mechanism with the legislative, the judiciary, and the executive power together, plus the civil society and the journalist organizations, following a universal periodical review recommendation. So I think, William, obviously lots to do, etc., but I think we need to also look on what is already there. And for us, the UPR is a key tool in this process.
Thanks very much. I think we have time for one more question. Yes, lady at the front.
2 points. Le premier, c'est que je pense que
2 points. First of all, I think everyone agrees since this morning that the situation is really urgent and that we need new legal mechanisms or legal action at an international level to protect journalists, and I think we all agree. And as the president of the International Federation of Journalists, we see every day these dangerous situations and see the danger of the lights going out. So I think the time has come for an international convention. And then secondly, we cannot wait another 10 years for taking stocks. Would it be envisageable to meet again in 5 years?
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you.
Messages both on the screens, which you can't see here, but also from the conference organizers through a note that I need to wrap up now because we are past our time. But thank you very much to the participants in the audience, to those who spoke from the audience, but my particular thanks to the panelists. I thought this was a fascinating panel, both highlighting the evidence for hope through specific examples at the international level, also at the national level, and through initiatives taken by civil society and prosecutors. But also, I think it encourages us to think that we should not rest on our laurels and that there is plenty to do, and plenty to do through inspiration, through solidarity and coordination, through impatience, but also those very concrete actions that the panelists indicated and advocated. So that's it for this panel. Enjoy your lunch. I'm not sure when we are going to start again, given the significant delay, but I'm sure the screens will tell you when to and where to go to the next panels. Thank you very much.
program. So everyone who can hear this voice in the distance, specifically those still standing in the coffee area, make your way, follow the voice, come inside. We have 2 more minutes and then we will get started. All right. So we've got a few more seconds before we get started, and I'm already welcoming you all back after the break. It's always a tough part, isn't it? You just had lunch, and then the attention span is a bit more complicated to keep up. I do usually really like to invite people to come a bit closer, and then everyone's like looking away as soon as I start saying that. But seriously, we have so much space here, and the acoustics is much better in the first rows, so feel free to upgrade your VIP status and come closer towards the stage so that we can be here together. All right, welcome back everyone. After the lunch break, maybe we can then start closing the doors again. That's always a good sign that we try to refocus our attention. Maybe we can close that door as well. That would be just so great. I'll just do that myself. Okay. So much better, isn't it? So, the first thing that I'm so happy to announce is that I'm not only the one who's bringing the bad news, but also the one who's bringing hopefully some of the good news, which in this case is a message from the organizational team, which asked me to announce that the following message. The outcome of the pre-conference that was reported by the rapporteurs before was interrupted due to organizational reasons and a delay at the beginning. There was a misunderstanding in the organizational team about this interruption, and which they would like to express their apologies for. This is also why there is a slight change in the program, and there will be another time slot given to the rapporteurs after panel C. And with this, it is now my great pleasure. Speakers are not here. Now, my great pleasure to still announce the session, and let's see how we can improvise. So, as you can already see, not yet, but it will be up in a second, this is now a very special event on 25 years of the OSCE representative on freedom of the media. And it is my great pleasure to hand it over to you, and then let's see how many speakers we get up on stage. Please welcome with me Jürgen Heißel, the Director of the OSCE representative on freedom of media. Do you need support with finding your speakers, or do you think you'll be good?
Well, I think, unfortunately, you have to bear with us. We might have to wait for another moment.
Yeah.
Because all the 4 panelists, I think, are on the way back from the lunch.
All the 4?
In a different building.
So 4 out of 4?
4 of them missing.
Good. That's a difficult one.
We have no other choice but to wait for a short moment.
Right. Should we actually take use of that moment? Yeah? Should we do that? Okay. Good. See, that's the thing. Usually we don't have enough time. Now we have more time. What should we do with this time? Jürgen is already leaving again. You can stay close to this, okay? I mean, okay, one thing we could do, I'm trying to improvise here now, but please, Jürgen, let me know as soon as your speakers are here. Yes, we'll have that afterwards. And there won't be enough time, because we hope that your speakers are going to be here in a minute, right? Maybe someone from the organizational team can run towards the speakers and make sure that they will make their way and are a good model for everyone else who's still downstairs at the cake buffet and find their way to come upstage. Okay, until we're waiting, what about doing a little exercise? And everyone's like, what does she mean by that? I mean that we have a physical body that is sitting in a conference hall like this for an entire day. And I mean, to be honest, this can be quite difficult for our bodies, right? I see 1 or 2 people like, yes, I know what you're talking about. Okay, so until we wait for Jürgen's speakers to arrive, which will hopefully be any second, I just suggest a little exercise. And whoever feels comfortable doing this with me, let's just do this. Okay, this is how it works. You extend your arms like this. Okay. I see 3 people doing this. This is, I mean, great, and I appreciate everyone. But maybe all of us have a body that needs a bit of exercising. What you then do is you uplift one arm, and the other one goes down. And then what you do, you cross the arms. And now I'm just turning to the side so you see what I'll do. What you do is you put your arms up like this. And now the really kind of flexible ones can do this. So you can basically touch your arms. And some people are like, how the hell is she doing this? I don't know. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. What you do is you keep your shoulders low whilst you have your arms entangled like this. And now you slowly move your elbows up. And what this should do is it creates a bit of a kind of little tension between your shoulder blades, and then you see how tense they usually are, right? Jürgen, whenever your speakers are there, just let me know, and until then I continue with my yoga class. Okay, so we do this, and just make sure that your shoulders are low, and that you just continue breathing slowly. And now you put your arms down again, you just untangle them, and maybe just roll your shoulders and feel. Do you feel the difference? Slightly? A bit? Okay, and try, how are we doing? We do the other way around as well. Okay, so we extend our arms. And now I think I have my right one up, so I now put my left one up and the right one down. And we do the same thing, we cross, and then we put them up. And funnily enough, it usually works better with one way than the other. But if you can't do this, feel free to do that. You don't have to break any bones or tear any jackets. We don't want that. And same thing again, make sure to keep your shoulders low. And then just slowly upper your elbows. And you should feel a little tension between your shoulder blades. Make sure to keep the shoulders low and just continue breathing. We continue breathing. And we continue breathing. We're going to do that for a while now. And then we lower our arms. And we just shake our arms a bit. And again, we roll our shoulders. Okay, I can see a few people smiling. That is appreciated. How does that feel? Was that good? Yeah? Yay. Okay, I think we do actually need that. So thank you for giving us that time to have a bit of less tension. Let's have a look. I see Jürgen looking to the back, as all of us. 2 minutes? Okay. 2 out of 4. 2 out of 4 is something we can start with, right? Yeah. Half a minute. Well, okay. So, any other yoga positions that you want to share with us? Okay. I think that's it for the yoga for now. I just want to make sure that the thing is we can't extend afterwards, and I'm going to be the one again who has to step on stage and interrupt you. Okay, so we have like 23 minutes left, and I really don't want to take any more of your time. We good to go? Yes. Okay. Jürgen Heißel and his 2 out of 4 speakers. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for waiting for a moment with us. We now have 4 out of our 4 panelists in the room. We are good to go. And also a warm welcome back from me. I hope you had a good lunch break and you had some very good discussions in the margins of this conference. We will now, in the next half hour, have it. Okay, I was just corrected. We will try to keep it even shorter. Have a discussion with the mandate holders on freedom of expression and media freedom at the regional and international level, and to see about their goals and about their role in implementing the program of action in strengthening the safety of journalists within their respective work. I think we've heard very powerful testimonials this morning, and they were in themselves an urgent call to step up our efforts. And we will have 4 very important panelists who I would like to invite to the podium now. I think they need very little introduction. I'm sure many of you already know them. And I would like to warmly welcome with me on the podium Ms. Teresa Ribeiro, the OSCE representative on freedom of the media, Ms. Dunja Mijatovic, the Human Rights Commissioner at the Council of Europe, Ms. Irene Khan, the UN Special Rapporteur on the promotion and protection of the right to freedom of opinion and expression, and Mr. Pedro Vaca Villarreal, the Special Rapporteur on freedom of expression within the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. Let's welcome them with a little applause.
And let me start with referring to another event that we are marking these days. It's not only the 10 years of the program of action, but tomorrow, 25 years ago, the participating states of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe have decided to establish the mandate of the OSCE representative on freedom of the media, who has for 25 years, various mandate holders have done very important work within the 57 participating states that range from North America all the way to Vladivostok or Mongolia, to raise issues of media freedom violations and to work with states in order to improve the situation. On the occasion of the 25 years, the OSCE representative has decided to invite a panel of eminent experts on media freedom to discuss with them the question whether there can be security without media freedom. And it was 2 days ago that we presented the report that the panel of experts has produced, and I would like to start by inviting Ms. Teresa Ribeiro to give us a bit of a summary of the main findings that we have developed with the experts. Teresa, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. I hope that this is always a critical time after lunch and after a good one. Sorry? Yeah. Ah, okay. So now you can hear me. So I was telling that this is always a critical moment because we had a very good lunch, but still. So as Jürgen was just mentioning, the OSCE established 25 years ago the mandate of the representative on freedom of the media. And we decided to celebrate this important date to establish, to launch a group of eminent experts. And this group of eminent experts looked at what are the challenges and most important, what is the connection between media freedom and security? Why? Because we are an institution that deals with media freedom, that is so very much linked to human rights, but at the same time, it's within an organization that is a security organization. So for us, it was really important to reinforce the identity of our institution, and an institution who deals with media freedom in the broader context of security. And it was the findings, the outcomes of these discussions that were very substantial, were quite interesting. And of course, one of the questions that is there all the time, one of the issues that is there all the time is, of course, the safety of journalists, because this is the sine qua non condition if we have to have media, if you want to have really a public, or if you can allow a real public debate in our society, if we can contribute to really to reinforce our democracies. So this is really the center, not of the report, but as a kind of an horizontal issue and a pervasive issue when we think about media freedom. I'm looking at Julie Possetti that is in front of me, and we have been working together, and we have been working on a very important topic, which is the safety of women journalists, and Julie is really doing an amazing work regarding a tool, a definition of a tool that in a way could allow us to better understand the cycles and the different steps of the harassment of women journalists that can, in a way, turn into a more serious case. So we are eager to see the final result of your work, and of course, I'm sure it will be an important and a very important tool to really follow the situation of the women journalists and to help us to really control this terrible phenomena of the vulnerability of women journalists. But getting back to the report, I would say that the first question, of course, was, can there be security without media freedom? And of course, the conclusion is definitely no. If we need to have security, and if we need to have peace, we definitely need to ensure that we have functioning democracies, that we have, and to have functioning democracies and well-functioning democracies, we need to ensure that journalists can do their work and can allow the public debate and informed decisions of the citizens. Another thing that I think it was also important, this was more linked to the issue of journalists, to media freedom, to security, but there are many other issues that the report also showcase very clearly, and the importance, for example, of looking very seriously to a kind of a public framework interest, a public interest framework to look at the media. We need to look at the media as we look now to other institutions of our democracies, and maybe we need to start looking at media and to tackle or to address some challenges related to the media sustainability through the angle of this public interest framework. I can see that Jürgen is becoming to be very nervous, so I will stop here. And of course, I hope that we can have an opportunity to discuss more in detail.
Thank you very much, Teresa. I had to promise several times that I will keep an eye on the clock, and I'm doing so. Thank you also for giving some very concrete examples of how we are contributing to strengthening the safety of journalists within the Organization on Security and Cooperation in Europe. And unfortunately, there is not enough time to present the entire report, but we will have copies of it outside. I can only recommend it, so please feel free to take one with you for when you have more time, maybe on the way back. I will now turn to our next panelist, Pedro Vaca, and I would like to ask you, where do you locate the greatest challenges to your work, and how can a regional mandate like yours contribute to the realization of the action points as laid out in the UN Action Plan on Safety of Journalists? And unfortunately, I will also ask you to please be brief. Thank you.
Thank you, Jürgen. You don't see it, but we have a clock here. And it's very unexcused, the same clock. No, I'll be very brief. First of all, I would like to congratulate Teresa, your mandate. 25 years working for media freedom at the OSCE level is something that we look from the Americas, and we admire the work you do. Also, to thank my fellow panelists, because we follow the situation elsewhere, and we're also very inspired on the work is done. Also to congratulate and to thank the presence of all of you here. I look at very familiar faces, people that it's very committed with media freedom. 3 single points. The first one, we are commemorating the 10th anniversary of the UN Safety Plan, and I have to say, very honestly, that this is the deadliest year for journalists in the Americas. And it's a year that haven't finished yet. We have 2 months ahead. And I think we have to take into consideration that also freedom of expression and media freedom has become a key relevant of the public discussion. And people in charge of public decisions not always like journalism. So that brings me to my second point. I think we have a violent environment, but we also have leaderships that are not taking care of the public sphere. If we put seeds of violence, of hate, through public and high-level voices, we are poisoning the environment where journalists have to work. And I think that's something that from a region that has become one of the deadliest in the world could be shown in a world where violence seems to be everywhere. I'm not sure, but the increase of violence in Europe against journalists is also a fact. Then brings me to my third point and last point. We have said for several years these 3 obligations on protection, on prevention, and prosecution. But I think there are other conditions, such as, and in the region I follow, the easy access to guns and weapons, because those guns and weapons are used to kill journalists. So if that market is not regulated, it makes more accessible the environment and the possibilities for journalists to be killed in isolated areas, first factor, and during protest in a world that is going to the street asking demands to the governments. I appreciate this opportunity, and thanks again for inviting me.
Thank you, Pedro, and thank you for joining us, and thank you for also some very important remarks about what we need really in the bigger environment around journalism to be able to really do their work. Let me next turn to Ms. Dunja Mijatovic, who is not only the High Commissioner for Human Rights at the Council of Europe, but was also a previous mandate holder of the OSCE, representative on freedom of the media. And Dunja, if I may, I would have a question for you as well, and that is, how does the work of the Council of Europe platform on the protection of journalists relate, in your view, to the implementation of the UN Programme of Action, and how do you define the success of naming and shaming offenders by offering transparency via such a platform? It is on.
It is on. Is it on? Yes. Okay, good. I'm trying to break it. So, Thank you for this question, Julian. First of all, I'm very tall, but I'm not High Commissioner. I'm just Commissioner for Human Rights. Yeah, but you know, when it comes to you know, the work and the differences, and you mentioned the platform. The platform is a very important tool of the Council of Europe, but it is not under my office. My office is fully independent from the work that platform does, which is crucially important for the civil society in member states, for NGOs that are part of the platform, that are making sure that all incidents in member states are made public, exposed, and then also to give a chance to the member states to reply and offer their views in this work. So it's a tool that should be used, and it's used a lot, and I use it in my country reports, in my work, but at the same time, regardless of the alerts, we do follow media freedom situation in member states, and we also work with your office, with other offices dealing with media freedom. There is one thing I would like to mention, which I think it's important for this question that Teresa asked on, you know, is there security without media freedom? And you answered it already with a very clear no. But I would add here also human rights in general. I do not think we can say that we live in a safe environment or in secure society if human rights are not only under pressure, if there is no access to information, if there is no free flow of information, if journalists are harassed, intimidated, imprisoned. So this is not a security that we want to see. Of course, states have a legitimate right to make sure that people are protected. But protection means something much more than actually limiting rights of journalists to do their job. And of course, when it comes to celebration of the mandate and the office, an important instrument that actually gave many answers to the questions that I posed in this very room since yesterday are related to the joint declarations that all mandates are constantly doing year by year, which I think is extraordinarily important tool, and it's global. So it brings regional mandates together. It was started by the first representative, late Freimut Duve, and it's continuing constantly, and it should be continued because I think it gives answers to many questions. Not only journalists are asking, but also people dealing with media, governments, academia as well. And it is on many occasions quoted by the European Court of Human Rights, which also needs to be recognized.
Thank you very much, Dunia, and also thank you for referring to the joint declarations, which I think are really an important tool. And our office has also commissioned a paper with one of the participants here at the conference, and it can be found on our webpage, which is also tracing the impact of those joint declarations over the years, being used, as you said, by judiciary in various countries, and as an important tool for interpreting the acquis on freedom of expression. With that, let me turn, last but not least at all, to Irene Khan, to the global level, and ask you, where do you see the greatest impact made by your work on media freedom and freedom of expression? And how do you define the role of your mandate within the context of the UN Action Plan on Safety of Journalists?
Thank you very much for inviting me to this panel. My mandate will mark 30 years next year. It was created in 1993, and I'm the first woman to hold this mandate. So I wanted to point out the glass ceiling within the human rights system that sometimes needs to be broken. Moving from the regional to the global, of course, the irony is that the global mandate has probably the least resources compared to the regional mandates. In the name of independence from the UN system, this is an honorary position. All special rapporteurs of the UN are honorary mandate holders. And so we are basically one person with a very skeletal staff. And that means that we look for the multiplier effect. And it has made us, I feel, in my work over the last years, and I know that my predecessors have felt the same way, that we are a bridge with civil society. We are a bridge with journalists. I tell journalists whenever I meet them that I'm not coming to sell my story to them. I'm coming because they are my constituency. I have a responsibility to help them protect their rights, to help their concerns, to voice their concerns, to make sure that I'm advocating for media freedom. Media freedom lies at the heart of freedom of opinion and expression. Without a free media, I think we are all silenced. So it's society's right to know, as well as journalists' right to express, that my mandate seeks to protect. What risks have I seen? Well, the first risk, of course, has been that the impunity, physical attacks, violent attacks, old-fashioned persecution and repression continue, but to that has been added a whole host of new challenges with digital technology. And that, of course, constantly, that understanding the opportunities of digital technology for freedom of expression and for media freedom, while ensuring safety and while addressing the threats and challenges, takes up a lot of my time. Let me mention to you a couple of things that I have done. One has been gender justice. I have put gender justice on the UN's freedom of expression agenda, and we, as a collective of special rapporteurs, last year adopted a joint, this year, adopted a joint declaration in May, seems like a long time, adopted a joint declaration on gender justice and freedom of expression. I think that was a real breakthrough, not only for women journalists, but for all women who wish to raise their voices. The other issue that I'm looking at very clearly, of course, is what's happening in the context of armed conflict and manipulation of information. Manipulation of information is very harmful for journalists because it is often used to attack them, but it is also used to destroy the credibility of independent, responsible journalism. Earlier today, Nick Gowing, a journalist, put it very well that you cannot differentiate between journalists and journalism. And therefore, when we're talking about safety of journalists, we're also talking about the freedom, independence, pluralism, and diversity of the media. And my mandate, because my mandate is to protect and promote freedom of opinion and expression, gives me a context within which to situate media journalism. In terms of the UN plan of action, it actually refers to the special procedures and the mandate. It calls on the UN, UNESCO, and the High Commissioner's Office to support us, to resource us. And I will put the issue of resource on the table, because without resources, we can talk as much as we want, but we cannot do very much. I think all of us here as mandate holders have far more to do than we are able to do. But there are many ways in which we cooperate together. We talked about the joint declarations, but there are also joint initiatives. Pedro and I have jointly submitted an amicus to the Colombia Constitutional Court, and our position was upheld, and that was on gender justice. So I think we can break through many more doors like that, fill many more gaps like that when we work together. And so I believe that the UN Plan of Action should ask us to do things and then resource us to do them, because I believe that the link we have with civil society, with journalists, with the stakeholders, with the companies, with various constituencies will bring much value to the Plan of Action. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Irene, and thank you for also raising the question of resources. I think everybody here can only join it. It is challenging times for various international mechanisms, but it's true. I mean, this is a crucial question if we want to be effective in our work. And I would like to thank all our 4 panelists. Unfortunately, we had very little time, but I think within this little time, you have all put very important issues on the table and also showed how those mandates are different in their conceptualization, but how they also have different opportunities. And I think the fact that all 4 of you are sitting here shows the close cooperation between those 4 mandates and in the joint work to improving the safety of journalists. So I would like to thank you all for that and would like to invite you all to please make a round of applause for our panel. Thank you very much. And even if this was a short panel, the work will continue. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Jürgen Heißel and the speakers for really making the most of this little time. And with this, we have now reached the, so to say, heart of this conference. It is now time to put all the inputs that we have gathered over the last 1.5 days into concrete commitments that will hopefully also translate into concrete actions. The key outcome of today's conference is supposed to be a reinforced commitment to the 3 pillars of the UN Plan of Action, which are, as we all know, prevention, protection, and prosecution. Participants in these pledging sessions have now been invited to bring forward their political commitments on how they want to support free and safe environments for journalists and media workers in their own countries, but also worldwide. And I think we can say it's really a great honor how many ministers and deputy ministers have found their way to this stage for the pledging session, as you can see. And we're very curious to hear more about the measures that they're already taking and the measures that they're planning to take. So, how is this going to work? Let me briefly introduce you to the rules of the pledging session. Each person who's stepping up here to bring forward their pledge to you has 3 minutes. And that will be about the challenge of my work career so far, because we have a very long list, fortunately, of people coming up for their pledges. So I will unfortunately have to interrupt in case you do reach 2 minutes 50. And I will try to do this in a very charming way. And I will just start approaching you. And as soon as I stand about this close, it would really be time to finish. Precedence in the pledging session has been given to ministers and vice ministers who are here in person, which is our great honor. And there are also selected high-level video pledges that will be shown in between. In case you miss 1 or 2 pledges, everything will also be accessible on the website. And with this, it is my great honor to start the pledging session and invite the first delegate to take the floor. So please welcome with me for the first 3 minutes on stage Ivica Dačić, Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister of Serbia. Please give it up for him.
Hvala puno.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It was almost exactly 10 years ago that the United Nations Plan of Action on the Safety of Journalists was adopted right here in Vienna. It gives me special pleasure today in the same place that we have the opportunity to recapitulate the results achieved so far, but also to again draw the necessary political attention to this very important topic. The Republic of Serbia sees media freedom as a significant part of its state identity and democratic capacity. We maintain a thorough institutional and a full commitment to ensuring all conditions necessary for the smooth work and development of the journalist profession. In this context, at the national level, the Serbian government has developed a relevant media strategy aiming to align with the international standards in the field of public information and media. I would also like to point to our efforts being made in implementing the strategy for the development of the public information system for the period 2020 to 2025. The strategy, in addition to analyzing the current situation in the field of journalist safety, also defines concrete measures and recommendations for improving the overall conditions for work of journalists and media workers. Serbia is also a member of the Global Media Freedom Coalition, and during my previous mandate, on behalf of my country, I personally signed the Global Pledge on media freedom at a conference in London. Unfortunately, all countries of the world, including Serbia, have bad experiences regarding the safety of media workers. Intimidation, attacks, and even murders of journalists represent a particular problem we are facing. Serbia took a serious approach to this problem by forming the Commission to investigate murders of journalists, because it is of particular importance to us that such cases be under the special attention of the legislation and that all possible efforts be made so that they do not remain unsolved. In the current circumstances, we need to take into account the increasingly important role of the Internet and the tendencies of manipulation in the dissemination of true information. We are indeed facing huge challenges at the global scale, and it is particularly important to be aware that every reaction of ours needs to be carefully balanced between freedom of expression, privacy protection, and ultimately the very safety of both journalists and the public as the end user of information. Aware of the growing importance of gender equality, we focused additional energy on the protection of women journalists, especially on internet platforms. The government of Serbia adopted a program for women's empowerment in the field of information and communication technologies, where, in addition to schoolgirls and female university students, the target group also includes media representatives, that is to say, women journalists. Also, with the aim of timely response and suppression of all forms of intimidation, an emergency line for reporting threats and attacks on journalists has been activated, which is available 24/7. Serbia attaches special importance to the implementation of the 2030 agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals. In this regard, we have included in the preparation of strategic and action documents in the field of information and media a wide range of actors which, in addition to relevant institutions, include journalistic and media associations, but also the civil sector. We highly appreciate the advisory and technical assistance and contribution of the OSCE mission and EU delegation, which is reflected in the engagement of international experts. Thank you very much.
As you are the role model for everyone else to follow, so I will not hesitate to come closer. Please welcome on stage with me the next speaker, Elisa Spiropali, Minister of State for Parliament Relations of Albania.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, journalists and civil society representatives, it is with immense pleasure that I take the floor today on this high-level international conference for the 10th anniversary of the UN Plan of Action for the Safety of Journalists and the issue of impunity. This year, our system of values has been bitterly shattered, and our assurance is broken by an unprovoked, unjustified, and premeditated war, the brutal aggression of Russia against Ukraine. Russia's war of choice, it is not only against Ukraine and its brave people, it is also a brutal assault against international law, a flagrant violation of the UN Charter, and a direct threat to the European security architecture and democracy itself. We should recognize more than ever the crucial importance of journalists and media in times of conflict and aggression. Safety of journalists in conflict areas is instrumental to that end. I don't want to mention all the names of the journalists, the brave people and journalists killed while reporting on the atrocities in Ukraine. But you can all imagine what it means to not only fight for your country, but to fight for the truth, for freedom, and for democracy. Ukraine is not only fighting for its borders, it's also fighting for us all. There's a vital need to develop tools to more effectively protect democracy from information weapons, while preserving freedom of expression and freedom of the media, both in the countries involved in conflict and more widely. We all agree that safety is not longer an issue limited to war reporters, but now a serious cause of concern for investigative journalists across the world. The Committee to Protect Journalists reported that 274 journalists were imprisoned in 2020, the highest rate since 1992, and also stated that the number of journalists singled out for murder in reprisal for their work more than doubled in 2020, and the figures continue to rise. We believe that free and reliable information is vital for building a transparent and accountable societies. Journalists play a crucial role in maintaining the integrity of democracy, rule of law and good governance by exposing economic injustices and inequalities, human rights violations and abuses, environmental issues, corruption, the decline of political freedoms. I'm going to be very brief. In October 2021, the 8th Southeast Media Conference, I'm not going to kiss your hand, like Mr. Dacic did, but I'm just going to go, was held in Tirana, dedicated to journalism in times of crisis and organized with the OSCE presence in Albania. This conference brought together journalists, relevant state actors, policymakers with a common goal towards enhancing media freedom and freedom of expression in the Southeast. We know 30 years ago, this would have been inconceivable to imagine in the last Stalinist country in Europe. Having gone through one of the most repressive and restrictive systems in the world, Albania holds it sacred, the right of freedom and expression, as the main tool for the exchange and development of opinions. Do I have 30 seconds?
You have 47 already overstepped.
All right. Well, you know, there's no freedom here, but long live freedom, and I'm very honored to be here today, and we are honored to be part of this conference, and as far as we're concerned, we do everything, working together with our partners to make sure that democracy has a meaning through freedom of expression and freedom. Thank you.
Thanks to you. Thank you so much. I don't think I'm going to be very popular after this session. Please welcome on stage with me next. Oh no, actually, this is going to be a video intervention, so I can't step on stage, but I suppose this will be scheduled exactly for 3 minutes. And welcome still Ian Borg, Minister for Foreign and European Affairs and Trade of Malta.
Minister, Excellencies, dear participants, it is a pleasure to join you today for this timely discussion on the safety of journalists, and I take this opportunity to thank the government of Austria, UNESCO, and the OHCHR for organizing this event. As we continue to experience very uncertain times, with freedom of expression coming under increased pressure, the protection of journalists continues to be a global challenge. They often face threats, both offline and online, surveillance, attacks, arbitrary arrest, and detention. The Russian war of aggression against Ukraine caused an unprecedented crackdown on journalists and media workers. UNESCO reports that in the first 6 months of 2022 alone, 44 journalists and media workers have lost their lives. My country has unfortunately experienced such a tragedy with the assassination of journalist Daphne Caruana Galizia back in 2017. 3 individuals have already been found guilty, while others are currently undergoing court proceedings. I wish to stress that we are determined to ensure that all those involved in the murder of journalist Caruana Galizia are brought to justice. Malta is also committed to create the highest level of protection and certainty for journalists to enable them to exercise their right to freedom of expression safely. To this end, we launched a legislative reform based on recommendations from the Daphne Caruana Galizia public inquiry. Through the legislative proposals currently in front of our Parliament, And through other further consultation, we seek to enshrine freedom of the media in our constitution in order to ensure that the media is recognized as the fourth pillar of democracy. The protection of journalists and their sources will also be elevated to a constitutional level. A committee will also be established by law to focus on the protection of journalists and other media professionals. The committee will not only be able to evaluate the risks and threats faced by journalists and media professionals, it will also be able to intervene and implement immediate and long-term measures. Punishments for attacks on media workers will be increased. Finally, we will be one of the first EU member states to include anti-SLAPP provisions in our laws. As Malta prepares to take its seat at the UN Security Council next January, we will continue to prioritize the safety of journalists and media literacy. We will carry on using our voice to call for accountability and justice for crimes committed. We will keep working with our partners to ensure that journalists are protected and allowed to fulfill their fundamental role of holding governments and institutions accountable and keeping the public informed, thereby contributing to enhancement of democracy. Only then will they truly be able to live and work without fear.
Fortunately, this was not me cutting him off this time. Next on stage, Lord Ahmad of Wimbledon, Minister of State at the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office of the United Kingdom.
Before I start, and this shouldn't be my 3 minutes, I'm reminded of a pantomime at Christmas. There's a person who stands at the edge of the stage with a big hook. And as the person runs out of time, they take them up. So we may see a deployment of a rather large hook. But 3 minutes start now. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the 10 years of the UN Plan of Action, the UK reaffirms its commitment to prevent violence, protect journalists, and prosecute those who do them harm. This year, at least 76 journalists were killed for simply doing their job. They knew their risks, the unacceptable risk, yet they carried on doing what they do. Exposing the truth, defending freedom of speech, rewriting to ensure a more democratic world. Their courageous activities must be protected, and we together must defend these values which are fundamentals to the pillars of democracy. Democracy relies upon the free flow of information, independently generated and evidence-based, a healthy information ecosystem. From the Media Freedom Coalition that we helped to build, 50-odd countries now work across the world. In Philippines to Mexico, we are working with key partners, including UNESCO as well as others. Yet, we need to do more. We will also co-chair the Media Freedom Coalition's Media Development Working Group, which focuses on making coalition members support media more effectively. We'll continue to promote the valuable work of the high-level panel of experts, and we will support through monetary support, including to UNESCO, where our £3 million has provided support to 3,000 journalists and 80 projects. A parting thought, if I may. As we work across the world with the likes of Government of Estonia and Access Now, the UK itself, UK journalists are not immune to abuse, and that's why we have a local national action plan. We must end impunity, hold those to account who seriously harm or abuse media workers through human rights sanctions, and we will act in this respect. We will raise our voices at every opportunity. And my final thought to share with you, and we must ponder on this. For if journalists are silenced, if the media is silenced, if we today don't speak for them, who will be left to speak for us? Thank you.
Two minutes 18, certainly no need for a hook, but I'll take up that idea for next time. Thank you so much. Next on stage, I welcome from Germany, Tobias Lindner, Minister of State, Federal Foreign Office in Germany.
Thank you so much. Madam Chair, Excellencies, colleagues, delegates, we have gathered here in Vienna today to reaffirm a joint commitment towards the protection and safety of journalists, a topic perhaps more pressing than ever before. We are marking the 10th anniversary of the UN Plan of Action on the Safety of Journalists. We find ourselves, unfortunately, in a world in which spaces for free and independent journalism continue to shrink. While we are discussing this urgent matter today, we see journalists around the world taking immense personal risks to get facts and stories about the lives of people in conflicts and crises published. Over the past weeks, we have been witnessing the brave women and young people who are confronting the brutal Iranian regime in many, often creative forms of peaceful protests. Being able to see these images is not something we can take for granted, ladies and gentlemen. It is thanks to the courageous journalists, media makers, and free speech defenders who, despite considerable risks for their own lives, enable us to understand better what moves this new generation of young Iranians who so wholeheartedly call for the change through their slogan, Women, Life, Freedom. As Russia continues to commit crimes against humanity in a war that it never should have started, it is a necessity, I would even say an ethical responsibility, to understand in detail what is happening with communities affected the most by armed conflicts. We learn about their unbearable scattered realities through courageous journalists who continue their work under the harshest of circumstances, now even in the face of a grim winter, as well as under the challenge of life in exile. Ladies and gentlemen, these courageous, critical voices within the fields of journalism and media deserve our full support. I am therefore proud that Germany's Federal Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock and State Minister for Culture and Media Claudia Roth have jointly announced the Hannah Arendt Initiative as my government's new program to protect and to support journalists in crises and conflicts. We have named this program after the German Jewish intellectual Hannah Arendt, who once had to flee from Nazi Germany. Her conviction that, and I quote, "the raison d'être of politics is freedom," unquote, reflects the essential aim of this new initiative of my government, to strengthen journalism as an integral part of democracies. During the pilot phase of this program, a network of partner organizations under the Hannah Arendt Initiative is already supporting projects for journalists from Afghanistan, Ukraine, Russia, and Belarus. We hope to extend the focus of our work soon. During the pilot phase in 2022, we have invested more than 7 million euros in the support of journalists in crises and conflicts, as well as in exile. Ladies and gentlemen, Germany will continue its commitment towards the protection of journalists. Besides the newly established initiative, we also support action in the framework of the United Nations. Let me recall that UNESCO is the specialized UN agency tasked to promote free flow of information and developing new communication channels. Please let me allow, by using this opportunity, to express our appreciation to the federal government of the Republic of Austria in its leading role to this important portfolio. Our joint efforts to strengthen independent journalism is crucial for the backbone of democracy. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Of course, there was another challenge of keeping up with German punctuality, so I had to intervene there. Please welcome on stage, next, from Croatia, Krešimir Patel, State Secretary for Culture and Media. Please give it up for him.
Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I will try to speak very fast, so if you don't understand me, you can ask me about it later. The Republic of Croatia is signatory to various international treaties and Council of Europe recommendations concerning the freedom of expression and media freedom, and in securing proper and full implementation of the existing media legislation. The amendments of legislation and legislative reforms are being prepared primarily in order to secure the highest standards for all the media operating in the Republic of Croatia in accordance with the European practices and European laws and regulations currently in force. The Ministry of Culture condemns all actions that would in any way threaten the freedom of expression and media freedom in the Republic of Croatia or threaten any rights granted by the Constitution of the Republic of Croatia. We'll continue efforts to build professional and safe journalism, media freedom and media pluralism, further develop processes for providing reliable information about issues of public interest, as well as all measures for establishment and strengthening of the system of fact-checking and verification of the information that circulate public spaces, media, and online platforms and system for public disclosure of data. I will underline one project which is very important for the Republic of Croatia. We ensured from the Recovery and Resilience Fund 6.5 million for strengthening and establishing of the system of the fact-checking network and verification of the information that circulate public spaces, media, and online platforms. The investment is managed by the Croatian Ministry of Culture and Media and the Agency for Electronic Media. To adequately define the scope and the focus of the investments, the agency commissioned an independent expert study, strengthening society resistance to disinformation, analysis of the situation and guidelines for action. The study provided a comprehensive overview of the global and national media and information context, the exact nature and transnational disinformation and misinformation challenges and their manifestation in Croatia, the potential for automation and application of artificial intelligence in fact-checking and verification, and the key standards, principles, and solutions promoted by the key European and international organizations. The study served as a basis for suggesting the activities that the investment should support. These, first and foremost, promote the need for collaboration between traditional media and independent fact-checking organizations, and between practitioners and academic community and other relevant stakeholders. The activities should support the development and application of new technologies, including artificial intelligence, open source intelligence in the process of journalistic verification and fact-checking. We hope, I see you coming, we hope with this project we'll be able to strive towards professional and free journalism and a well-informed society. Thank you. Am I under 3 minutes?
3:13, but I could still understand you. Please welcome on stage next from Estonia, Mert Volmer, Deputy Minister for Global Affairs.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank Austria, UNESCO, and the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights to bringing us here together in Vienna. And exactly 9 months after we had the third global conference on media freedom in Estonia, in Tallinn. February, it happened, and the world has changed a lot after that, and unfortunately, not for the better. At the pledging session in Tallinn, which was organized in the context of Summit for Democracy, we discussed how critical it is for us to work together to advance democracy, improve media freedom, and protect journalists around the world. And today, Estonia is proud to announce some concrete decisions that have been recently taken in our pledge to protect journalists. Estonia, unfortunately, has first-hand experience of living under authoritarian rule. Without freedom of expression, without freedom of press, we know how crucial free journalists and free media are for the societies. We have seen it firsthand ourselves. And we know how much authoritarian rulers want to silence them. So therefore, we are helping independent media around the world, and in recent months, after Russia's brutal, full-fledged war against Ukraine started, we have helped journalists and offices of independent media relocate from Russia to Estonia. We will continue doing this next year, after a significant number of people have already received assistance in this year, 2022. With this, Estonia is pleased to answer one of the biggest asks from the international community in helping journalists in need to relocate. Therefore, I can assure you we never stopped, and we will continue issuing humanitarian visas to journalists and human rights defenders from Russia and Belarus. We have also reached a concrete agreement in our government of the numbers of resident permits to be issued to journalists at risk after they have accredited by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So we know who they are. So furthermore, Estonia will continue supporting media freedom, freedom of expression online and offline, and the work of journalists by contributing to the Global Media Defense Fund, International Fund for Public Interest Media, the European Endowment for Democracy, Digital Defenders Partnership, and CSO Lifeline. So there's a long list of organizations we support already. So in many places of the world, journalists are risking their lives to bring us the truth. So let me full-heartedly thank you all and assure you Estonian support and admiration. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. From my side as well, no need for me to step up. Now we are looking towards South Korea, and there we actually do get a video intervention as well. So we are welcoming Park Jin, Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Republic of Korea.
Bundesminister Alexander Schallenberg, Director General of UNESCO, Ms. Audrey Azoulay, UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Mr. Volker Turk, distinguished guests. I wish to first thank the government of Austria for hosting this event to commemorate the 10th anniversary of the UN Plan of Action on the Safety of Journalists. In fact, during Minister Schallenberg's recent visit to Korea, our two sides agreed to further advance our 130-year-old bilateral relations based on our shared value of democracy. And this universal value, as we all know, can only be upheld when the safety of journalists and media freedom is secure. For journalists play a critical role in maintaining the integrity of democracy, rule of law, and good governance. And this universal value, as we all know, can only be upheld when the safety of journalists and media freedom is secured. For journalists play a critical role in maintaining the integrity of democracy, rule of law, and good governance. There is no denying that the tremendous resilience and courage of journalists who risk their lives to speak truth to power is a source of inspiration for us all. This has certainly been the case for my country. Journalists have been at the heart of Korea's democratic journey, empowering the public with information and holding the government accountable every step of the way. And drawing on such experiences, Korea has been actively contributing to international efforts to ensure the safety of journalists by supporting the adoption of relevant UN resolutions and commitments, including the UN Plan of Action. Today, however, we are deeply concerned with the growing attempts to silence journalists and media workers around the world. They are increasingly faced with detention, attacks, and harassment, both offline and online, and even deaths, as we witnessed in Ukraine and the West Bank. Yet, a vast majority of crimes against journalists go unpunished. I wish to reiterate Korea's resolute position that attacks against journalists cannot be justified under any circumstances. In this context, as we mark the 10th anniversary of the UN Plan of Action, Korea welcomes Austria's leadership to shine a spotlight on the essential work of journalists and the challenges they face, and in turn, mobilize greater political commitment towards the effective implementation of the Plan of Action to ensure their safety. Going forward, to better protect journalists, freedom of expression, and access to information for all, we must prioritize on strengthening multi-stakeholder cooperation among governments, media, civil society, and the private sector. It is also critical that the UN system make greater efforts to promote a holistic, coherent, and coordinated approach as proposed by the Plan of Action to addressing the safety of journalists and issue of impunity. In closing, I pay tribute to all the journalists and media workers who risk their safety and their lives to safeguard democracy, human rights, and fundamental freedoms. Thank you.
I'm not sure the minister saw me approaching there. So we continue with Armenia, and it is my pleasure to welcome on stage Vahe Gevorgyan, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Armenia.
Excellencies, distinguished participants. First, I would like to extend my deep gratitude to the Austrian government, as well as UNESCO and OHCHR, for organizing this conference and creating a space for a lively debate on human rights in these difficult times for the European security. The truth is known to be a first casualty of the war, and ongoing and evolving crisis of the European security affects freedom of media elsewhere in Europe. Armenia has also been facing extremely difficult security environment for the last 2 years. However, we have been able to answer those challenges without restricting media freedom. Armenia is among few countries wherein one can get access to mutually exclusive information to ensure higher level of pluralism. Media literacy is important in this regard, and I would like to thank OSCE, RFOM, and UNESCO for supporting our national efforts. To better equip our citizens and concerned communities, Armenian National Commission for UNESCO and MFA co-organized national consultations on media and information policies and strategies this March. This year, Armenia has recorded unprecedented progress in the World Press Freedom Index, improving its position by 11 points and ranking 51 on the list. We will keep up with our policy on media freedom, and this is our first commitment that I would like to pronounce today. That being said, let me also refer to our international efforts. Armenia has been a traditional co-sponsor of the resolution on safety of journalists, both in GA and HRC. We believe that international efforts are essential in addressing notable crimes against freedom of expression, including killing of the investigative journalists who expose international corruption schema. Thus, we will be continuing with our efforts to advance cooperation, accountability, and justice, both at national and international level. Ladies and gentlemen, international humanitarian law specifies that journalists who are engaged in professional missions in areas of armed conflict must be considered as civilian and must be protected as such. Thus, intentionally targeting journalists in the event of armed conflict is a war crime. Such war crimes have been recorded in 2020 during large-scale war initiated by Azerbaijan against Nagorno-Karabakh, including the one when journalists seeking shelter in the church were targeted by Azerbaijani armed forces. Same pattern of behavior we saw in the recent aggressions against the sovereign territory of Armenia. War crimes need to be punished. Armenia is willing to cooperate with all interested parties to defend journalists under IHL and elaborate workable universal mechanism for protection on the ground. I thank you.
I thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. We continue with Qatar, and there it is my pleasure to welcome the Assistant Foreign Minister, Lolva Rashid Al-Khater.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on the 11th of May 2022, a team of journalists arrived in Jenin to report on a raid by Israeli occupation forces on a refugee camp. They had years of experience on conflict reporting, dedicating their lives to make sure they amplify oppressed voices. On that morning, the team wore their press jackets, as you see in the photo, and made their way to an area safe enough to report. Within 2 minutes, two of Al Jazeera journalists, Shireen Abu Aqla and Ali Al-Sammoudi, were shot by IOF forces. Shireen's injury, a shot aimed at her head directly, proved fatal. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the protection of journalists is of prime importance to the State of Qatar. We have thus taken a number of concrete measures at the domestic and international levels, from evacuating hundreds of journalists from Kabul since the events of August 2021, the hosting of the International Conference to Protect Journalists in 2012, and the launch of the Universal Declaration for the Protection of Journalists in Doha in 2016. Qatar also sponsored the first UN Security Council resolution on protecting journalists in armed conflict situations, which was adopted under Qatari presidency of the Council. It is thus, in this regard, that we strongly condemn the assassination of the Palestinian-American journalist Shireen Abu Aqla. We reaffirm that Israeli occupation forces' failure to explicitly acknowledge its crime is an attempt to escape criminal responsibility. We call for an independent international investigation and accountability for those responsible for this heinous crime, which we believe is key to achieve justice and also prevent recurrence. And here, I would like to quote a few words from the family of Abu Aqla, whom I met a few days ago. They wanted to make sure that you, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, hear these words, and I quote, "Shireen relied in her report on facts and conveyed the voice of Palestine and its people to the whole world, which made her a role model for a large number of Palestinian women to follow in the field of media. The Palestinian people stood in dignity and united during her funeral. Unfortunately, the occupation attacked the mourners without any reason and stormed the French hospital in Jerusalem, also without any reason. Shireen was targeted while fulfilling her professional duty as a journalist, working on covering events and reporting them to the world. She sacrificed her life, and this is another reason for the international community that they must confront and hold Israel accountable no matter what." End of quote. And here I conclude, Shireen dedicated her life working to shed light on the atrocities committed against the Palestinian people. She is one of more than 45 Palestinian journalists killed directly by the Israeli occupation since the year 2000. We must work together to ensure that journalists, especially those working in conflict zones, are protected and that no exceptions are made. No exceptions are made when we hold those responsible accountable. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And maybe let's just take a breath. I think we do hear a lot of serious information here, and sometimes it really takes a moment to digest. We have already heard 10 pledges, and there are more pledges to come. So maybe also roll your shoulders. Make sure that you still have the energy and that we can hear the energy in the applause when you welcome the next speaker on stage with me. From Finland, the State Secretary to the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Johanna Sumuvuori.
Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, dear friends, safety of journalists is closely connected to the core values of democracy. An attack against a journalist is at the same time an attack against the rule of law, against freedom of speech and the media, and in the end, it is an attack against democracy. In Finland, we do have a human rights-based foreign and security policy, and we are very concerned about the worsening trend of safety of journalists across the world. The number of alerts submitted by civil society and media organizations concerning journalists being harassed, attacked, or imprisoned continues growing. The latest UNESCO Director General's report on the safety of journalists and the danger of impunity shows that the impunity for crimes against journalists remains unacceptably high, despite a slight decrease. The report also shows that there are no safe spaces for journalists, as the majority of journalists were killed outside the workspaces, and as journalists have become less safe also in countries not experiencing armed conflict. Also, journalists are increasingly killed while covering protests. Finally, the report shows that there is a worrying increase of women journalists that have been killed. Russia's ongoing war of aggression against Ukraine provides yet another tragic illustration of the vulnerability of journalists in conflict situations. The recent OSCE Moscow Mechanism report showed that journalists and media actors are reportedly being directly targeted by the Russian forces as part of their attack. Numerous reporters have been killed since 24th of February 2022 while carrying out their journalistic work. Many have been detained, abducted, kidnapped, and mistreated by the Russian armed forces. And still, so many journalists and media workers in Ukraine and elsewhere continue to risk their lives every day to share stories that the world needs to hear. We need to strengthen our efforts to defend and support independent journalists, also in the newly occupied areas of Ukraine. Ensuring accountability for all crimes committed by the Russian forces in Ukraine remains a priority for Finland and for the European Union. Protecting journalists is a requirement clearly enshrined in the international law. UN Security Council Resolution 2222, adopted in 2015, and international humanitarian law require that journalists are protected during armed conflicts in the same way as any civilian. In the OSCE, the Ministerial Decision on Safety of Journalists reiterates this obligation. Finland is a member of a group of friends of the safety of journalists both in UNESCO and in the OSCE. Finland is also a long-standing donor and a member of the Council of UNESCO's International Programme for the Development of Communication and a member of the Media Freedom Coalition. Let me highlight here in particular the work done to ensure safety of women journalists online and offline, including online harassment. Journalists and media actors who identify as women are far more exposed to attacks online than their male counterparts are. And Finland is also at the moment the leader of UN Generation Equality process and committed to advocating for the inclusion of preventing and eliminating online gender-based violence in relevant international fora, for example in United Nations and OSCE. In order to respond to growing challenges to both media freedom and internet freedom, we need to further strengthen the global coalition of states and other stakeholders. The Freedom Online Coalition is a leading intergovernmental body that promotes and protects open and secure internet for all. And we had the honor to chair this unique and important coalition during its 20th anniversary last year. To conclude, at the same time, it is important to remember that possibilities of technology and digitalization. When designed and used responsibly, technology can also help detect online harassment and violence to support survivors. So let's protect safety of journalists. Let's protect democracy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I've rarely been that close to so many state representatives at once. Next on stage, from Bulgaria, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, please welcome with me Kostadin Kochabashev.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me first extend my sincere gratitude and appreciation to Austria for hosting this event, as well to UNESCO and the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner on Human Rights for their firm commitment to promote media freedom and safety of journalists. Ensuring the protection of journalists is a leading priority in Bulgaria's policy in the field of human rights. My country is an active member of the Media Freedom Coalition since its launching. We also cooperate with international mechanisms working on human rights, such as those in the Council of Europe and the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. In addition to the strong political engagement, Bulgaria allocates funds for international projects aimed at ensuring a safe environment for journalists. In both 2021 and 2022, we have co-sponsored a project dedicated to the security of female journalists online, which is implemented by the OHCHR representative on the freedom of the media, Mrs. Teresa Ribeiro. On a national level, the relevant Bulgarian authorities are dealing with each case of violence against journalists with utmost seriousness. The political will to bring to justice the perpetrators of such crimes remains as strong as ever. My country takes actions to improve the legal framework while also addressing the recommendations of the international bodies. In September 2022, the Bulgarian Council of Ministers adopted a decision proposing amendments to the Penal Code. They would establish an administrative penalty instead of criminal liability for insult or defamation of public authority figures. The amendments would also abolish the minimal threshold of fines, thus protecting freedom of expression and limiting the possibilities of imposing excessive sanctions. We are also planning to organize specialized training programs for police officers, prosecutors, judges, and lawyers in order to support their role in protecting and guaranteeing freedom of expression. The Ministries of Interior's police departments will appoint contact points to allow journalists to submit signals or request assistance when it's necessary. Among the other envisaged measures are the regular data collection of the judiciary regarding the number and the nature of the cases brought against journalists and the setup of a register of media law professionals. Ladies and gentlemen, this year we have marked the 10th anniversary of the United Nations Plan of Action on Safety of Journalists and the issue of impunity. It provides us with the opportunity to take stock of what has been achieved, to adapt to the new realities, and to reinforce our common actions. Being mindful of the challenges lying ahead, Bulgaria remains strongly committed to the goals of this strategic document. My country looks forward to support all international efforts addressing the issue of safety of journalists. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much from my side. Next on stage, please welcome Ireland, the Minister of State at the Department of Tourism, Culture, Arts, Geeltacht, Sport and Media, Czech Chambers.
Good afternoon, ministers, distinguished panellists and participants. I'm delighted to have this opportunity today to pledge Ireland's commitments to the safety of journalists and thank Austria for hosting this timely conference. 10 years on from the endorsement of the UN Plan of Action on the Safety of Journalists and the issue of impunity, it is good to meet and reflect on these issues together. While there's been progress, Ireland is deeply alarmed by the significant worldwide escalation in both the scale and intensity of attacks on journalists and media workers. Too many journalists have been detained or imprisoned without due process or been subject to harassment, intimidation, violence and even death. Journalists who are women are subject to high levels of misogynistic abuse online and offline in particular. We cannot afford to overlook attacks against journalists anywhere. We were deeply saddened by the death of Pierre Zakrzewski, an Irish journalist who was killed while on duty covering the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Journalists like Pierre shine a light on the truth from the front lines on the world's crises. Freedom of expression and the freedom of the media to investigate and report without fear of reprisals has never been more vital. It is the very lifeblood of democracy. Our nation has long been a proud champion of the freedom of the press, freedom of association and civic space. Domestically, Ireland has strong protections in place for freedom of expression and is proud to have been ranked 6th for press freedom in the Reporters Without Borders 2022 Index. Since then, Ireland's Minister for Justice published the comprehensive report on the review of the Defamation Act 2009 in March, and we've begun work on new legislation to reform Ireland's defamation laws. Internationally, Ireland and its EU partners actively support and provide legal assistance to journalists working under threat in hostile environments. We also support quality journalism and encourage cross-border cooperation between media professionals as well as the reinforcement of self-regulatory bodies. The promotion of press freedom and civil society space has formed a key tenet of our UN Security Council membership, and we are committed to promoting and protecting the right to press freedom through our overseas missions and in relevant international fora, including the United Nations, the Council of Europe, and the Organisation for Security and Cooperation in Europe. We work closely with international partners to ensure free, safe and enabling environments for journalists and media workers. This year, Ireland is joining new intergovernmental partnerships to defend media freedom where it is under threat. In January 2022, Ireland was proud to become a member of the Media Freedom Coalition, and this October we were pleased to endorse the International Partnerships for Information and Democracy. We are currently giving active consideration to new funding relating to press freedom and the safety of journalists, and I expect to be able to make an announcement on this shortly. And in conclusion, we pledge to continue to collaborate with international partners at all levels and across a range of fora to safeguard the safety of journalists, and look forward to building on the important outcomes of this conference. Thanks very much. Thank you.
I love it that every time I step on stage, the next word is in conclusion. Please welcome on stage from Romania, Director General for Communication at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Andrei Bogdan Tarnea.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Romania, let me first thank our hosts, the government of Austria, at this important time. We've heard this morning on this stage to what point in current times propaganda represents a threat to the freedom of media. It's in fact a threat to freedom, full stop. And no better context, unfortunately, than an unprovoked and unjustified war to see that in full swing. Because as many of us know, this war didn't start in February 24th this year. It started in 2014, and it continued online specifically with action based on propaganda, based on influence campaigns that have undermined our information space. We live in times where freedom of speech and freedom of media, journalism and journalists are threatened by what is called these days as either information decay or information disorder. So in that sense, let me present the pledge of our government with regards to freedom of media, safety of journalism, and journalists. Predictable and lasting democracy is achieved through building resilience and having a proactive posture in securing democratic institutions, processes, and culture. As a democratic state, as an EU and NATO member, Romania has internalized a model based on protecting and promoting democracy, human rights and fundamental freedoms, rule of law, free market and trade, as well as acting in the interest of our own citizens at home and abroad. In an era marked by what I just mentioned, this includes and requires vibrant and resilient media environment in face of the major challenges brought about by economic and technological changes, as well as aggressive attempts by authoritarian, illiberal, and anti-democratic state and non-state actors in their attempts to diminish the role and impact of a free press and the activity of journalists. So in that context, Romania promotes media freedom, respect for professional rights, ensuring the physical safety and editorial independence of journalists, as well as a set of actions and a culture fostering media relations based on democratic values and mechanisms. We support integrated efforts to increase media resilience in a dynamic information space and promote partnership with relevant actors and institutions internally and externally, such as OHCHR, UNESCO, or the Council of Europe, that promote media freedom, freedom of expression, simultaneously with efforts aimed domestically at protecting the safety and editorial independence of journalists. Romania stands for free and strong media and will strengthen the monitoring and enforcement of legislation and standards, ensuring the accuracy of the information and news presented in the visual media. This includes both the information provided by relevant public institution and respect for ethical rules in order to prevent emotional distress generated by malign interferences. Just to give a couple of examples of the activities of Romania at home and abroad, we've committed through the European Endowment for Democracy 300,000 euros for the development of independent media in Moldova, 200,000 for civil society independent media in Belarus, as well as 2 million earmarked from the 100 million bilateral aid for the government of Republic of Moldova, specifically for development resilient public media. With that, I conclude, and again congratulate the organizers and the participants, and remind all of us, as we've heard this morning, that not only journalists, but journalism as an important element of freedom is at stake here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Let's now direct our sight towards Canada, where we are receiving a video message from the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Canada, Mélanie Joly.
Thank you to our Austrian hosts for this conference. As we meet today, journalists in Iran are bearing witness to the regime's illegal crackdown on freedom of expression. Journalists around the world are putting their lives at risk to shine a light in the dark corners of corruption, oppression, and persecution. Now, more than ever, we need the work of those on the front lines. And now more than ever, we need to ensure that journalists can do their work freely and safely. Canada will continue to work alongside the international community to safeguard the essential work of journalists around the world in line with the UN Plan of Action. Canada is a proud co-founder and co-chair of the Media Freedom Coalition. Our unity is our strength. Although Canada's co-chairship will end this year, of course we will remain an active and committed member of the executive group. We will continue to take prompt action and respond to attacks against journalists. And we will continue to provide refuge to those who fight for human rights around the world. This year alone, Canada has already welcomed 270 human rights defenders and their families. But we can and we will do more, because journalists and media workers around the world continue to need our support and commitment. Canada looks forward to working toward the plan of action with the international community to ensure journalists can do their essential work freely and safely. Merci à tous pour votre participation et votre engagement. Au plaisir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next on stage, we are moving towards Moldova. The Director for Multilateral Cooperation of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and European Integration. Please welcome with me, Victor Lapușneanu. More or less.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, freedom of expression, media freedom, access to information and safety of journalists represent not only a fundamental right, but also an essential element of democratic governance and rule of law. The right to freedom of opinion and expression, the prohibition of censorship, as well as the right to access to information are enshrined in the Moldovan Constitution and relevant pieces of legislation dedicated specifically to this issue in line with EU directives and international commitments and obligations. The Law on Freedom of Expression and the Audiovisual Service Code, adopted in 2018 with the support of the Council of Europe and the EU, provide the guarantees for free exercise of expression by the media and the principles of independence and non-interference by the state in editorial activity, the protection of journalists, the protection of the confidentiality of journalistic sources, and the transparency of media ownership. This year, Reporters Without Borders ranked Moldova on the 40th place out of 180 countries in the World Press Freedom Index. That is 49 positions better than the last year. We continue working on strengthening the democratic processes, and substantial steps are taken on countering disinformation and propaganda, building a strong and resilient civil society and mass media. We are further committed to improve the protection of journalists, better address threats and violence against media professionals, and foster early warning mechanisms and response capacity. Along the same lines, the Republic of Moldova joined and further supports the Council of Europe platform for the protection of journalism and the safety of journalists as one of good practices on improving monitoring and reporting. While acknowledging key advancements in the implementation of the plan of action over the past years, we cannot overlook the trends of regression on the safety of journalists. The military aggression against Ukraine has directly impacted the lives of many journalists and endangered hundreds of others. We condemn this aggression and express our deep concern about the situation of all journalists and media workers. Finally, we strongly support the work of a free, independent and impartial media online and offline as one of the essential foundations of a democratic society and an essential condition for its progress and development. Thank you for your attention, and words of gratitude go to the Austrian government for hosting this important event. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we move to Luxembourg, where we welcome the Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Luxembourg to OSCE and the UNESCO. Please welcome with me Nadia Ernstner. Hervorragend.
Mesdames et Messieurs, Ministers, Director General of the UNESCO, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to repeat here how safety of journalists and media professionals is essential, a vital element for democracy. We're all deeply grateful to those who risk their health, their freedom, their lives in the name of media pluralism and free information. We need them so much at the time of fake news, of deliberate disinformation, and of intolerable attacks against journalists and their teams. Now more than ever, we must move on from words to actions. Luxembourg is a member of the Group of Friends on the Safety of Journalists within the framework of UNESCO and the Council of Europe. And we will remain strongly committed to this issue in many other international fora too. At UNESCO, we stand for a mandate on the Executive Board for the period 2025 to 2029. Here, Luxembourg will contribute in particular to the work on freedom of expression, as well as the safety of journalists and media workers, especially women. Luxembourg is among those states who actively support the multi-donor program on freedom of expression and safety of journalists and the international program for the development of communication. I would also like to salute its chairperson, Anna Brandt, who's here. We have been making an annual contribution of 100,000 euros to the IPDC since 2019, mainly for projects training women, especially in Afghanistan. And I'm pleased to announce that Luxembourg has just decided to allocate another 100,000 euros to the work of the IPDC for 2023. Luxembourg will also continue its commitment through 2022 to 24 at the Human Rights Council. In this context, we have granted almost 22,000 euros to the Global Media Defense Fund. At the Council of Europe, Luxembourg will continue to support a platform to promote the protection of journalism and the safety of journalists, to which we have allocated almost 80,000 euros over the past 7 years. Also at the OSCE, we have supported the representative on freedom of the media safety of women journalists online project with a contribution of 35,000 euros. In addition, our government has been providing technical assistance to NGOs in the Balkans for many years, which contribute to the fight against disinformation and hate speech. Currently, we're supporting the Center for Research, Transparency and Accountability, Better News in Serbia, and the Civil Center for Freedom in Northern Macedonia, with 175,000 euros for the period 2022 to 2020, and I commend their remarkable work. In line with Luxembourg's ongoing commitment to this region of the world, we will continue to support NGOs active in this field. In conclusion, I would like to draw your attention to the OECD Ministerial on Democracy and Public Governance that will take place in Luxembourg from 17 to 18 November. Media freedom will be a particular focus, and I invite you to consult the Luxembourg Declaration and the action plans that will be adopted by our ministers, which will include the establishment of a hub to combat misinformation. Thank you very much for your attention, and thank you to the organizers for a very interesting event.
Thank you so much. This is turning into quite a bit of a speed talking competition that you're certainly winning. We are now moving on to the United States, where I welcome the Ambassador and Permanent Representative of the US to the UN Human Rights Council, Michelle Taylor.
I'm going to dispose of some of the formalities for fear of the hook, but I would like to thank the Austrian government for fulfilling their Summit for Democracy commitment to organize this event. And of course, their partners UNESCO and OHCHR, with which my team and I work very closely in Geneva. I'm honored to represent the US here today. As the International Day to End Impunity for Crimes Against Journalists highlighted, serious threats remain to the safety of journalists and their ability to report on matters of public interest. I've experienced a taste of this myself closely. My daughter, who traveled the globe studying women's health through photography, once came across a peaceful protest where a young man was being severely beaten. She attempted to photograph this, and the perpetrators threw noise-making explosive devices at her in an attempt to stop her reporting out what she saw. Thankfully, her hearing loss was temporary, and the photographs did make it out to the press. Safety of journalists is a necessary component of free, independent, and sustainable media that undergirds healthy societies and democracies. The United States is committed to media freedom and making substantial relative investments. We were delighted to join the political declaration here today. At last year's Summit for Democracy, President Biden announced supporting free and independent media as a pillar of democratic renewal, committing up to $47.5 million for programs that support these efforts, which includes programs and partnerships that enhance the safety of journalists. We are implementing this commitment. Respect for freedom of expression is a bedrock of healthy societies and under threat in many parts of the world. The rate of impunity for those that kill journalists is a staggeringly high, 87%, as we have heard. And journalists face threats posed by repressive governments' use of new sophisticated spyware to survey journalist activities, which can encourage self-censorship and chill media freedoms. Putin and his government's actions, tightening already expansive control over Russia's media, including banning public access to major social media platforms and cracking down on virtually all independent media outlets in the country, are a direct affront to freedom of expression. While journalists routinely face intimidation, harassment, and violence, both online and offline, for reporting the truth, women journalists are disproportionately targeted. Many women in journalism face multiple and intersecting forms of discrimination and gender-based violence. We recognize the seriousness of these threats, condemn the extraterritorial targeting of journalists and media workers, and call upon states to join the United States in protecting journalists and media workers from strategic lawsuits against public participation, or SLAP, for any of you that I heard murmuring earlier about what SLAP stands for. We look forward to working with all stakeholders committed to ensuring the safety of journalists and respect for human rights. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's now direct our attention to a video that we have received from Peru, from the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Peru, César Landar Arroyo.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed an honor to participate in this important high-level international conference, which is entitled Safety of Journalists, Protecting Media to Protect Democracy. Peru completely shares this premise and the importance through serious and responsible investigative journalism and the part that work plays in our democracy. Indeed, freedom of expression of the press are fundamental components of the exercise of democracy. Peru therefore recognizes the fundamental part played by journalists in the consolidation and preservation of our democracies and transparency in the exercise of state activity, as well as the fight against corruption, abuse of authority, and serious human rights violations. Ladies and gentlemen, violence against journalists and the media directly affects the right to freedom of the press and freedom of expression. And it can have an extreme impact on the personal integrity or the life of those active, while at the same time violating the public's right to such information. It's therefore up to the state to guarantee that the exercise of journalism and in general freedom of expression is carried out freely without any form of discrimination and in an environment that's favorable to its objective and transparent action. To that end, we must act with due diligence in the face of acts of violence or intimidation against those who carry out such activity, adopting the necessary steps so that violent acts that violate their rights are investigated and, if necessary, prosecuted and punished, guaranteeing their right of access to justice. I'd like to stress that the safety of journalists and the fight against impunity should not be confined to merely taking measures after the fact, but that it's also necessary to implement prevention mechanisms and strategies to address the root causes of violence against journalists. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that in the context of this event, it's also relevant to note that Peru is concerned about monopolies in the ownership and control of the information media, which would restrict the plurality and diversity of information necessary for the fullest exercise of the citizens' right to information, thus threatening democracy. At the hemispheric level, this concern has already been addressed by the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. The advisory opinion OC 5/85 of November 1985, and it was recently taken up by the Special Rapporteur for Freedom of Expression of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, Mr. Pedro Vaca Villarreal. Indeed, the latter highlighted in the preliminary observations to his recent visit in Peru in May this year that the principles on freedom of expression, item 12, state that monopolies or oligopolies in the ownership and control should be subject to anti-monopoly laws because they conspire against democracy by restricting the plurality and diversity that ensure the full exercise of the citizenry's right to information. End of quotation. And thank you.
I understand it's always a bit weird to clap for a video. Nevertheless, please make sure to make a round of applause for the next in-person speaker who's here on stage with me. Please welcome the Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Ghana in Vienna, Philbert Abaka Johnson.
Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I'd like to thank the government of Austria, UNESCO, OHCHR, on behalf of the government and people of the Republic of Ghana for hosting this important conference. Ghana aligns itself to the aims and objectives of this conference and supports efforts towards enhancing the safety of journalists in the performance of their jobs, regardless of where they may find themselves. We believe that the protection and safety of journalists is a collective duty of the broader public and the international community. Consequently, it is appropriate and of great value to instill new energy into the implementation of the UN Plan of Action on the Safety of Journalists and the issue of impunity. Ably led by President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, Ghana is determined to end impunity against journalists in all forms, and also to ensure that journalists, no matter their sex, creed, or ethnicity, fulfill their potential in dignity and within a healthy environment. We have deployed significant efforts to create a conducive working environment for the media in Ghana. Under Chapter 12 of the 1992 Constitution, there are very elaborate and progressive provisions for media independence and freedom, which have led to significant changes in the media landscape in Ghana. The repeal of the criminal libel law in July 2001 under the then Attorney General and Minister of Justice, current President of the Republic, has also contributed significantly to the deepening of democracy in the country and has enhanced public accountability as a strategic goal of public policy. Ghana recognizes the right to public information as a human right and has accordingly made provisions for the passage and implementation of the Right to Information Act in the 1992 Constitution, which in essence promotes the safety of journalists and their freedom in accessing information from any public institution and the relevant private sector. Sustainability of private media is crucial, and as a result, media organizations in Ghana today function successfully under sound political and legal conditions. To a large extent, journalists in Ghana work devoid of interference or fear of violence, and media firms enjoy stable legal and business conditions. In furtherance of media freedom and ensuring the safety of journalists, the Office of the Coordinated Mechanism on the Safety of Journalists was commissioned on 4th May 2021 to handle cases of attack on journalists. The safety of journalists in Ghana is to be considered sacrosanct according to the President of the Republic, who has stated vehemently that he would not condone any attack on any media practitioner, irrespective of offense committed. The moderator just disrupted me. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, with these remarks, I would like to conclude by reiterating Ghana's support for the implementation of the UN Plan of Action on the safety of journalists and the issue of impunity. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much. And with this interruption, it was also important to enforce your message to make sure everyone can hear you. Please welcome on stage, you're already here. I now have to speed up a bit. Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Lithuania in Vienna, Vaidotas Verba.
Thank you, ma'am. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants of the conference. Free media is a key prerequisite of any democratic society. The role of the free media is especially vital in the context of Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, the violent crackdown of protesters in Iran, and other conflicts around the globe. The international community and every state are responsible for creating a safe and enabling environment for critical work carried out by journalists and other media workers and addressing impunity for attacks for them. Lithuania remains committed to protecting and promoting media freedom and pledges to take further action to increase the international community's support for free media, counter growing threats of media freedom, and tackle information manipulation. As an active member of the UN Human Rights Council, the Media Freedom and Freedom Online Coalitions, Group of Friends for Safety of Journalists, the International Partnership for Information and Democracy, and other international initiatives, Lithuania encourages the international community to advance global standards of the safety of journalists and media workers. We continue to advocate for strengthening monitoring, evidence gathering, and accountability mechanisms. On the national level, an action plan for implementation of the EU guidelines for protecting journalists and other media workers helps to ensure smooth coordination between the relevant ministries, law enforcement, the judiciary, and the local and national levels. Lithuania is committed to providing practical support, including visa assistance to independent journalists and media workers suffering from persecution by authoritarian regimes and looking for a safe place to live and work. Vilnius, my capital, has become one of the independent Russian and Belarusian media hubs in exile for journalists fleeing Lukashenko's oppression and Putin's wartime crackdown on media freedom at home. In the light of Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, it's crucial to ensure that journalists and media workers are able to carry out their work safely. For this reason, Lithuania will continue to support projects improving journalists' skills of working in dangerous environment. Lithuania shares a strong commitment to actively tackling disinformation. Partnering with the civil society and media organizations, we will further build resilience and trust in quality independent media, boost media literacy, and raise civic awareness. Lithuania is proud to contribute to international effort to protect and promote the safety of journalism and other media workers. I'm very proud to be ahead of time, saving some minutes for you. Thank you.
Announced and already finished before I have to step on stage. These are my favorites. Thank you so much. And also, I think it's really worth acknowledging the true internationality of this pledging session. So from Lithuania, we're moving on to Colombia, and there I present the ambassador and permanent representative of Colombia in Vienna, Miguel Camilo Ruiz Blanco.
Excellencia.
Your Excellencies, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Government of Colombia, I would like to thank the Republic of Austria for having organized, in cooperation with UNESCO and the OHCHR, this high-level conference on the safety of journalists, protecting the media to protect democracy. As indeed stated on preliminary days, Antonio Gutierrez has underlined the fact that free press is vital for the smooth operation of democracy and furthermore to make headway in terms of the SDRs. And though in the context we have made headway in terms of implementation, we still see that there are many attacks and assaults on journalists and that most of these crimes have not been solved. On the occasion of the 10th anniversary of the Plan of Action, Colombia would repeat that it is committed to the safe and secure environment for media workers and journalists in the defense of human rights and the truth for all. And this is why Colombia announces that it is clearly supporting the political declaration, which is the result of this meeting. Colombia reiterates its principles of being in full commitment to all measures taken to protect journalists, considering that they are key elements in terms of strengthening democracy and freedom of expression, as well as efforts to combat impunity in terms of all the crimes that they are victims of. Therefore, we reaffirm the need to deal with this from a gender-oriented side, because the assassination of women and female journalists has increased tremendously. The safety of journalists is of the utmost importance, and also efforts to combat impunity. We have stepped up protection measures, all relating to bringing to justice all crimes against journalists that are an issue for freedom of expression. We stand together with the friends that defend the freedom and safety of journalists. For civil society in Colombia, all those issues that relate to protection and safety of journalists and, of course, freedom of expression are at the very forefront of our agenda, and we have ever more time and space available for their discussion. By conclusion, let me say that we remain committed to the United Nations plan in order to strengthen peace, democracy, and development throughout the world. Thank you.
We are staying in South America, and we're moving on to Chile, to the ambassador and resident representative of Chile in Vienna, Rodrigo Antonio Olsen Olivares.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the 10th anniversary of the UN Plan of Actions, we would like to take this opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to promote a free and safe environment for journalists and media workers. Journalism represents one of the most critical manifestations of freedom of expression and a cornerstone of democracy. However, journalists, camera persons, photojournalists, and communicators put themselves in danger every day to carry out their work, especially in conflict situations. One of the pillars of the government of Chile is to strengthen democracy. In this regard, we are fostering initiatives to promote a media system that is independent, free, pluralistic, and diverse, and protects both freedom of opinion and expression, as well as the right to information. We are committed to strengthening the rights associated with communication and information and reinforcing the journalistic exercise in a diverse media scenario. Chile has persistently condemned censorship measures as a human rights violation, representing a more far-reaching attack on the collective right to freedom of expression and access to information. Democracy requires a free and open debate on matters of public interest and access to information. Moreover, Chile has undertaken concrete measures to protect journalists and communication workers. In this regard, last June, the government announced it is working to implement a legal mechanism to protect journalists and communications workers that will guarantee the safety of those who have the courage to speak up. We also wish to draw attention to the multiple challenges that new technologies impose on the defense on communication workers, media freedom, and media pluralism. Trends in digital security should be widely debated, recognizing the critical role that journalists and communications workers play in society. We reiterate our commitment to promoting the exercise of human rights in the digital context, particularly regarding freedom of expression and access to information. Chile is fully committed to take further actions to promote a free and safe environment for journalists and media workers. We stand ready to engage in further discussions on these critical topics and cooperate further with the state representatives, stakeholders, and civil society in implementing the plan of actions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So we have a few more pledges to go. I understand that we might be getting a bit tired, so make sure to roll your shoulders. I don't have time for another exercise with you, otherwise I would. And please give a warm round of applause to the Ambassador of France to Austria, Gilles Picou.
Thank you for giving us the opportunity to use the French idiom in this conference, in this international conference. So, now in French. La participation.
The participation of France, ladies and gentlemen, confirms first and foremost our long-standing commitment to freedom of the press, and furthermore illustrates our activities in the multilateral context, because the safety of journalists is not just a manifestation of freedom, a vector for democracy, but also, of course, indicates international solidarity. Victor Hugo, our poet, spoke in the middle of the century, press which sheds light in spirits also creates creativity and a fraternity. We are very much committed to the safety of the men and women, providing reliable information. Several recent initiatives show this. The Afghan journalists receiving shelter in France, but also the creation of a platform in Bucharest supporting Ukrainian journalists, and the presence of Mrs. Colonna, our foreign minister, in New York on the occasion of the second Partnership Summit in connection with Reporters Without Borders, an organization which was created in France at this point in time in Vienna, and we are deeply indebted to the organizers, the government of Austria, the High Commissioner, and UNESCO, draws attention to the fact that the lives of journalists are still threatened and that there is often impunity, which is why we continue to be mobilized in multilateral fora, in UNESCO in particular. Our multilateral commitment takes the form of participation in the Intergovernmental Committee for the Development of Communication. This is a true cornerstone of pluralism and specific activities, financial contribution, which was voluntary in nature, in favor of the media to UNESCO, to the tune of 580,000 euros, in excess of 2.5 times what we gave in 2021. Furthermore, there's a World Fund for the Defense of Media, for Eastern European and Asian journalists, and an intergovernmental development program, as well as the provision of protective equipment for journalists in Ukraine. These, ladies and gentlemen, are the steps that illustrate the multilateral activities, which is the subject of this 10th anniversary commemorative meeting. Freedom, justice, and solidarity all come together and are very much supported by France, by our civil society, and by the government that I'm honored to represent here. Thank you. Dankeschön.
Next again, we have a video, and this time it comes from Greece, from the Foreign Minister of Greece, Nikolaos Dendias.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is such a great pleasure to participate, even if it's virtually, in today's conference, marking the 10th anniversary of the United Nations Action Plan on the Safety of Journalists and the issue of impunity. I would like to congratulate my dear friend Alexander, Minister Schallenberg, and wish him a speedy recovery. Also, the Director General of UNESCO and the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. 2 days ago, we commemorated the International Day to End Impunity for crimes against journalists. This day was proclaimed in 2013 by the United Nations General Assembly resolution. The latter was originally submitted by Greece and a core group of countries: Argentina, Austria, Costa Rica, France, and Tunisia. The safety of journalists is also addressed in the resolution submitted to the United Nations Human Rights Council by Austria and a core group of countries, including Greece. The above constitute significant documents for the protection of journalists and media workers. Our renewed commitment to the implementation of the United Nations Action Plan is more relevant than ever. For states, translating the priorities of the Action Plan into coherent national policies is a crucial endeavour. Greece recently established an inclusive national task force on the protection and safety of journalists and other media professionals. The aim is to develop a common framework of actions in this field and to further promote freedom of expression and media pluralism. Women and young journalists, as well as digital journalism, are given priority. Strengthening relevant national legal frameworks is of paramount importance. I would like to stress the role of the United Nations, which is pivotal in ensuring greater system-wide coherence. The Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights plays a crucial role in promoting, protecting, and respecting the rights of journalists. On enhancing accountability, the contribution of UNESCO is deemed extremely significant, especially through the Observatory of Killed Journalists. Furthermore, other relevant initiatives proved beneficial for effective international coordination, such as the Media Freedom Coalition, as well as the US-led Summit for Democracy initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, the UN Plan of Action has a clear objective: the creation of a free and safe environment for journalists that guarantees media freedom. It paves the way for resilient democracies, sustainable peace and development worldwide. It falls upon all of us to turn this noble goal into tangible reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next on stage with us from Brazil, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Brazil in Vienna, Nelson Antonio Tabachara de Oliveira.
Excellencies, journalists and media professionals, ladies and gentlemen. As a member of several groups of Friends for the Protection of Journalists, Brazil follows closely with grave concern the growing threats to the safety of journalists, including in countries in situation of conflict and in violation of international human rights. As an essential element of democracy, states must ensure a free and safe environment for journalists, especially women journalists, to perform their work safely. In cases of violence against journalists and media workers, full, transparent, and independent investigations must be undertaken with the cooperation of all parties involved. Ensuring accountability for crimes committed against journalists is essential for the prevention of future attacks. As stressed by Resolution 51/9, presented by Brazil, Austria, and a group of countries at the United Nations Human Rights Council last September, states and all other relevant stakeholders should take the opportunity of the 10th anniversary of the United Nations Plan of Action on the Safety of Journalists and the issue of impunity to strengthen the implementation of the Plan of Action over the next decade. Brazil takes this opportunity to firstly declare that it endorses fully the political declaration issued today and to reiterate its pledge to safeguarding freedom of expression. Free debate and exchange of ideas and opinions are crucial for democracy to thrive. As we recognize the challenges related to the proliferation of disinformation, we will continue to safeguard freedom of expression, including in the internet, in accordance with our national law and international standards. In Brazil, journalists are included in public policies designed for the protection of human rights defenders. Since 2019, our national program for the protection of human rights defenders, communicators, and environmentalists, the PPDDH, implemented by the Ministry of Women, Family, and Human Rights, explicitly encompasses the protection of social communicators such as journalists. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that was the quickest one so far. Unfortunately, I have to bring one announcement at this point, which is it's 4:45, and this is the time when our interpreters have done a really good job and need a break. So I hope that we will be able to also continue without them. And I'm very happy to welcome on stage next from Iceland, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Iceland, Kristín Arnardóttir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excellencies, distinguished guests, I am honored to participate in this conference on behalf of the Icelandic Minister for Foreign Affairs, Ms. Þórdís Kolbrún Reykfjörð Gylfadóttir. Freedom of the media is high on the agenda of the Minister, and she has announced the doubling of Iceland's contribution to UNESCO's International Programme for the Development of Communication this year. We do all need to double our efforts. In the past years, we have witnessed the most serious deterioration of media freedom in decades and an alarming rise in disinformation, first in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, then Russia's unjustified and brutal war against Ukraine. Never has it been so important, as important, to protect journalists and media workers and the freedom of expression. Promoting human rights and fundamental freedoms is a top priority for Iceland. During our upcoming presidency at the Council of Europe, we will place freedom of expression and the safety of journalists on the agenda of the Committee of Ministers, highlighting the importance of media freedom for our democracy. Madam Chair, I have shortened my speech statement. We commend the courageous work of journalists and media workers on the front line of wars ensuring accountability by documenting, investigating, and reporting on war crimes and human rights violations. Outside the conflict areas, media workers face the threat of imprisonment, legal harassment, and even threats to their lives. Women journalists are often disproportionately targeted by harassment, both online and offline. This persecution and harassment of media workers presents a threat to our democracy and society as a whole. It is our duty to safeguard the freedom of expression and protect journalists. A free and independent media environment is fundamental to the functioning of our democracies. Without a free press, there is no accountability, no security, and no true freedom. I thank you.
I thank you. That was surprisingly exactly the same time as before, 2 minutes 22. Let's just say that's the new time. All right, next on stage, please welcome with me the Ambassador of Italy, Stefano Beltrame.
Thank you. And let me start by congratulating the government of Austria and Minister Schallenberg for organizing this important convention. And I would like to wish Alexander Schallenberg a fast recovery. Thank you for your effort. For the sake of brevity, I will not go through the list of concerns about freedom of speech and safety of journalists we have been debating for the last 2 days, so I refer to the speech which will be published, the official speech, in the final documentation. Let me just focus on the fact that 10 years after the endorsement of the UN Plan of Action on the Safety of Journalists and the issue of impunity, Italy renews its commitment to promote media freedom and media pluralism, as well as safety and protection for journalists and media workers, both at the domestic and the international level. At a domestic level, let me stress that among the more recent policies, we have public funding devoted to ensure pluralism of media outlets in Italy. We also have specific measures to address information needs of linguistic minorities in Italy. We have interagencies, multi-stakeholder coordination to monitor, prevent, and respond to threats to journalists and media workers, and a whole of society effort to build resilience against disinformation and misinformation through media literacy, critical thinking, and education. Let me also record the European side of that. We support the unprecedented effort to set the European Union as a regulatory benchmark in the promotion and protection of media freedom. To this purpose, we are negotiating a specific regulation, the European Media Freedom Act, which will foster plural and free media at continental level. I will skip all the international foreign organizations to whom we give a contribution. Just to mention one last addition, Italy is contributing to the UNESCO Global Media Defense Fund. We believe ensuring safety of journalists and media workers, as well as building a conducive ecosystems to develop free and plural media, requires a multi-stakeholder effort and the most effective dialogue among governments, regulators, media, publishers, academia, and public opinions. Italy stands ready to be an active part of such a dialogue at all levels, and we, of course, support the final political declaration of this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I feel like the closer we get to the end, the shorter the pledges, which is an interesting dynamic. Please welcome on stage next Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Uruguay, Juan Carlos Ojeda.
Buenas tardes, excelencias, distinguidos colegas, señoras y señores. Uruguay reitera su firme compromiso con la vigencia de los derechos de libertad de expresión y asociación y la protección de los periodistas y con el Plan de Acción de Naciones Unidas sobre la seguridad de los periodistas y la cuestión de la impunidad. En el 2014 se aprobó en Uruguay la Ley de Medios, que promueve el pluralismo de los medios de comunicación y reconoce la importante función que desempeñan, en especial para el efectivo ejercicio de los derechos humanos. Por otra parte, Uruguay ha apoyado las relatorías del Sistema Interamericano y del Consejo de Derechos Humanos sobre la libertad de opinión y expresión. En las recomendaciones del examen periódico universal, nuestro país ha priorizado los derechos a la libertad de expresión y asociación y a la protección de los periodistas, respaldando también el mandato de la UNESCO en la materia. Uruguay forma parte de la Coalición Internacional para la Libertad de Prensa en Ginebra y de los grupos de amigos de periodistas en Nueva York y Ginebra. Nuestro país se encuentra entre los líderes de la región en materia de libertad de expresión y opinión y considera que estos derechos deben ser garantizados en tanto pilares de todo Estado democrático y por ello asegura el libre desempeño del trabajo de los periodistas y su difusión en cualquier formato o plataforma. En el ámbito interamericano, nuestro país integra el Grupo de Amigos de la Libertad de Expresión y el Periodismo, creado en mayo de este año en ocasión de la Conferencia Global del Día Mundial de la Libertad de Prensa organizada por UNESCO en Punta del Este. Uruguay lamenta que se asista a un incremento en la magnitud y el número de ataques contra periodistas y otros trabajadores de los medios de comunicación, así como de las limitaciones o sanciones que menoscaban el ejercicio de su trabajo. Frente a estos desafíos, los Estados debemos seguir priorizando la transparencia de la gestión gubernativa, garantizando el acceso a la información pública, protegiendo la seguridad de los periodistas, así como fomentando la existencia de medios independientes. Por otra parte, consideramos necesario fortalecer las alianzas público-privadas y contar con la colaboración de los gestores de plataformas de redes sociales. Como firmante original del Compromiso Global por la Libertad de Medios, Uruguay reafirma su compromiso irrestricto con el derecho a la libertad de expresión, garantizado en su marco constitucional y legal. Como Estado, suscribimos la obligación de garantizar la rendición de cuentas mediante la realización de investigaciones prontas, imparciales y efectivas de todos los delitos contra periodistas. Los medios libres son la piedra angular de la democracia y no pueden ser debilitados por la impunidad. Para finalizar, Uruguay se enorgullece de haber sido desde el pasado mes de mayo sede de la Consulta Regional para América Latina y el Caribe, coordinada por la UNESCO en el marco del Plan de Acción, y de la Conferencia Global del Día Mundial de la Libertad de Prensa, a la vez que nos congratulamos en el día de hoy de acompañar la declaración política resultado de esta conferencia. Muchas gracias.
And please be aware that this speech is also available on the website in English. Next on stage, please welcome with me Charles d'Affaires from the New Zealand Embassy and Permanent Mission in Vienna, Joanna Diesing.
Thank you very much. Aotearoa New Zealand is committed to promoting and protecting universal human rights at home and around the world, both because they align with our values, but also because we know that they are essential to peace, security, and prosperity in all our countries. As we have heard today, the killing of journalists and the impunity of perpetrators negatively impacts efforts to promote peace, security, and sustainable development. The resulting self-censorship can also deprive society of information and further impact press freedom. This is why New Zealand joined the Media Freedom Coalition in March 2021 to help combat those growing threats. Since its inception, the coalition has undertaken critical work to defend media freedoms and the safety of journalists. We strongly support the work of the Media Freedom Coalition as a means to provide expert advice and pool global efforts. Aotearoa New Zealand is committed to playing its role to help stop the backsliding in democratic norms, including media freedoms, freedom of expression, and the safety of journalists. This is why New Zealand strongly supports the UN Plan of Action on the safety of journalists and the issue of impunity, and why we contribute to other initiatives focused on media freedom, including UNESCO's Global Media Defence Fund. Colleagues, media freedom must not be taken for granted, and we are committed to working with you all to promote and protect it. Thank you very much.
That was a new winner, 1 minute 22. We have two more of the pledges, and these are not coming from countries, but rather from institutions. So please welcome on stage next the head of the Information Society Department of the Council of Europe, Patrick Penning.
Thank you so much. And since I'm between the break and the rest of the session, I will be very short. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I hear for the Council of Europe, I only have 3 key messages. The first is we cannot simply continue to admire and repeat the problems on which we all agree. We cannot simply refer to already adopted resolutions, recommendations and declarations, but we have to focus on practical solutions and good practices. Second, the Council of Europe added another P word to the Plan of Action of the United Nations in preventing, protecting and prosecuting. We also want to promote. We want to ensure that states have a positive obligation to create a positive climate to media freedom, freedom of expression and safety of journalists, which is based on our common values that we stand for. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot pledge internationally and deny nationally. We have to act nationally and locally. Third, Council of Europe focuses on the involvement of all stakeholders, journalist organizations, media actors, civil society actors. We shall not only speak about them, but speak with them and give them the floor. They are the actors of media freedom. They are the actors in the protection of journalists. We fully endorse, therefore, the political declaration of the conference, and we as Council of Europe will launch a campaign on the protection of journalists to involve all stakeholders, to involve all international organizations, to be organized at local and national level, and I have taken due note of those states that have indicated that they would create or are in the process of creating national committees established in a multi-stakeholder platform. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much. And as the final pledge of today's pledging session, please welcome with me on stage the Senior Director of Partnerships and Outreach Europe at Internews, Abdurrahman Sharif.
The best for the last. Excellencies, distinguished guests, I'm here to talk about a specific initiative that we have started, which is the Media Freedom Cohort, together with the governments of Canada and the Netherlands. Born out of the 2021 Summit for Democracy's Year of Action, the Media Freedom Cohort brings together civil society groups, private sector partners, academics, philanthropists, and policymakers to grow global commitments to media freedom around the world in preparation for the second Summit for Democracy scheduled in 2023. It is co-led, as I said, by the governments of Canada and the Netherlands, building on their leadership as the co-chairs of the Media Freedom Coalition, and by the International Media Development Organization, Internews, which I represent. The work has been broken down into 3 priority areas. A first working group will focus on protection of journalist safety and security in both physical and digital spaces. It is co-led by the ACOS Alliance and IFEX. This group will also take forward the recommendation made at this high-level multi-stakeholder conference on safety of journalists. A second working group will aim to look at legal and regulatory frameworks required to advance media freedom worldwide. It is co-led by the high-level panel of legal experts on media freedom. And the third one, finally, is co-led by the US and UK governments, together with the Global Forum for Media Development, GFMD. It will look at funding models, industry standards, and public policies that support the resilience and professional capacities of media outlets to survive and thrive in the coming decades. The focus of this cohort is twofold: to learn from each other and exchange best practices, and to maximize commitments of concrete action. The cohort will work both to advance the commitments made in the first summit and possibly make new and concrete commitments that lead, and I stress, to measurable and systemic progress in improving media freedom in one or more of the three priority areas. It recognizes that commitment in all of these areas can be made at the domestic, national level, or as part of international engagement, and will encourage multi-stakeholder participation at either level in all of the three priorities. To ensure an inclusive process, the Media Freedom Cohort is open to every country involved in the Summit for Democracy, organization or stakeholder participating. And it's wishing to make a substantive commitment to improving media freedom during the year of action. We welcome your contributions and encourage you all to join the Summit for Democracy's Media Freedom Cohort. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, and let's take a deep breath after all the pledges that we've heard. And it's now my pleasure to welcome on stage for a specific challenge of actually doing a final reflection on all those pledges, the President of the 41st UNESCO General Conference, Ambassador Santiago Irasabal Morao.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank all ministers and governments representatives for the meaningful pledges heard during this session. The 10th anniversary is an opportunity to pay tribute to all journalists and media professionals who have worked hard and several times have risked their lives to ensure our access to reliable information. It is also an opportunity to take stock of the challenges and to propose new ways to progress in the creation of a free and safe environment so they can continue to do their jobs. This is indeed a critical moment. Freedom of expression has been threatened as ever before. Today, being a journalist is one of the most dangerous professions across the world. Women professionals have in particular been the target of violence. They have faced online abuse such as harassment, sexist discrimination, and threats of sexual or physical violence. This situation has been aggravated by the pandemic, favoring deliberate attacks on the press and disinformation that has become more pervasive and widespread. Although the use of digital technology has allowed great opportunities to strengthen freedom of expression, facilitated access, production, and sharing of information, we also have testified the rising of hate speeches. There has been indeed a great change in the way that this disinformation and hate speeches are being disseminated, a change that has notably been intensified in the last years by the creation of multiple online platforms. And ironically, those who attack freedom of expression revindicate this right to justify violent attitudes and opinions, inciting hatred and discrimination, put at risk the good governance and the rule of law. One must not confuse, ladies and gentlemen, hate speech, which constitute a serious crime, with media criticism, an element of democratic debate. This is why journalists remain as one of the most crucial activities for the protection of citizens and the construction of peace. Quality journalism must find the condition to enable individuals to make informed decisions about their societies and the future of the planet. Ladies and gentlemen, my friends, freedom of expression is a human right, essential for building a just and peaceful world. The flow of ideas flourishes through dialogue, through the interaction of the diversity of views and opinions. This vision is at the heart of the Sustainable Development Goal 16 of the 2030 Agenda, and its target is to ensure public access to information and protect fundamental freedoms. In the last 10 years, some positive efforts have been made at the international and the multilateral level to protect journalists and freedom of expression. Over 20 resolutions of safety of journalists have been approved by the United Nations Security Council, the United Nations General Assembly, and the Human Rights Council. Relevant group of friends have been created in the United Nations headquarters in New York and in Geneva, as well as in UNESCO. And the coordination between the different secretariats has been enhanced to scale up action. Together with the President of the United Nations General Assembly and the Human Rights Council, I also issued a joint declaration on the occasion of the celebration of the World Press Freedom Day to call for building a safer environment for journalists and media workers, as well as for protecting the right of every citizen to reliable and often life-saving information. I think we all recognize the need to reinforce our common action. We see this in the Window Plus 30 Declaration of 2021, underpinned by the UNESCO member states in the last General Conference, which reaffirms the importance of treating information as a public good. As the United Nations agency with a mandate to promote freedom of expression, UNESCO has continued to step up efforts to strengthen member states' commitment to advance policies and laws to preserve journalists from interference and threats while ensuring universal access to information, including through internet. The complexity of the issue calls today for a better balance between regulation, responsibility, and security based on the principles of human rights, openness, accessibility, and multi-holder participation, as stated in the Rome X principles championed by UNESCO. The forthcoming Global Conference on Internet and Democracy for Democracy that will be convened by UNESCO next February is an important step to take this vision forward. Ladies and gentlemen, education is another part of the answer. In the last years, UNESCO has worked to support the training of judges, to sharpen the work of law enforcement professionals, and international standards related to freedom of expression and the safety of journalists in partnership with institutions such as the Inter-American Court of Human Rights and the Brazilian National Schools of Judges. Our organization is also harnessing the power of education on media and information as a crucial component for the exercise of human rights. By preparing the young generation to think critically about the use of freedom of expression online and offline, we are preparing the ground for a positive change. Everywhere we see global awareness rising, and this is paramount. The fact that we are all gathered here, representative of member states, civil society, private sector, and other actors, demonstrate that the international community is fully engaged in the strategic and action-oriented debate. In this spirit, I wish to thank the government of Austria for the organization of the successful event, and I also thank all the participants of the high-level conference for standing up for freedom of expression and the values we share. Obrigado. Thank you.
Hello. 7 minutes. I didn't want to take out the hook at last. I think this has been such an overwhelming session, and there are even more pledges on ministerial level than have been made that unfortunately we cannot show you right now, but please let me name them. There are more pledges from Norway, the Czech Republic, Montenegro, Costa Rica, Andorra, Poland, Slovenia, the Netherlands, Cyprus, Switzerland, and Latvia. And I think that deserves a big round of applause. It's been over 2 hours. We've heard more than 30 pledges live, and as you heard, there are plenty more. Please make sure to visit the website where you will find all of them online as well. Thank you so much for your patience, for staying with us. Thank you to everyone who made it for a pledge. Let's take a 10-minute break. Please get up, move your bodies, grab a coffee, and then come back for our last panel of today. Thank you.
Bitte einmal spielen. Malte, hörst du mich? Kann er bitte einmal spielen?
Gaffer irgendwo?
Das würde besser rauskommen, ist nur leise. Schau, wenn das Mikrofon geht besser ab, das ist viel zu leise.
Okay, okay.
Andreas, bitte. Die Seite von den Bässen ist viel zu leise.
Es ist jetzt relativ leise, aber wahrscheinlich ist es, weil da diese Hintergrundmusik ist, oder? Ja.
Nur am Kopfhörer.
Was ist?
Er hat es noch nicht draußen auf der BA, er hört sich nur und mischt es gerade am Kopfhörer zusammen.
Ach so.
Andreas?
inclined forced us to work together in a very complementary way, and the financial incentive is always a good one, but we've managed to find complementarities on the ground, and we have worked across the world in really cementing some of our work in this area. Of course, the partnerships have included this UN network of focal points, the civil society organizations, but we need to do more. What more? Here's a few ideas. More information sharing. We're still a little bit siloed in how we get the information and how we deal with it. And I think across the UN we need to do more. We need to do more research and more consultations to understand exactly the nature of the threats from our perspective on the ground across field offices, and to identify more effective ways of addressing those threats. We had an Austrian-led new Human Rights Council resolution on safety of journalists requesting us with partners to organize a seminar soon on legal and economic threats faced by journalists, and I think these are new areas of work. A lot of need for monitoring and data collection. I think this is an area of great growth and relevance for the work of journalists and civil society representatives in general, and we are developing an online platform called RightStat to provide indicators and data on violence against journalists. Country teams have a pivotal role to play for all of this, and I think that, again, integrating the safety of journalists as a thematic in UN common country analysis and common programming is very important. Training is very important. You'll hear more from Jafar, I think, on the role of Staff College and others, but all of our colleagues, and I heard this from civil society also, need to be anchored in rights. Our colleagues need to know what the rights are, particularly a better understanding of discrimination, of what gender rights are when they are mainstreamed, understandings of vulnerability, the freedoms of assembly, of expression and opinion. These are not just for the Office of Human Rights or for UNESCO or for the Labour Organization. Everyone needs to know, because the accountability for the delivery on human rights is a shared one. Most of all, I think we need to ensure that our colleagues on the ground are supporting national policies and plans with sufficient resources, knowledge and know-how, because I think we have again seen how essential national protection mechanisms are to this whole structure. So whatever we do at regional level, at global level, if we can't drive it home and protect at source, I think we're missing the point. So we will be working more, certainly with UNESCO, to identify good practices that can be shared, to enhance existing ones, particularly where there are potentials, and to make sure that the entire international human rights mechanism system is actually at disposal of the journalists, of their organizations, and of the UN. And I'm sure we're going to get a whole bunch of other ideas moving forward.
Thank you very much, Nada. Let me move on and ask the following question to Ambassador Brandt, who is, as I said, chair of the UNESCO International Programme for the Development of Communication. Actually, the plan of action was kicked off within this program, the IPDC. And I would like to ask the ambassador for some examples of how the IPDC has impacted and has supported the implementation of the UN plan of action, locally but also globally, and any new needs that you see emerging going forward.
Thank you very much, Taufik, for this. I will be happy to share some examples of IPDC's work in supporting the UN Plan of Action. Let me just say, underline again, that this Plan of Action was conceived within the intergovernmental membership of the IPDC Council back in 2010, drawing on expert advice. The Council saw the importance of combining the strengths of UN actors on safety of journalists and the value of engaging the full range of societal stakeholders in their respective roles under one umbrella. As we've heard in numerous testimonies over the course of today, there are dangerous trends that continue to threaten the media sector, heightening the need to reinforce cooperation and coordination for the implementation of the plan of action. So I think this There's no doubt with anyone of this increased need. And I think in this context, it's also important to remember the unique nature of IPDC, having both a political and a normative dimension, as well as supporting concrete projects that can multiply and that actually do multiply according to success in the areas of prevention, protection, and prosecution. The first example I would like to share with you is of monitoring. And this is key. I think we can recall what the High Commissioner of Human Rights said this morning, that we need better data and better analysis to be able to enforce accountability. And the UNESCO Director General's report on the safety of journalists and the danger of impunity is mandated by the IPDC Council. And this highlights the important role that UNESCO plays within the UN to track trends and challenges in the safety of journalists, and particularly in regard to impunity for crimes. This is based largely on official information from countries where journalists have been killed, and the report continues to be a unique mechanism in reinforcing the primary responsibility of states for ensuring that fatal attacks on journalists are effectively prosecuted. IPDC support for monitoring of SDG indicator 1610.1 and UNESCO's journalist safety indicators also inform actions and policies to protect journalists on the job. But I want to underline that this report is only as good as the reporting to it indicates. We need more countries to respond to the requests for reporting. This has been ongoing for some time, but let me also respond to your question, Taufik, about newer areas where IPDC is working. And that second example I would like to give you is guidance on legislation, which is a newer contribution by IPDC. We're currently supporting development of a model protocol that can guide the elaboration of legal measures and policies on the safety of journalists. Because we know that supporting the rule of law is paramount for ending impunity. IPDC is supporting projects focused on training and awareness raising among judiciary and law enforcement actors in a variety of countries, for example, Colombia, Rwanda, and Paraguay. Another area which I would like to highlight, which is newer, is safety training, including digital security training. There are many grassroots projects that IPDC is financing in this area. We need to approach safety of journalists holistically, and threats to journalists range from online harassment to physical attacks and imprisonment. And all of these attacks are increasing at an alarming pace. 10 years ago, the digital dimensions were understandably not at the top of our minds. But to address increasing needs, IPDC has supported a recent consultation on the importance of data and internet transparency, which impacts on journalist safety. Gender-based online violence and harassment is a growing phenomenon, and we've heard several testimonies during today. And I want to remind about this appalling statistic that 73% of women journalists surveyed have reported that they experience some form of online violence or harassment in the course of their work. IPDC has co-funded a consultation on the safety of women journalists in the run-up to this particular event. And addressing gender-specific threats are crucial in moving forward. And all of IPDC's projects are gender-sensitive, I would like to add. Fourthly and finally, an example which came to mind when listening to Nobel Peace Prize laureate Dmitry Muratov, something that he called for this very morning, and that is that more needs to be done to support journalists in conflict areas. Just a couple of months ago, the IPDC Bureau approved a project on supporting media safe spaces for journalists in conflict situations. A pilot phase is currently being launched in Pakistan for journalists who have left Afghanistan and in Ukraine. And we sincerely hope that this initiative will grow to serve many more countries where displaced and diaspora journalists need emergency support. So to conclude, with the help of our generous donors, I want to assure all of you that IPDC will continue our work to prevent and mitigate existing and new threats against journalists and to support prosecution to end impunity. Together we must continue to protect media, journalism, to protect democracy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Brandt. Je voudrais maintenant...
Next, I would like to put a question to Mrs. Pradalier, newly elected President of the International Federation of Journalists. It's a very important grouping, bringing together 600,000 journalists from in excess of 140 countries throughout the world. So you can really say that this is one of the most important voices to defend journalism, trying to make the working environment better for that profession. Since war broke out in Ukraine, the International Federation has taken emergency action in the field, and we were cooperating with your federation in Ukraine in order to provide some emergency plans. The question is, could you please share with us your feedback and your experience on cooperation between your federation and UNESCO, and possibly also the requirements for all stakeholders in order to create a safer environment for journalists everywhere? Thank you, Mr. Director General. What I have to say is that over the past 48 countries, I've often heard, we need action. We have heard enough words. But you see, words are necessary and important, but must be followed up by action. And it is in this type of context that we can hone the UN Plan of Action, which is a very good text, but there's a lack of constraint. And that is a shortcoming. We're now all aware of the lack of safety and the context of work for journalists. It's important to note that, but we need to take and go a step further. About 1,000 journalists have been assassinated, merely because they are journalists. And this morning, Madame Azoulay, the Director General of UNESCO, and of course I very much thank the government of Austria here, along with the Office of the UN High Commissioner on Human Rights and UNESCO, for giving us this option. Media professionals, organizations, and civil society to try to improve things all together. Mrs. Azoulay was giving us a list of the fatalities, and impunity is, I think, at the very core element of these assassinations. Unless we put an end to impunity, we are on the brink of the chasm. 9 out of 10 of these cases will never be investigated. Sometimes you only find the immediate perpetrator, but not those who gave the instructions. Adnan Khashoggi, Shireen El-Haqqi, Rafael Emiliano Moreno, she said, Camille Lepage, of course, but so many more, far too many more. In Mexico, Somalia, Yemen, Palestine, Afghanistan, Ukraine, the list is far too long. Too much of that. Impunity is like a cancerous growth in our democracies, particularly in that of the media. The right to inform and the right to receive correct information, full information, are vital requirements. The Human Rights Council, and I quote, has shed light on the fact that states parties need to take steps and measures not only to prevent loss of life by criminal acts, but also to prevent arbitrary execution on the part of their own security forces. And I continue. They should first take effective and specific steps to prevent the disappearance and abduction of individuals and to give in-depth investigation to those cases of individuals killed or abducted. The International Federation, so ably represented by the Director General, is experiencing all of this as dreadful loss, and freedom of the press, of course, diminishes in any country or region where such acts occur. Why? Because it is a societal phenomenon, and journalists are so important in the formation of public opinion. And these people are threatened, which is why the International Federation of Journalists, sorry, I thought there was an interjection. No, after having consulted with legal experts and practitioners of international law, asked Dr. Carmen Draghici, with a solid and robust reputation in international law and justice, the task of drafting a convention for journalists and other media workers. And it is this convention that we will be proposing. And as we were listening to the exchanges over these past 2 days, it brought to mind the fact that this is well adapted because it contains new tools and new legal developments in the international sphere in order to take action. Dr. Draghici tells us that the draft convention offers a consolidated legal framework to better protect journalists. It codifies the case law obligations in the form of treaties, replacing legal sources of a great variety and giving us a complete and accessible instrument. It clarifies the relative provisions on freedom of expression as we find them in human rights conventions based on international jurisprudence. It furthermore ensures the explicit positioning of states, one state vis-à-vis the other, and helps states become aware of their obligations, facilitating international surveillance. The text will have a mandatory value, contrasting it with non-mandatory texts and thus enhancing liability. I could give you the 2 main elements of this convention, the first being the existence of specific incrimination on assaults on journalists and media workers, and the second is the setting up of a permanent committee to ensure the safety of journalists. It is a monitoring and investigation committee where states are called upon to protect journalists and engage in independent and in-depth investigations. If they themselves are not in a position to do so, the permanent committee would be able to step in and conduct such inquiries. So the convention is intended to combat impunity, among a host of other proposals, but these are the new tools. And some 12 international organizations have already supported it. It's available in 5 languages on the website of the Federation, ifg.org, therefore. And we repeat that journalists are simply beacons that help us to see. If the light were to be extinguished, we would be in darkness. So if we do not make headway after the 10 years, we will, in fact, be receding and doing so in the dark. This is why I call on all of you, governments and states, to support the tools that we are proposing. And we say again, we need action now that we have heard so many words. And we need a new exercise to assert where we stand in 5 years' time, not 10 years' time. Thank you, Mrs. Prébalé, for your testimony and for calling for very specific action that goes well beyond statements and intentions. It's also, of course, extremely important to hear the voice of a journalist. Mrs. Pradier, before being elected president of the International Federation, of course, worked in that area for many years.
The leading institution within the UN system to train the UN staff and relevant partners. Last December, your institution, the college, with UNESCO, decided to launch an important initiative to upscale the UN-wide understanding of the rights of freedom of expression, access to information, and safety of journalists. I would like to ask you maybe to shed some light on this joint initiative and the type of specific outcome and goals that you want to achieve through it.
Sure. Thank you very much. First, let me just thank the government of Austria and our partners, OHCHR and UNESCO, for working with us to put together this course that you mentioned. I also have to apologize to my fellow panelists and to the audience in advance that I have to leave at 6:20. I'm usually not that impolite, but now I have to go to the airport. So it's a pleasure to be here. And as Tawfiq mentioned, about a year ago, and in line with the spirit of cooperation in the context of the plan of action to foster interagency cooperation, we joined UNESCO to promote awareness and build capacity across the UN system on freedom of expression and the safety of journalists. Just very briefly, if I may, to tell you, the Staff College is the learning and training institute of the entire UN system. So we're based in Turin, in Italy, and we have also a campus in Bonn, Germany. We train about 25,000 UN personnel and also partners from the civil society and also governments. So we have a pretty far reach in terms of bringing people to our programs. So in May of this year, together with UNESCO, we organized the first UN regional workshop on freedom of expression, access to information, and the safety of journalists in Punta del Este, Uruguay, on the sidelines of the Global Conference on World Press Freedom Day. The workshop was mainly attended by the UN resident coordinators, but we also had other high-level UN officials from the Latin America and the Caribbean region, as well as the civil society representatives. So during these 3 days and very intense discussions, participants identified common challenges encountered by the UN, very real challenges that they face when dealing with this issue, and in upholding freedom of expression, access to information, and protecting the safety of the journalists. But I think more importantly probably is that the fact that together they also were able to identify solutions and shared best practices with one another in addressing these obstacles that they face. So basically, building on these positive experience of the first regional workshop, UNESCO and UNSCE, we will be organizing additional workshops for high-priority regions starting in early 2023, and we look forward to sharing further details with with all of you, with our UN colleagues, as we move forward. Now, as we are gathered here to mark the 10th-year anniversary of the adoption of the UN Plan of Action on the Safety of Journalists and the issue of impunity by the Chief Executive Board, we are pleased to announce the launch of a self-paced, self-managed online course on freedom of expression, access to information, and the safety of journalists. Now, I invite you to watch this very short video. It's only 1.5 minutes, to know a little bit about the program, and then I will come back. So if we can show the video.
In celebration of the 10th anniversary of the adoption of the UN Plan of Action by the Chief Executive's Board, the UNSSC and UNESCO are pleased to announce the launch of the self-paced online course on freedom of expression, access to information, and the safety of journalists. Hosted on the UNSSC's Blue Line Learning Hub for personalized and self-directed learning, the course will become available on the 10th of November. Participants wishing to enroll in the course are invited to register on the UNSSC website. Developed with the support of UNESCO's multi-donor program on freedom of expression and the safety of journalists, the course is made available free of cost to all UN personnel. The course includes 4 lessons covering freedom of expression, access to information, and the safety of journalists, as well as relevant subtopics such as hate speech, disinformation, the role of media during elections, and the United Nations human rights monitoring mechanisms. The new self-paced online course will serve as a great resource for different United Nations stakeholders, including resident coordinator offices and UN country teams, reinforcing their capacity to engage national authorities in promoting freedom of expression, access to information, and the safety of journalists. UNSSC and UNESCO look forward to welcoming you on this learning journey.
Thank you. So the course will go live on the 10th of November, and I invite all of you to take a look at it. All these things that we have done has been possible with the support of UNESCO's multi-donor program on freedom of expression and the safety of journalists. And the course, as you saw in the video, will be made available free of charge to whoever wants to take it, but mainly to the UN personnel. Now, the support of the multi-donor program is extremely important in ensuring that everyone working on furthering these issues may benefit from this course. Our partnership with UNESCO really embodies the principle of the UN Plan of Action and demonstrates our commitment to strengthening UN mechanism and interagency collaboration, and to raise awareness about the international legal standards and human rights mechanism. And last, in the spirit of cooperation, let us all work together to build the United Nations capacity to engage national authorities in promoting freedom of expression, access to information, and the safety of journalists. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like next to give the floor to Ms. Barbara Triomfi, who is the Executive Director of the International Press Institute. This institute is a member of the Civil Society Coalition on the Safety of Journalists, which is a network of more than 30 organizations around the world working to promote the safety of journalists and to improve the coordination among civil society organizations. This coalition played a key role in preparing this event through their active participation in the consultations, and they played a key role in preparing the program for yesterday's pre-conference. I would like to ask you about what you have done to upscale the implementation of the UN Plan of Action at a local level, and also what are your views on ways to improve that going forward?
Sure. Thank you very much. I'm as you mentioned, I'm here, I'll try to reflect here the position of the civil society coalition, and which includes a number of civil society organizations working at the international, at the regional, at the local level to promote the UN Plan of Action at all these levels. I think it would be impossible to go through the activities of all these organizations, which in the past 10 years have been immense. So basically, ever since the beginning of the start of a plan of action 10 years ago, civil society got very active in its implementation and took this as a serious opportunity to change things for the better. We felt that it was a unique opportunity to work alongside other stakeholders, alongside multilateral mechanisms, member states, and so on, to really bring about real change. There have been some achievements, as we have heard in the past days. There have also been a lot of frustration. Frustration given primarily by the fact that, on one hand, while we have seen commitments towards greater safety of journalists, and the reality on the ground has changed only partially or not at all, and today we are possibly living in a world where journalists are under even greater threat than they were 10 years ago. And the other hand is also frustration somehow in some cases at the failure to recognize the unique value that civil society has and has had in the implementation of the plan of action. The plan of action for safety of journalists, you need civil society organization from journalist association to other groups that monitor press freedom, that monitor justice systems and so on, are the first point of contact for journalists under threat at the local level. They are the organization that journalists trust, and thanks to this trust are those organizations that can also implement a number of protection mechanisms that would not be possible without the participation of civil society organizations. And we have seen this in any of the mechanisms, of the national protection mechanism that have been discussed over the past days. The colleagues before, panelists before, mentioned the importance of having good, credible, accurate data. The collection and the verification of data is an activity carried out primarily by civil society organizations, mostly at the local level. It's incredibly resource intensive, and the organizations that do this need not only resources, they come under fire for the work that they do in this area. And very often they just don't have the capacity to carry out this work because their position, their role is not sufficiently acknowledged. In looking ahead, I just want to mention civil society. The civil society group has worked ahead of this conference, have worked on a set of recommendations. We spent a lot of time, a lot of pre-consultations over the past months, and some great discussions yesterday to finalize the recommendations, which you can find printed out outside and will be and have been presented very briefly earlier today. I really urge everybody in this room to go through those recommendations. Each single point there comes out of the experience of civil society groups, in working in certain countries, they come out from success stories or efforts to, so they're really based on a thorough analysis of what went right and what went wrong in the past 10 years. This should be a guiding principle for the next 10 years at least. So I will not present them now because there are a number of very complex issues, but I would like really to stress the importance of the work that has been done there. civil societies are there to hold governments and institutions accountable for their often failure to end impunity. They're there, they can make noise, they can develop advocacy, but they're also terribly vulnerable organizations. Very often they're easily shut down by authorities in the country if they become too critical. They are, as I said, resources is always an issue. They face attacks, physical attacks very often. All this needs to be recognized. And in addition to this, we need to recognize that we need to remember that really states are the duty bearers. Civil society is there to help, is there to support this work, is here to, as I said, to hold them accountable, but states are the duty bearers. They are responsible for the attacks against journalists, in some cases because they are themselves behind, or they are creating a climate in which these attacks happen. In most cases because they failed to prevent these attacks and punish the perpetrators. So I'll just conclude stating how the importance of the UN Plan of Action. It's frustrating to see, the most frustrating aspect is to see that where it worked, it did work. So it's difficult to accept that we are not able to extend the success stories to other countries. And why are we not able? In the end, it comes down to the political will. There is still a great lack of political will. And so this is again a call on the member states in this room and others to work with civil society. We are here, we are doing our work, we are doing what we can, but we do need to work cooperatively in order to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Trianfi. Last but not least, Mr. Pedro Vaca Villarreal, who is the Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Expression in the Americas. And I would like to touch on the role of regional coordination, obviously to promote the safety of journalists and the freedom of expression. And I know that, among others, the IGO Light Touch Task Force on the safety of journalists is an informal network of intergovernmental organizations outside of the United Nations system. So could you please elaborate on the role of regional coordination outside of the UN framework as far as the UN Plan of Action is concerned, and where do you see opportunities to upscale this coordination going forward?
Thank you for the invitation. For my fellow panelists, I would like to thank also the Austrian government and UNESCO for making the effort for having us here. I said in my intervention in another panel that this is the deadliest year for journalists in the Americas. Since there's Office of a Special Rapporteur for Freedom of Expression, and it's since 1997. The UN Plan of Action, I think, is well structured. I mean, when we look at the thematic areas, it's a guide mainly for states, but also for other stakeholders to contribute for guarantees for press freedom. And I would like to raise 4 points, 4 very specific points, starting by the good news. I mean, in the Americas, we have reached a core group of friends for freedom of expression, led by Uruguay and Costa Rica. And this group of friends is backing the denounce of that this is the deadliest year for journalists in the region. And sometimes in these very hard moments, we need those kind of messages from member states. Backing, even in that pain that is in democracy and society should be also a pain and something that raises awarenesses among member states. The second thing I would like to raise, and I think it could be also a path to develop more discussions and tools, is that in this moment of our humanity and history, the intersection between security policies and guarantees for freedom of expression and freedom of the press is biggest than ever. And that brings me straight to surveillance, for example. That brings me straight to the safety of doing the work of journalism without fear. I mean, it's not only the assassination of journalists, it's also journalists that are doing the daily work under fierce and scary circumstances. I like the idea and the effort done by training journalists, so we need journalists better prepared for these digital challenges. But on the other side, we need more check and balances among member states in the use of intelligence. It's like two sides of the same coin. And I think this second side is something that we should improve in next years of the UN Safety Plan for Protection of Journalists. My third point is, and I was listening very carefully to state interventions previously, I think there's a huge gap between aspirations on the plan from member states and the practical and daily challenges of the implementation of the UN Safety Plan for Protection of Journalists. I'm going to share a few examples. We talk about to prevent violence against journalism, and on the other hand, we have a lot of politicians and high voices, official voices, denigrating and doing stigmatization against journalists. So there's like a bridge missing between those two, because a very effective way to prevent violence against journalists is having political leaders that do not denigrate about journalism as the first response to any journalistic coverage. We can take the same view with protection. In this deadliest year for journalists in the Americas, we have cases, for example, of journalists that received protection from the state, that protection was removed, and then the journalist was killed. We should put questions on that. And we also have cases of journalists that raised the hand, said to the state, to the authority, I need protection, I'm scared, and that journalist did not receive any kind of protection. We can put this also in the prosecution obligation. It's a lack of resources, it's a lack of protocols. Okay, we have, UNESCO has done a huge and enormous and outstanding effort in toolkits for judiciary, in toolkits for law enforcement. So please, member states, let us know which are your challenges, and we are here to help you in the effective implementation of those, of the UN Safety Plan. My last point is, I think we also need some kind of coherence between the public statements of member states and open doors to visits. As a special rapporteur for freedom of expression in the Americas, during the last 2 years, only one single country has accepted a local visit. And we need open doors to collect data, Barbara, and we need research, we need information. Okay, let's open the doors to international overview, to special procedures, because in this scenario, we need more data, independent research, and states, I think, and I guess we could agree on that, should be open to that international view that collect data, and also it's useful to monitor the future years of the UN Safety Plan for Protection of Journalists. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all panelists for sharing with us your experiences, but also these rich insights about what has worked, how you collaborated within the UN system, outside of the UN system, and also your recommendations for actions going forward. I have to look at Katharina. I am on time. You realize that?
Very proud.
Thank you all for your attention. Back to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And we are approaching the end of today. But before we get to the final celebration, there is a part that we promised before, after the lunch break, where we said that we do want to make sure that the civil society gets enough of a voice, as was just reinforced in this session as well. Which is why I would like to invite back on stage Ovais Aslam Ali. He's the Secretary General of the Pakistani Press Foundation and is part of the rapporteurs. He's going to tell us again a bit about the pre-conference. And I was told that you have 10 minutes, so please do not make me have to come on stage again. 10 minutes, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to complete our presentation. I'm here representing a global community of civil society groups that have put a tremendous amount of effort into this conference, but more importantly, on the promotion of freedom of the press and safety of journalists. Indeed, the bulk of the work actually is being delivered in terms of safety is being done by civil society organizations. We welcome the tremendous amount of commitments that have been expressed by the United Nations and the states to the supporting safety work, including dozens of resolutions and other formal statements. However, we need to point out that there is a failure on the part of UN and states to walk the talk, so to say. We appreciate the important work that is being done, but it needs to be scaled up significantly if we are to actually going to address what every speaker here has recognized as the frontal assault on independent journalism and indeed democracy itself. And this support needs to take the form not only of more funding, but also more and more consistent diplomatic support for efforts in this area. Due to time constraints, I will limit myself to just one point in relation to each of the thematic areas addressed in the civil society call for action on the part of UN and the states. Gender needs to be mainstreamed fully into the work being done on safety. This means ensuring the necessary expertise and knowledge is available, but also that the system and structures are accessible in practice to women, non-binary persons, and other vulnerable groups. Most of the countries which are in serious need of national safety mechanisms do not yet have them, while in some cases existing mechanisms are not running effectively due to lack of support, including a lack of political will, which has been pointed out a number of times here. Far more effort needs to be put into creating these mechanisms and then supporting them over the longer term, again, both diplomatically and financially. Monitoring is the heart of any safety strategy. Among many needs is more support for the establishment of independent civil society-led reporting platforms at the national, regional, and global level. We have heard repeatedly about the grossly unacceptable levels of impunity for murders of journalists, and the evidence we have suggests that it is even more and higher for other types of crimes against journalists. It is imperative that the administration of justice, including police, prosecutors, and judges, treat these crimes with the same priority they deserve as crimes not only against victims, but indeed against freedom of expression itself. Engagement of the tech companies on this issue has been far too low, taking into account the very significant and growing role of online violence among the wider problems of attacks on journalists. The UN and states need to work much harder to engage with the tech companies at all levels in securing the safety of journalists. For our part, civil society activists, we will also contribute to this effort. Finally, we have some specific and concrete recommendations for the UN system. First, we call for the establishment of a multi-stakeholder advisory body to oversee and guide the effective coordination and implementation of the UN Plan of Action. It goes without saying that this should include gender experts, and ensure the implementation of an intersectional, gender-responsive manner. Second, we call on the UN to step up more often and take the lead on coordinating the input of the international community in this area. This should include coordinating diplomatic efforts in this area, which are often key to moving efforts forward, as well as coordinating more hands-on implementation efforts. Third, as a practical element of the previous point, we call on the UN to designate specific UN focal points of lead on the issue of safety of journalists in relevant countries. Following the 5-year review of UN Plan of Action, civil society has worked hard, and we believe successfully, to undertake actions that were assigned to us. It is now time for the UN and the states to do the same. However, we believe that working together in a coordinated and serious way, we can address it. The points I have presented, along with the more detailed recommendations of the civil society call for action, represent our blueprint for doing so. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for taking your time. And with this, we have reached the end of this conference, and a very special part where we really do want to take a moment to appreciate the UN Plan of Action. And for that, we would like to take a moment of reflection. Since we heard already today in the morning, sometimes art has the power to touch us in a different way than words could. So Austria has commissioned 2 pieces of art that are dedicated to the 10th anniversary of the UN Plan of Action, and has asked 2 artists to share their perspective on today's topic. And I would like to welcome on stage with me the artist whose work you are already experiencing. She's an artist who uses light-based artistic interventions to interweave them with real spaces and create a new whole. The title of the work that we're experiencing is Crossing Realities, Austria. And she will talk about the power of language, of light, and the arts. Please welcome with me, Victoria Köln.
Yeah. Now, this is the moment to really take a little break and take a deep breath. The moment of the connecting power of art carried by light. In particular, for a light that is stronger than the technical medium. The inner glow of people. This powerful glow, your inner glow, leaves traces in the world over our lifetimes, encouraging us and calling us to act in concert across politics, media, and the arts. Thank you.
From light, we move to music. As our second artist is a composer, a musician, more specifically an accordion player, who's performed in places all over the world. He's also part of the new Austrian Sound of Music program by the Ministry for European and International Affairs, and has been chosen as one of 5 artists to be part in the category World Music for 2023 to 2024. His composition today is called Grenzenlos, Boundless, and it's a musical review towards the future that should also show us some rays of hope. Please welcome with me Jakob Steinkellner. Thank you so much. I really feel like after this whole day of input, art, light, music is something that we all very much need. Thank you for that. And I understand you have brought the music sheet that you would like to also hand over. And for this, it is my pleasure to welcome back on stage, also for the closing remarks, the Assistant Director General of UNESCO, Dr. Taufik Chilasi. We hope you're going to use them to play as well at home, of course.
I would like to share this music sheet with all of you, but I don't know how to do that. Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends, before I hand over the floor to the Deputy High Commissioner for Human Rights, but also to the Secretary General of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs here, I would like once more to thank the government of Austria for having so generously hosted us for the last 2 days. And I would like to thank all of you traveling from all over the world in high numbers, and all of you connected online, for your active participation and your genuine sharing of experiences and insights. We were more than 300 participants physically here in Vienna, and many, many, many more participants connected online, including government representatives, civil society organizations, media companies, academia and research institutions, as well as local, national, regional, and global actors. This was more than a conference. When I think of all the preparation that went into it, including the regional consultations, the thematic consultations, in a truly inclusive multi-stakeholder approach, this is not just a two-day symposium. And I believe that this was a great success. We are going to collate and put together all the papers, all the statistics, all the information that we have gathered, and share this with all of you. Of course, this is beyond the political declaration. That is one of the tangible outcomes of this conference. As you all know, the purpose was not just to take stock of what we have done, but more importantly, really to chart the course forward for the next decade and beyond, what we can do together and how we can act now in a concrete way. Let me here say that we heard this afternoon more than 50 pledges from government representatives, and this was so encouraging for all of us that this topic matters, it matters a lot, and governments are obviously putting the money where their mouth is, as the expression goes. And with this resource mobilization, certainly we should be able to do more to bring about impact on the ground that creates a truly safe environment for journalists. I'm going to stop here because I have two distinguished speakers to follow me, and then maybe a bit of a celebration afterwards, maybe? Or it's done, we are done with the celebration. That music piece was great, but a bit too short. Well, now that you've got the music sheet. That's it, I can play. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, and we're obviously going to take you up on that invitation for a big party afterwards, right?
Thank you.
Good. And with this, please, I also welcome on stage once more Deputy UN Commissioner for Human Rights, Nada Al-Nashif.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and your excellencies. It's been an amazing couple of days. Let me once again thank the government of Austria for a very warm and generous hosting. These meetings have been a critical opportunity. This in-person, I think, engagement, the depth, and I think the thoughtfulness of the analysis, long-standing and emerging challenges and threats facing journalists. We have many valuable recommendations. As Tawfiq, my partner in crime on this occasion, but my partner, has said to take stock of not just what happened now, but of course throughout the consultations in a very forward-looking agenda, we hope, and these will be consolidated. Just a reminder, as we discuss the particular situation of journalists, we also heard about the stark global context that we are operating in. These are very difficult times with the general backsliding on human rights across the world, unprecedented crises at an unprecedented scale. The COVID-19 pandemic, 6.5 million deaths across the world, but has set us back enormously, particularly the development agenda, and we have deepened inequalities. In particular, what you all face now, the restrictions on civic space, on access to justice and participation, repression of peaceful assembly, and threats to dissent increasingly and openly manifest. I think this is important to understand. But we do have obligations moving forward, and as co-chairs of the UN network of focal points on the safety of journalists and the issue of impunity, we, with UNESCO and other members of the network, will of course redouble efforts in the following months and years to work with all of you. We have listened, we have identified solutions and good practices, and I think we must be vigilant where gaps and shortcomings remain. We will do so within a few overall frameworks that provide us very important entry points: the Agenda 2030 for development, the United Nations Common Agenda, and the Human Rights Mechanisms architecture. Just to say, the 2030 Agenda allows us to continue to support states The enabling environment is key. It may be a lack of political commitment, but it's also a lack of resources and know-how. And we have to tackle all of that. We will continue to help voluntary reports against the indicators on attacks on journalists. We have only 8 years to reach the Sustainable Development Goals. We were very much behind before, but we are hopelessly off track now after the COVID pandemic. And we must fulfill the promise of leaving no one behind. And we need to take corrective action urgently in order that we can press on. The Secretary General's Common Agenda has a big emphasis on accountability. You've all called for that, and it includes crimes against journalists and the insistence on the key role played by ethical and professional journalism in promoting good governance, public participation, and civic space. The Common Agenda highlights that journalism is a global common good, and journalists should be able to operate freely and safely, and we will work on this because it is in the public interest. And we will continue to support states and other actors in their engagement with the mechanisms. Tools such as the Universal Periodic Review, a peer review that is accepted by many states across the world. We will help that states report more systematically on media freedom and the safety of journalists in this and other treaty body review processes. And we will try to operationalize the recommendations. You're all right. We have heard a lot of good words and intentions, but I think we need to really focus on the action. I have no doubt that all that we have discussed these past 2 days, but in the past weeks and months, will help us to preserve the space for safety of journalists at the center of these global frameworks. And we must, in the words of our High Commissioner for Human Rights, Volker Turk, I think, act in solidarity with journalists so they can get on with their vital job. Thank you once again, and over to you, Secretary General.
You have seen me step up and down those stairs quite often today, so this is my final announcement, but definitely not a least warm one. So please let me announce once more on stage Secretary General of the Austrian Federal Ministry for European and International Affairs, Peter Lansky-Tiefenthal.
I promise it's the last time for today. I may speak on behalf of all of us to thank you, Katharina Moser, for guiding us so ably throughout the day and safely to this final intervention. Many, many thanks. Big thank you also on behalf of all of us to our two artists, Jakob Steinkellner and Victoria Köll. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, at the outset, I would like to direct a big, big thank you to Deputy High Commissioner Nada Al-Nashif and Dr. Tawfiq El-Jelassi, Assistant Director General. We greatly appreciate working with both of you, but also with your teams and our team. And I think at this point, there's a big thank you to the teams behind the scenes that have made all of this possible throughout the past few months, and specifically yesterday and today here in Vienna. For us, it's important that you felt warmly received and well taken care of here in Vienna, and that you leave with a good thought and good memory of your hours and days here with us. This conference has provided detailed information, practical experience, and analysis of political realities and the drive needed to move into the second decade of implementation of the UN Plan of Action. Compared to 10 years ago, we are already at an advantageous point. Structures have been put in place and coalitions spanning across regions and connecting stakeholder groups have already been forged. However, we know that the challenges have not become fewer in number nor in size. For the progress of the UN Action Plan, we need to reaffirm its relevance and strengthen the multi-stakeholder ecosystem, which is tasked with protecting the safety of journalists. We have to recommit stakeholders' political will, purpose, and resources towards continued and strengthened implementation. And thirdly, we have to reposition the efforts of partners and stakeholders to deepen and at the same time broaden the implementation of the UN plan and tackling emerging issues, particularly those posed by digital transformation. Over the past 2 days, we, mainly you, have collectively achieved 3 tangible outcomes to form a strong foundation for our next steps. Firstly, we are grateful to share with you that almost all participating states and delegations have already expressed their support for the declaration. And I would like to thank all delegations for this very important signal as one of the main outcomes of this conference. The delegations who haven't had the chance to voice their support yet can still do so over the next few days. Secondly, we very much welcome the concrete and tangible recommendations that have just been presented to us a little while ago. They've been elaborated in a joint effort of governments, civil society organizations, media workers and academia, and culminated in yesterday's pre-conference. Thirdly, delegations have delivered a comprehensive and at the same time ambitious collection of pledges to enhance and support the safety of journalists within their own borders and on an international level. With these outcomes, we think we will be able to make a difference in a joint and in a determined effort. Ladies and gentlemen, I now have the great honor to close this conference. But it's for us to say thank you all for joining us here in Vienna, particularly for your inspiring contributions and for your very strong commitments. As you return home, we hope you will fondly remember these days here in the Austrian capital. Thank you also on behalf of Foreign Minister Alexander Schallenberg, who very much regrets that he couldn't be with us today and who wishes you, together with me, a safe journey home. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Secretary General. We started this day with a moment of quite a heavy intervention. We started it with a moment of a shock, of pain, of anger and devastation. And now we're closing it with a moment of hope. After all the pledges that we've heard today and all the commitments that have been made, we really look forward to the actions that are to follow so that we're hopefully not going to hear more of the stories like the one of Daphne. Thank you so much for your participation, and also the ones who are invited for the decoration. Please make your way to the Rittersaal on the right-hand side. Have a beautiful evening. Thank you so much and goodbye.